So anyone who's been on the V board on 4chan probably knows about Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. For those who don't, it was a ride someone made for Roller Coaster Tycoon. It was one of those really slow motor car rides, but with a twist. It had 30,696 feet of track and a ride time of 70 real-time minutes, around 4 years in game time. In addition, there were these props of a skeleton holding out his top hat scattered around here and there, as if to mock the customers. Needless to say, there were a lot of passengers screaming, "I want to get off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride." Now here's where things get really good. Once the ride came to a stop, the passengers found themselves on a long path that took about 2 hours to traverse. Once they reached the end, they found themselves facing a sign that read, "Mr. Bones says, the ride never ends." The path led straight back to the entrance of Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. There was nowhere else to go. In other words, they were screwed. Needless to say, this gained a lot of popularity on V, and people started making their own Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. I was one of them and made a version with the ghost train ride. You know, the one that's usually a huge death trap? It didn't last as long as the original, but it did have a twist. Near the end, it launched the cars into a small shed with a sign on the side that said, "Enjoy your stay." I killed about 20 people with that ride and couldn't stop laughing as each of them went one by one to their graves. Fast forward a few weeks and I was in Busch Gardens on vacation. I was wandering around trying to decide what to ride. That's when I noticed a ride that hadn't been there the last time I visited. It was weird because it had never been advertised and there was nothing on the map about it. I figured, what the hell, and got in line. Surprisingly, the line wasn't very long. I only waited about 10 minutes to get on. It was one of those motor car rides, which was kind of weird because they already had one elsewhere in the park. Why would they open up a second one? After buckling in, I looked up ahead and froze. There was a giant skeleton up ahead tipping a hat to me with a sign over his head that said, "Mr. Bones' Wild Ride." "No," I whispered. I struggled with my restraints, but they wouldn't come off. I begged the employee controlling the ride to help and that I had changed my mind, but he ignored me. My car started moving and I screamed in terror. Up ahead, the tracks stretched on for what seemed like forever. I want to get off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. Do you remember the stories you and your friends would tell each other on the playground? Your friend would say that they found a way to unlock Luigi in Super Mario 64. All you had to do was collect every single star in the game and do a few other menial tasks. Then Luigi would be available to play. So you went home that night and loaded up the game. You spent the rest of the week collecting every single star and finishing up every other requirement. The weekend hits just as you finish everything. You go to unlock Luigi and then, nothing. Luigi never appears, at least not in your game.
He was one of my
You go back to your friend on Monday and ask him how he did it, and that you didn't get Luigi. Your friend swears up and down that he was able to do it though. What if Luigi wasn't in your copy of Super Mario 64, but was only in your friend's copy of the game? Super Mario 64 might be the first and only personalized video game. Every copy of Mario 64 is personalized to a different person. Every strange experience people have with the game comes from their own copies of the game. Some players may experience Luigi in their game, for L is real. Some players may unlock the Ghoul Medal from Big Boo's Haunt. Yet even more players might discover minor changes that hardly change the game from copy to copy. Every copy of the game is unique and has its own features. Most are harmless and interesting, but if you see a giant floating Wario head in the game, it is recommended that you turn off the game immediately. Zelda 64 Beta tells the story of a Zelda fan who gets his hands on a red Nintendo 64 cartridge with nothing but Zelda written on it. He gets the game from a friend who received it from a woman whose son had gone missing. The friend didn't see the value in it, and so he gave the game to the author of the story. He took the game home and immediately started playing it. The first thing he saw was the title screen, just had The Legend of Zelda written on it. Nothing really in the background, no music and no animation. It was eerie for a Zelda game, which usually had this whimsical and fantasy-themed opening. He also noticed how the graphics were actually more detailed than Ocarina of Time, which didn't make sense since it was supposed to be the beta for that game. The graphics were better for the environment, but everything also looked more grotesque and realistic. The author would roam the world until finding a dungeon of sorts. It was well detailed, but the building looked gross, dingy, and rotten. There were blood splatters on certain walls of the dungeon to show where traps were located, something not common for the Zelda franchise, with the whole vibe being creepy and far darker than any previous Zelda game had been. Music began to play inside the dungeon the more he explored it. Moans were mixed with a discordant violin melody that played in the background. The moaning wouldn't loop, and it seemed to change based on the mood of what was happening in the game. The author goes on to detail a fleshy face built into a wall. He had to attack it until it died, and once it did, a door opened behind the face. Soon after, he realized he was in the tutorial of the game and had yet to see what the game truly had to offer. The world seemed to expand the more he explored it. Each time he restarted the game, it would have a different layout. He would get lost exploring the areas he felt familiar with every time he loaded the game. There were monsters that were just arms that would come out of the wall and throw him straight into traps if he was caught. Other monsters in the game were similar to what they would be like in subsequent Zelda games. For weeks on end, the author would explore the world of Zelda 64 Beta and find something new every time he played. He discovered the gods of that world and the lore that it contained. He was unable to stop playing the game. The game seemed to know he was playing and was creating new things for him to do. The game was changing specifically for him, and it wasn't content with him to just stop playing. A bootleg Pokemon game collector is excited to receive a new Pokemon game that he found called Pokemon Black. It wasn't Black version, but instead a hack of Pokemon Red. It followed the same opening, and the only major differences was the press start screen didn't have the Pokemon cycling through. Also, under the Pokemon logo it just said Black version. The game started as normal with the player getting to pick their first Pokemon, but no matter which Pokemon you picked, you also got a Pokemon called Ghost added to your party. He used the Ghost sprite from Lavender Town and was easily the most powerful Pokemon in the game. Ghost had one ability, Curse. When used, it would instantly defeat whatever Pokemon you were facing. What was weird was instead of the Pokeball being grayed out to show a defeated Pokemon, instead the Pokeball was just missing entirely. This was most likely to show that the Pokemon had died from the attack. Once Ghost had used Curse against the entire team of Pokemon, the trainer would show up next. The battle commands would come back up. You could run and the fight would end normally. Or you could use Curse on the trainer as well. After the battle ended, the trainer's sprite would be missing. If you returned to the same spot at a later time, then you'd see a gravestone where the trainer used to stand. Curse could not be used in all instances though. It was useless against ghost Pokemon, presumably because they are already considered dead. It also could not be used against trainers you'd have to fight again. That is, unless it's your final battle against them, then you could use it. The game had a sudden shift after defeating the Elite Four. A box would appear with the words "many years later" written in it. The player character was now an old man standing and looking at tombstones. The game world was now as empty as your Pokemon party. Even Ghost was no longer in your party. As you traveled the world as the old man, Lavender Town's theme would play on loop. No other songs played, just Lavender Town. The player would then make their way back to Pallet Town where the game had started. Going into your house and standing on the exact spot where the game had started would start a cutscene. The game would show a Caterpie, then a Weedle. It took a moment for the author to realize that the game was showing all the Pokemon the player had used Curse on. After the Pokemon had gone by, next would be the trainers. Every trainer you had cursed would show up one by one. The Lavender Town theme in the background all the while had begun to drop in pitch until it was just a low rumble. Following this, a battle would start. The old man's sprite would appear and Ghost would be on the opposite side. The only option available to the player would be to fight. The option to run wasn't available. When the old man tried to fight, the only ability he could use was Struggle. Struggling would lower the old man's health, but didn't affect Ghost at all. Eventually, the old man would struggle down to his last bit of life, and Ghost would finally use Curse. The screen would cut to black for a final time. The player had one option, and that was to turn off the game, or let it sit on the black screen forever. Restarting the game, the author noticed that the file was gone, and had been erased like it never existed. Little Lamplight is an alternate story of how the Wanderer, the main character in Fallout 3, was able to access the vault in Little Lamplight. Little Lamplight was a settlement run entirely by kids. It was also the only way into the final vault that you needed to access. After being turned away by the kids of Little Lamplight, the Wanderer would work with a group of slavers to overrun the settlement and sell the kids into slavery. The creepypasta recounts the story from the perspective of the leader of the settlement, as he tries in vain to stop everything from happening. He is powerless in the end, and they are all taken and sold off one by one. Eventually the story ends with the Wanderer making his way into the vault that previously he wasn't allowed entry.
Spirits can be a tricky thing, as they can seemingly bond to anything or anyone with no real reason. Just ask the author, let's call him Percy for the sake of flow, who after saving up enough money to buy an Xbox 360 plus some games soon finds some weird things happening. It starts off with some small things, like the games getting easier when he yells at them, like in Borderlands, visual glitches in the title screen of Blaze Blue. But then Percy starts to hear voices. Freaked out, he rushes out of the lounge to wash his face, and reasoning with himself that it might just be his flatmate. Returning to the console, he started playing Blaze Blue once more, and while there was still visual glitches, the voice seemed to be gone for now. After a few matches, he once again heard the voice, behind the microphone and headset, in the box. Freaked out, he checked the box, and there lay a headset, which is weird since he had not purchased one, and the Xbox did not come with one. The voice introduced herself as Cass. "What are you doing in my console?" Percy asked Cass. Cass responded that she had been bound to him, and the Xbox was the first means she had of contacting him, as his other consoles had no microphone feature, save for his DS, but the microphone on it was broken. Tired, Percy turned off his console and passed out on his couch. The next morning when he turned on his console, Cass was annoyed. "Why didn't you say goodbye?" she asked. A little creeped out. This time, after turning off the console, he told her that he'd be in contact as soon as possible, which would be sooner than he expected. As the following morning, a headset seemed to appear out of nowhere, attached to his DS. Cass had found a way to fix the microphone on it. Freaked out, Percy asked, "Excuse me, but why are you wanting to remain in contact with me so often?" Her response sent chills down his spine. "You've had a hard time with your life, haven't you? You've had nobody to talk to all your life, right?" How did she know? He never told anybody. Turns out they can see each other's memories, something he'd experienced soon, as he started to see her memories, specifically her death, where she was stabbed by her employer and left bleeding on the ground, before he stuck something into her head, leaving her an empty shell. The next thing she knows, she's being woken up by his next victim. Shortly after learning this, Percy collapses, then wakes up in what appears to be a hospital ward. Cass is there. It seems that he has gone to where she is, his body doomed to become an empty shell. Stepping into the white door, he embraces Cass as they enter oblivion together, waiting for the next victim. The monitor turns off for a second before the words console subjects 4, beginning transition of fourth subject to target number 5 here. Who will be the next to be consoled? Perhaps it'll be you.
The author is a lonely child who was forced to attend a private school. They were shy and didn't have any friends, as most of their classmates were rude to them. This all led to the author finding video games as their only chance for socialization and joy. They received a GameCube with 3 games, one of these being Pokemon Channel. The author played the other 2, but Pokemon Channel quickly became their favorite game. The author would play it every day. She would run around with Pikachu, watch TV, and play minigames. The bond that she felt with Pikachu, who she named BRVR, for brother, was that of a real best friend. BRVR was her only friend. That wasn't until she switched to a public school and started to make real friends. The author even had a best friend that she made at school. The more and more she hung out with her friends, the less time she spent playing Pokemon Channel. After a while, the author had completely stopped playing Pokemon Channel. She spent all of her time with her best friend until her family had to move. She fought with her parents about it, but ultimately they had to move anyway. She soon lost contact with her best friend. The author fell back into her old habits of playing video games and never leaving her room. She was perusing her old games and found her old dust-covered copy of Pokemon Channel. A wave of nostalgia rushed over her and she decided she had to play it again. She had to see Brother again. The game loaded up and she felt a wave of nostalgia even stronger now. It almost brought a tear to her eye. The same loading screen, the same menu music, and now it was time to start the game. The author's room loaded, but she couldn't find Brother anywhere. Eventually, a low moan came from the bed. She looked over and saw Pikachu climbing out from under the bed. He looked sad and beat up. The author called out to Pikachu but got a stern look in return. Brother was mad and she couldn't figure out why. He had this look of absolute disdain, something that the author wasn't even sure was possible in the game. The game slowly devolved. The TV was replaced with a gory Pikachu-themed one that looked like its mouth was spread wide around the TV screen. A small stream of blood coming from the top of the mouth. It was frightening and definitely not part of the game originally. The wallpaper in the room has taken on a creepy design that made the walls look like they were covered in dry blood. A group of morbid-looking Pikachu dolls, called Pikachu Doll Z, were placed all around the room. Brother showed the author around the world that was now submerged in death. The dead body parts of Pokemon were strewn around their garden. Brother seemed to relish in ruining the world that the author used to love. The game ends with Brother telling the author that she left him alone for too long. The screen fades to black with the face of Brother staying on screen. When the author turns to look away, she sees a Pikachu Doll Z sitting on her desk. The author was feeling nostalgic for Super Mario 64 when he happened upon a mint condition copy online. He was watching some gameplay on YouTube when the pop-up showed up on his screen. He was of course weary of a random pop-up, but his nostalgia took over and he bought it. The buying process was also very strange. The message he'd received only asked him to send $10 to an address the seller had listed. Once he'd received that, the author would be sent his game. Once he'd sent off the money, the website seemed to go offline. His game arrived a few days after he'd sent the money. Of course, the offer was too good to be true and it wasn't a mint copy of the game. In fact, the front cover had been entirely removed, and instead a piece of duct tape with Mario was written on it crudely. The game luckily still worked and the author was relieved. He booted it up and got to the opening screen where you could mess with Mario's face. He moved the hand around and started to morph his face in a funny way. Just as he did this, Mario's face began to distort in ways he never thought possible. Random sound effects played and a faint voice speaking Japanese played in the background. The person seemed to be stammering and on the verge of tears. The author restarted the game and skipped directly to starting a new game. After loading in, the game skipped a lot of the intro and just put Mario inside the castle. There was no music, just dead silence. There weren't even any toads around to talk to. The portrait entrance to Bomb Battlefield was just a stark white canvas for some reason. Once the author entered the portrait, the image suddenly went from a blank canvas to the Lethal Lava Land painting. The mission select menu came up, and instead of Big Bomb on the summit, the mission was called Turn Back. Once the author entered the level, it all seemed normal until he saw Luigi. Luigi just stood there until Mario approached him. Luigi took off running at a crazy fast speed. The author chased and picked up coins along the way. As the author picked up the coins, the game seemed to change around him. The colors were more mute with each coin, and everything was just a little darker. As he picked up the fifth coin, all the enemies dropped to the floor as if they'd all simultaneously died. Mario chased Luigi up to where King Bomb usually stood. At the top was a very out-of-place looking cottage. The walls were worn and old. It appeared so stark against the background of the Mario world. As soon as Mario entered the cottage, the door slammed behind him, and for a brief moment, an image of Luigi appeared on the screen. It was Luigi hanging from the ceiling, his lifeless body swaying slightly from side to side. Mario then fell to the floor and cried for 5 minutes straight as the screen went to black. The screen came back to Mario slumping out of the painting. The painting now showed the same image of Luigi. Across the hall from the Luigi painting was something that scared the author a lot more. It was a picture of him and his family, a very recent photo they had taken last weekend. The author tried in vain to turn the console off. He even unplugged it from the wall, but nothing seemed to work. The screen still showed his family, and it seemed his only option was to enter the new level. The author took control of Mario and jumped into the family photo. A mission named Run, Don't Walk came on screen. It was the only mission available to him. The author was plopped on some platforms and had to run from a giant blob that chased Mario. He kept running, always staying just slightly ahead of it. That couldn't last forever, so Mario was eventually absorbed by the blob. The picture ejected Mario and he lost one of his 3 lives. The picture had changed somehow. The author and his family looked like they were starting to decay, like they had all died and been posed as corpses. The author shrugged this off and jumped back in. Again, Mario died and he was sent back out of the picture. The picture had gotten worse. Everyone was looking like they'd been dead for a longer time now.
I did not
One
see that.
last
Sorry,
time, the
Dr.
author
Levi.
thought as he jumped back into the
24,
picture.
sorry.
This time Mario was
Did
on
not
a
see your
lonely
father.
island surrounded by nothing but water. A sign told him to dive and he jumped into the water and began to dive down. The waters were empty as he made his way down. It was quiet until out of nowhere Mario was eaten
So
by
I
the
just say
giant
this
eel
every
from
time
the game.
someone joins.
And just like that,
But,
he was out of extra lives.
You can type
The
exclamation
game
mark
showed a
charity for a
grotesque
link to
picture of the family in the
donation
last
page
photo
for,
the author had
Maui
taken.
wildfires.
He was so disgusted, but glad that he could actually shut the system down. When he tried to reload the game, all he got was the same picture and no option to do anything else. The author decided to open the only other file in the game. The grotesque picture came up again, but only it looked a little different. They were posed
I'm
differently,
wondering what
and that
I
was when he
was doing.
realized that it was a different family.
So Gotcha Levi, I can tell you're into Gotcha Life or Gotcha Club. I don't know. What? Open rescue.
How far are you willing to go to uncover the truth? Would you endanger yourself for your own curiosity? It would seem the author would.
So I guess I can download.
The author considered himself a fan of all things creepy in video games. One day, the author decided to find the secrets of the Hell Valley Skytrees from Super Mario Galaxy 2. The author had heard of a theory that the ghosts from Super Mario 3D World and the trees were linked, so he began his own research by playing through Super Mario Galaxy 2. He eventually came upon the Shiverburn Galaxy, where the Hell Valley Skytrees were located. Entering first-person mode to see them, they weren't there, and confused, the author left first-person view, to find that they had surrounded Mario, and proceeded to grab him.
Embarrassing. 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 Oh my god, I'm so tired. No, I'm not. Embarrassing. Now, money, cars, codes, dun. Oh my gosh. Money for cars, codes, dun. Alright, I have to check the volume first. Dun. Okay, it's opening. Yeah. It's not really that loud. Oh, that's because I forgot. I already had this. Oh, yeah. Let me just delete. That's with my sister. Then Stretch comes in like. This is Yui from One Piece. This is Yui from Dragon Ball Z. You're like, oh no, we should have never hurt my sister. I am victorious now. Nobody. Okay, I am victorious now. Nobody can stop mine. Just don't ask. Just don't ask. You what? Let's see here. Oh, yeah, I just got. What? What? Okay, now time to start a new RP, if you will. How did I know what? How did I know what? How did I know what? That's the point. I do not know what I'm doing. So it's let's see. Oh, I know it's somewhere. I played this before. Yeah, I play it. Let's not get into detail on that. Rats. Follow these steps. Check to make sure any hardware or software is properly installed. If this is a new installation, ask your yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I've done it before. I've done a lot of it before. Let's just get these characters set up. I might make an original. Yeah, let's just go back. Can I get like a blank? Can I get a blank? Please. Can I get a blank? Can I get a blank? Can I get a who is this? Ooh whoa. Ooh whoa whoa. Oh ooh whoa whoa whoa. California girls. Okay, this guy. I don't know this guy. Totally. We do not talk about the videos. 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 Anyways. This is one of our MCs too. Stop bad. Oh, missed one. I'll run this house. I run this crib in my hand. Just got to be. I was so proud of them too. That is the main thing. I was so proud of them too. I do not know how, but I was proud of them, bro. Oh, this guy. Whoever this is. Okay, they're gonna pull a heist. If I can find the bank background. If not, then they're just gonna rob a store. Here it is. Wait, yeah, here it is. What? It's dumb. Now yours were actually pretty good. I think I remember you making them. Yeah, they were actually pretty good. I can't remember though. I'm sure they were good though. Kick. You almost done. You almost done. I have no clue what I'm doing. You almost done. The baby. Yeah, I think that was the YouTube number's finger. aka Albert Artes. I mean, Albert Artes, aka Flamingo. In his online persona, in one of his videos featuring the game Roblox, he made a character called Cletus. Just hurry up. Hurry up. Cookie Smookie. Hurry up. Nay. Nay. Why? Let's go, guys. Come on, we almost there. Because I am. We ain't getting the money. Get the money. Oh my god, that hurts my throat. Doesn't mean I'm gonna stop doing it. Whoa, hold on. No, that's not what. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not what I meant. 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 That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant. I meant when I go, it hurts my throat, but I'm not gonna stop doing it. Then, oh, where's the police officer? Cletus had to go, use the toilet, so, yeah. Potato. I remember Charlotte loved potatoes. Potato. Potato. Oh, that's why. Um. But who cares? I, I meant like when I did that. It hurts my throat. I know. Wait, is that a bad thing or a good thing? Cassidy from Minus Freddy's. Yeah, okay, I know what you mean now. Wait a second. Wait a second. Why? Why are there people in the bank overnight? Get out of here. Oh, sorry. Oh, wrong one. Get out of here now. We've been caught. We gotta go. Nuh-uh. Steve always stays. Steve isn't scared. Come on, then. Let's fight, Sonny boy. Get out. Yeah. I have no clue what I'm doing. Remember, this is a charity stream. This is literally a charity stream. They got the same voice because gotcha logic. Okay. Oh my god, he's too strong. I'm gonna. Now I can get all the money. Alright, that was the best thing ever I've ever heard. Let me just close most of these. Yes, so here we go. Monday left me broken. Ain't that like a whole meme, gotcha logic? Monday left me broken. Monday left me broken. Monday left me broken. Monday left me broken. Ah! Yeah, I did try it and it was not half as bad as people said it was. Here, let me show you. Let's see here. Which one was it? Don't ask about this. Anyways, here.
Today I'm gonna be trying the Grimmy Shake. What's up, TikToker?
Yeah. Hi. It's There we go. Yes, I most certainly do. Bro, where my webcam, please? But why won't my webcam work? Yeah, you should. You should definitely. Confirmed good content daily. No, not daily. Yearly. I don't know why computer on TikTok no, TikTok on computer. It's right there. Oliver Street unofficial. Or no more straight hair, crying face emoji, crying face emoji, crying face emoji. Dun, 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 dun. No. In a minute, I'ma need a sentimental element to fuck me up. An enemy. Okay, pal. You need a show. Why is it so buggy? I can put a link in the I can put a link in the chat. Yeah. I am. Embarrassing. Already 228. So it's like 30 minutes ago. No. Hold on. Please, just hear me out. Hear me out. Anyways. Monday left me broken. It's about that time. Gang. Gang.
I suck.
Nope. Not doing it. Not not doing it.
Making me do this. Making me do this. I'm. By the way, I beat the whole game. I have DDLC Plus on my Switch.
Wow. Doki doki. Oh wait, that's Sans. Let's just sorry, so just in case me you do Y control. I was just saying 1023 oh yeah, I forgot how big this file size is. Anyways, while that's downloading, I guess we can play Friday Night Funkin' if you're gonna make me, I guess. You're gonna make me, I guess I'll play Friday Night Funkin'. You do running. Week 7. Timed exclusive. My boy, that grab's still out. You've never seen someone Doki Doki? You should. It's actually really fun. Not because there's only girls in there. Okay, just it'd be fun too if there were only boys. That's not what I meant. That is not what I meant. Hey. That's not what I meant. Get freaky on a Friday night, yeah. You hate Friday Night Funkin'? It's actually it's good, but not that good.
3, 2, 1, go!
Well, my palms are already sweaty. Knees weak, the arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already.
3, 2, 1, go!
You see that? Hold on. Wait! Give me a second. Yeah, you gotta background was laggy. I hate when it gets laggy.
3, 2, 1, go! Three, two, one, go!
Let's go! That was my bad. Ready, set, go! Ready, set, go!
3, 2, 1, go!
L's in the chat. Bro is sucking.
3, 2, 1, go!
Embarrassing.
3, 2, 1, go!
suck.
3, 2, 1, go!
Even this is too small. Not yet.
Three, two, one, go!
I said something about you sucking at Pico.
3, 2, 1, go!
I don't remember
Exactly what I said.
I said something like that.
That's not what I meant.
Week 7.
Three, two, one, go! Three, two, one, go!
Wow. Giving old school vibes? I don't even know what that is.
Three, two, one, go!
was a romantic game, like Doki Doki Literature Club.
Three, two, one, go!
Catastrophe Crow. Also, 25 hours.
Three, two, one, go!
Back that up. Yep, R.I.P. me. R.I.P.
Three, two, one, go!
Embarrassing. Yep. It means mother-in-law finally. Yeah. Mother-in-law. But Thorn is the one on the back. Definitely.
Three, two, one, go!
This is my favorite one.
A soul.
Three, two, one, go!
Lemon.
Your skin's easy. You can let me help you take it off. Feasting with your friends, the perfect way to end all your lonely holiday plans. You could be some your being spinning in your mind. Snowman's your eyes to open the time from your fingernails. Soaking in freezing water, watching as it's getting softer. See you all, dear progress, drop the below. Music beats separating, set your mind. It's creepy sound at night, from the world inside. Cut the clouds, let's make your tail go brown. Famous spices, serve two friends around. Turn the eye, well, would use your blood. My friend, we're brandy and love.
Nothing in this winter horror. Don't cancel me with that. Yeah, that does mean not. That doesn't mean senpai, right? It's not spooky month. What is senpai? Senpai is a soul. Senpai possesses the game. Don't clip me saying that. We're gonna do the monster. Yeah, don't simp for him. Don't simp for me. Yeah, how do you get back? Was it F7, F8? Help, how do you get back? Apply, right? Send him, send it. Please don't send for senpai. He's like 39 years old. Oh, please just get me back. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not big with the Five Nights at Freddy's lore. I mean, Five Nights at Funkin' lore. So, now that I'm bored of this, don't ask why I have this just bookmarked. I knew a time like this would come. I don't know why. But okay. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. No, we're just not. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. There gotta be a way to escape. There got to be a way to escape. There you are. Get up here. Dang it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up here. Get up. Get up. Never mind. Seven, eight. I'm pressing every button on my keyboard. No. Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious. No. Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious. Send them over. Send me the link. Send me the link, man. You got nah. You gotta. Now you got it now. I'm curious now. I'm stuck. I'm stuck anyways. Nah. You got it. Nah. Nah. I'm curious now. You got it at least now. There we go. I'm not stuck anymore. So now you got it. No. I'm so stupid. No. It ain't gonna be that bad, trust me. It ain't gonna be that. It can't be. Okay, I'll show you my cringiest, most embarrassing video ever. If you send, hold on, I'll do it first though. Oh, wow, would you look at that? I do, actually. Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do. Whoa, they do the collab. I got to watch this sometime. 8:14. That's not enough time. I'm about to ruin my career. Bro, it's loading. Give it a second, man. It's loading. This one is the good one. This one is the imposter. Here we go. Goodbye, reputation. Goodbye, ego. Alright, here we go. It's loading. Isn't that care my la 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 la? That song's stuck in my head now. That pearly smile. 0.9 gigabytes? What? I'm not subscribing. Please go.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through eyes covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries is spreading.
Or just send me the link. Just put the link in the chat. Just put the link in the chat. Just put the link in the chat. Yeah, he isn't singing, he's dancing. Embarrassing. He isn't singing. Embarrassing. Underscore gotcha Levi, okay. Embarrassing once it loads, because it takes like 3 hours to load. Embarrassing. What the heck? Oh my dog. What the heck?
Why?
Oh no, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Embarrassing. What? Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. Embarrassing. Ah, I hurt my foot. I hurt my ankle. Oh, that hurt. Woo! I'm sorry. Oh my god. I'm not okay. But maybe I don't know. Embarrassing. Now, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. What? Mm-hmm.
Oi, oi, ya, oi, 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 oye, mama, oye, Emma.
I am your mother. You listen to me. Now, I got my money. Cars, clothes.
You were what? You were what?
Nah. Nah. Obanani tries the grimace shake. Nah. We just got a new topic. Cars, codes.
It can't be that bad.
Nope.
Liked. Hey, snake guy. He called you snake guy. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. What? I need you to try something for me. I'll voice act. I'll voice act for you. I'll voice act for you.
Whatever but's in it.
My for gore. Let's try it.
Can you close your eyes or look away? I have a mask for a reason.
It tastes fine to me. Okay, thanks.
2-week-old, I'm
Refrigerator pie. Don't waste your time.
No, that was actually good. That was actually good. That was actually really funny at the end too. Actually, really good.
All right. I do not know what you're talking about. These are actually really good. If they're so embarrassing. If they're so embarrassing. If they're so embarrassing, then why you upload to YouTube? Your sister has a baby? Your s- Hey, it's Cody. I looked at the bus yesterday. The bus and found. You got a computer? Me too. What does it look like I'm doing? The laundry. Why? It's your birthday. Go hang out with your friends. I get it. I don't have friends. No, wait, no, wait. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that. I'm sorry. I did not mean to say it like that. I missed the end, by the way. I missed the end. I was looking away. Let me. We gotta rewatch it. I guess I missed the end. We gotta rewatch it. We gotta rewatch it. I missed the end. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I won't torture you that much. I won't torture you that much. It was actually really good. It was actually really good. It was actually. It was really good. It was really good. This is my 20. You're done. You're done. You're done. This is my 25-hour, 38 minutes, 14-second stream with one viewer. That's you. Four, a very good CPU. 4,000 kilobytes upload. 30 encoder FPS. 20,000 frame drops. 174 slowed frames and 9 gigabyte memory.
You've really been streaming for 5 hours?
25.
5 hours, 25.
Yep. A day and 1 hour.
Damn, you are committed. I could never.
Me neither. That's why I take sleeping breaks. You're watching. By the way, you misspelled watching. I'm running out of ideas. I'll give you ideas. You should make one where Bakugo eats a pepperoni pizza.
Okay, I'll do that. I'm working on a reaction video right now. Go off. I'll do that.
I wanna hold them like they do in Texas, please. Love game intuition, please. What?
I said that out loud.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Nothing. What?
Embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Gotcha versus reality. What? Nothing. I'm gonna call
How? Wait, who's that?
Emily.
You have. Oh.
Not recognized. Ultimate Viz, let's go. Got that beach Viz. Ukulele.
You're pixelated.
Nuh-uh. Are you still watching the stream or ow?
Yeah.
Alright.
I haven't been like.
Alright. Hey! Oh yeah, I'm a lot.
Watching my embarrassing videos.
In my hand on the ukulele.
Hey, my ukulele, you wanna play?
Yeah, maybe. main thing is saxophone. But I can play ukulele really good now. Okay, yeah. I suck at ukulele. Anyway, why is it taking so long to load?
I don't know. I've been watching it like the entire time.
Absurd. How many videos do you have? Yeah, must have been an angel by my side. There we go, finally.
Which video is
Random girl. Hey, I am alive.
Mantle or mishandled with one biscuit and sway. Trapped within these walls, we left our souls to drift away. The ink decayed, the walls are paid, but a reckoning has come today. You say Morris has no guts, cause you replace it with mechanical strain. We've been tortured, but we move forward. This disorder kills your day.
Hey, I am alive. They are lies. Your creator, you traitor.
Hey. Burnt down the kitchen. Again? Aoyama? Whoever that is. No clue who that is. Who? The only animes that I like haven't seen is all of them except for K-On! I watched like the first 3 seconds of Demon Slayer. I watched the first 3 seconds of Demon Slayer. And the first one of Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid. Ow. Bro, a what? Of course you have. No offense. It's fine. Here he is. It's Aoyami does not take insults. I'm gonna show you how great I am. Great I am. Oh, I thought it was Aoyami. We're about to play DDLC. Huh? I'm good. Alright, now you're about to see what DDLC is, pal. Yeah, my favorite game. I would say it. Tell the truth. My favorite thing to do in real life too.
Move it, pretty boy, I'm coming through. Oh God, Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with you? You just What? No, that was an insult. I insulted you.
Why is it in
Move it, pretty boy, I'm coming through. Oh God, Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with you? You just
Time going to the Doki Doki Literature Club. Time go to the Loki Doki Literature Club. Loki Doki. Loki Doki.
Get out of here. Dude, no. When?
This club man. Club man. You gotta look at the tree. You gotta look at the tree. Club. I'm down bad. I suck. Great to see you again. I gotta get this game. I gotta download this game before I do something ever great. She looks like she's 3. She looks like she's 3. Yeah, we're gonna quit. We're gonna quit. I don't know what to do, but we have to keep the stream on for charity. I will think of something for charity. For charity. It's not for me, it's for charity, by the way.
Get out of here. He's dropping.
What is Nog doing?
Huh?
We're playing auto rap battles. WASD. I have to pee. You gotta get out of my face before I do my duty. Cause I gotta poo. Poo poo. What?
Get the bandwidth. Get out of here, bro. I'm so close. Did you just say? Dude, get out of here. He can't even hear you.
I can kinda hear you. Like, not that much though.
Get the heck out of here. Dude, move the room. I'm gonna tell Mom you're messing with me while I'm on the phone.
Hey, my days.
Yeah, that's right. Get out of here.
These rhymes are kind of trash.
Last time I touched grass.
Only in Baltimore. Boop, bye, bang, toon, tang, tugalooky. Foot the butter, bang, bang on a dookie. We pull up all the ting, tang on a duty. Last time I touched grass was that.
Yo, hold on. Our competitors for this round will be...
Ball.
Get out of here. Ow.
Bro,
Yo, hold on. Our
we
competitors
ain't
for this
spending
round will
money.
be...
We ain't spending money to see a Discord. Oh, I'm going up. Alright, this is what I want to do. WASD. I have to pee.
Yes, no, shut up.
WASD. I have to pee.
Did you just shoot that?
Yeah. flows are kind of trash.
You just put that in. That's what she said.
Uh,
Ow!
I'll beat the shout out of you. Bro, what? Why?
You got this? Do it.
First of all, don't introduce your name. You're so relevant. I'm a higher intelligent. My flow is so elegant. You're irrelevant. I'm relevant. Bala the dog is weird, kinda. No, I'm not. I'm not wired. The girl is childish. I'm not a woman, though. Yes, I am, actually.
Ooh, how you gonna power through that one, homie?
You. Oh. I love the name Ethan. So much.
Man, let me say you straight.
Wait, give me mention. I'm Levi, you Aaron. Ow. What's going on?
Nothing.
What?
Babu.
Go away. I'm gonna tell mom.
Watch your language.
What?
Early first said, oh, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
No fluid stuck to my single. What are you playing?
Auto rap battles. Whoa, yeah, I won, let's go! My flows!
Yo, hold on. Our competitors for this round will be.
Well, I
I'm
won!
going to come out there and embarrass you. I'm gonna start telling baby stories and showing baby pictures.
Yeah! Make his crush come over and then show her his baby pictures.
Yeah. Wait for his
What you
girlfriend to
gonna
come
do
over.
when you...
Yo, hold on. Our competitors for this round will be.
Are you serious right now?
Funny, not funny, haha. Funny.
So flippin' bored. Gets old getting rid of people.
Dude, get out of here. No, you get out of here. I would, but my phone's turning on. How does it taste? How does it taste?
He's spitting. That's how you know he's spitting it.
Yo, hold on. Our competitors for this round will be.
Someone's gonna look at him with disdain. Same account launched experience from different device. I just got hacked on Roblox. The only account I have is on my phone. And I'm on my phone right now. The only other account I have from this. Hacked on Roblox. Let's reconnect. You're stupid! What?
Look at this goofy crap. 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 Look. Okay. All right. Roblox does not permit dating or romantic exchanges between avatar. Reason, dating. I said I won. Offensive item, I won. I won. Reason, dating. Offensive item, yeah. Dating, watch your language. Dating, men. Okay, that's fair. So I would kiss, that's fair. That's fair, actually. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Hold on, I gotta record this. That's actually really fair. Oh. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. I'll call you back real quick. Wait, give me a second. Emily, I'll call you back real quick. Give me a second. Excuse me, Roblox. What? Saturday, August 12th, 2023, 10:36 p.m. Roblox does not permit dating or romantic exchanges between avatars. Reason, dating. I won. Reason, dating. Offensive item, yeah. Reason, dating. Offensive item, watch your language. Reason, dating. Offensive item, men. Oh, that's actually fair. That's fair. But these other ones, what the heck? Okay, I literally recorded it. It's absurd. I don't know what to do now.
Dude, I swear to God. Get off my bed.
Oh no.
What did you just say?
That's not fair. I guess I have a warning on my account now. Uh-oh.
Did you actually just see that? Yeah. You did not just say that. You're not. Your alarm's going off.
I'm nerdy extreme. I'm whiter than sour cream.
Oh shit, I just stepped on my art folder. Ow. Get out of here, bro. I don't want you on my bed. You're on your own. That's Bethany's bed. She's lying on it right now. Ow! You're done. You are done. You yourself is done.
You're done. You're done.
You're not helping. You're encouraging it.
My bad.
You said my bad. You didn't. No, not encouraging.
Yeah, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out.
Get out.
I was just joking. I swear, I was just joking. I was just joking.
I did it, Mary.
I'm running out of ideas. But that is not it. We are not stopping here. Never back down. No. I'm whiter than sour cream. Stop, Kip.
I'm about to ruin pickles for you.
I already ate pickles this morning.
I'm about to ruin it.
Okay.
Pickle. Wait. Pickles with hot sauce and topping.
Die.
I don't have Twitch, Devron.
You can just go on the website, duh. Just press on it, it'll take you to the website.
I'm so rich. Your mom's a fish.
I feel very rich. Your mom's a person. Ah, yeah. What should I do? I know, I'll play Portal Mario. Oh, how convenient that it's right here. I think.
Why is y'all's camera off?
Why do we have to have our cameras on?
Sorry, I'm doing something. I was just
Okay, pal. You need to chill. Don't stab yourself, actually. Don't.
trying to get cherries.
I won't have any viewers if you do. I'm kidding. I love my viewers. All equally. I'm trying to save you, man. Kind of reminds me of Not how it works. Yo. Hi, gotcha, Levi. 24. Say something about me. But yeah, this game. So I somehow need to get that. I'm gonna do like a launch. I do not know what I'm trying to accomplish. Haley. No. No, you never do. You never do. You never do. I don't know what you're saying. I think she's idle. Ole, mole. Ole, mole. Ole, mole. Holy moly. Holy moly. 26 hours, man. Holy moly. As you know, tomorrow's the last day.
26 hours of what?
Twitch streaming.
You've been doing this for 26 hours?
Yep.
You started yesterday night?
Uh-huh.
So you were up all night?
No, I actually went to sleep. I just kept the stream on.
I wonder if people left.
Nope, everyone left. No one was even there, Kaylee. The first day, no one was there.
There's people there now?
Only Emily. There was someone, actually. I think his name was Duck Go. Like Duck Duck Go.
I was watching it, then it got boring.
No, it's Ducks Go. I don't care. I don't care what you think.
That's probably why people are leaving.
I hate you. I'm going to break my monitor, I swear. Why do I see you trying to raise up Freddy? Why do I see you trying to raise up Freddy?
I still have my prime.
Sad. Why do I see you trying to raise up Freddy? Why do I see you trying to raise up Freddy? Absurd. By the way, my favorite word is also absurd. I like absurd. No. Yeah. No. No. Did not ask.
Gumball's hilarious The Grieving reference. Yeah, SpongeBob was not actually the first show to reference a creepypasta about them, but rather Gumball came way before. In Season 4, Episode 2017, the compilation, they include this little bit of some guy warning the viewers that they are about to show a lost episode called The Grieving, and that many who have watched it were never seen again. We get this little build-up, and then they show us something very
Being a
interesting.
fan of Gravity Falls while the show was airing was an absolutely unparalleled experience. Watching fans in real time try to figure out the pulsing mystery of the town and how three mysterious journals,
And
a universe
the
portal,
Red Mist
and a
reference,
dream
this
demon
one was
all connect
actually
to
kept
each
in the
other.
episode, so you
We
can
all
still
remember
see
the
it to
theories
this very
that
day.
came true,
What other
but what has been
episode
lost to
creepypastas do you
time
think would be
are the
cool to see
theories
officially
that
referenced? Let me
didn't.
know down in the
From the
comments.
absurd to the absolutely improbable, here are the Gravity Falls theories that no one really remembers.
What? It's no, then space, then one. Tut. I'm already white and sour green. Ole mole.
Private County 911, what's the location of your emergency?
47 Woodhull Lane.
Wood Hollow? Okay, what's going on there?
I think he hurt my mom.
Who's he?
I don't know. He was wearing one of those robber masks.
At around 7:45 on August 23, 2017, 22-year-old Nathaniel Schimmel made this call to Flagler County Emergency Services. Just minutes ago, Nathan's mother Michelle was attacked in her home and stabbed to death with a kitchen knife. By 8:15 p.m., Sheriff Rick Staley assured the community that the attacker was not at large, and a person of interest was cooperating with their investigation. Though police hadn't yet revealed their primary suspect was Nathan, there was no search underway for a masked assailant.
You guys can
By
actually
midnight,
watch this with me
investigators
while I go to
began
sleep, but my
interviewing
mic is
Nathan
gonna be
in
muted,
pursuit
so
of a confession.
bye-bye. You got any questions or anything about anything that we're doing? No? Have you ever been to a police department before? No. Alright. So,
from the outset, it's clear how disorganized this interview is. A clean desk won't make or break an interrogation, but the miscellaneous items that litter this one stand in stark contrast to the uncluttered interview rooms we typically see. Detective George Christokopoulos rifles through this stationery as he makes a feeble attempt at small talk, slipping into repetition and filler words which will characterize the early stages of this conversation. Having commenced this interview mere hours after the murder occurred, it's difficult to blame him for this fumbling. George must secure a confession from the suspect with no time to prepare and no knowledge of Nathan's personal, medical, or psychological history. Most notably, George is oblivious to the fact that Nathan has high-functioning autism, and how this bears on the suspect's seeming lack of emotion. To be clear, those on the autism spectrum are not cold or unfeeling. They experience the full range of human emotion, but may have trouble recognizing and managing these emotions in themselves and others. This can manifest as unconventional behavior in social interactions, making it difficult to analyze Nathan's body language and responses as one would with a neurotypical suspect. Lacking this knowledge, George's approach may seem erratic at times.
do you react to anything?
What do you mean?
You don't react to anything.
But this case provides a unique window into the improvisational facets of interrogation and the problem-solving skills necessary to conduct an interview such as this. George will spend the following minutes examining the menial aspects of Nathan's life, probing for lies and emotional triggers that he can manipulate to his advantage.
I just want to make sure that I understand, because even though Detective Conrad is the primary on the case, I kind of sometimes I got my own questions that she might not ask or whatever, and honestly, just with all the running around, I don't even know exactly everything that she's asked you. So, can you tell me about your day today? Like, what was it like? Where were you today?
I was just at home on the computer.
What time did you get up?
Around 10.
10? Is that a normal time that you wake up?
Yeah.
Okay, so you wake up at 10. Do you wake up with an alarm clock, or you just wake up on your own?
Yeah, I wake up on my own.
Okay.
For the next few minutes, George continues to ask Nathan more about his daily routine, who was over at the house that day, and what his mother, Michelle, does for work. But more importantly, he steers the conversation towards the topic of Nathan's familial relationships.
Okay, so he left.
Mm-hmm.
Is he your biological dad?
Mm-hmm.
And she's your biological mom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you and so dad gets thrown out, and he's automatically got a place to stay up in St. Augustine?
I think maybe, I don't know if he's keeping up with me. He's not currently employed.
Okay. Alright, so he goes up in St. Augustine. How do you find out that he's staying in St. Augustine?
We've been there, well, I've been inside, but we've been there like...
When was the last time you were there?
2 or 3 months, I think, I'm not sure.
When did he start renting that place?
A while ago, I don't know, maybe like half a year after they got divorced, I'm not sure.
I'm confused. I thought she kicked him out 2 weeks ago.
She did, but he had been staying over at the house for a while. She'd keep taking him out. He'd keep coming back.
So who else lives in this place in St. Augustine?
No one, just him.
Okay. So is there a reason that he would rather be in Palm Coast? Or?
He just wants to be here with her.
With who?
My mom.
Okay.
George eventually brings the line of inquiry to the topic of Nathan's father, driven by intuition to learn more about their relationship. Fielding questions unrelated to the murder itself puts Nathan further at ease, suggesting to him that the police are a long way from finding the truth. This is particularly effective given what we hear in the 911 call.
Okay, do you know who could have done this? Does she have any enemies that you're aware of?
My dad, I think.
They've been having problems?
They're divorced, and she recently kicked him out.
Okay.
This call is one piece of evidence that George does have access to, so focusing on Nathan's relationship with his father is no accident. Remember, there's no manhunt underway at the time of this interview, so we know the police aren't seriously considering the father as a suspect. This line of questioning gives Nathan confidence in his lies, trapping him into an untenable story that will cripple any defense he puts forth in court.
How's your relationship with him?
Not very good. He, quote, was an alcoholic and was very verbally and occasionally physically abusive.
Like what? The police ever get called? No. Abusive towards who?
Yeah, everyone in general.
Yeah. Like what? Anything big or?
He just go on rants and keep yelling and get in your face.
Okay. But he hasn't been at your house. It's 47
Wood Hollow Lane.
Wood Hollow. He hasn't been at your house in about 2 weeks.
Not that I know of. No, since you kicked him out.
Okay. So he hasn't been there. So you didn't expect to see your dad during the day or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This particular exchange is noticeably repetitive. At this point, George has asked 4 times whether Nathan had seen his dad that day. But unlike his earlier fumbling for words, this repetition has a much clearer purpose. Just as open-ended questions probe for useful information, interrogators will often re-ask questions to identify changes in demeanor and body language. If George can find an emotional trigger to use, he can better steer this conversation toward a confession.
So, tell me about the rest of your day. Uncle Greg comes over, does whatever.
She comes home eventually after that. She takes the dogs out, goes to the bathroom, she lets the cats out on the porch.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she left it unlocked. She usually locks it and keeps me out there.
Mm-hmm. She what?
She locks me out there. She doesn't want me coming into the house.
Who?
My mom.
Why?
She thinks I'm not looking for a job.
Okay, I'm confused. So she expects you to be out looking for a job during the day.
But since she locked me out of the house, I don't have any way of showering or getting changed or anything.
Okay, and how long has that been going on?
Like 2 or 3 days, I think.
Okay.
Here, we see the first glimpses of ongoing conflict between Nathan and his mother, and this tension had reached a boiling point by August of 2017. Nathan's mother had been hounding him to find stable work for years, confiscating his computer and TV privileges whenever she felt her demands weren't taken seriously. His friend, Christian Whitaker, would later comment that Nathan's attitude towards his family grew more antagonistic over time. And perhaps it was this hostility that motivated Michelle to move his bedroom to the back porch. By casting his personal space outside, she would be able to lock Nathan out of the house, forcing him to spend time looking for a job rather than inside watching TV.
Have you tried to look for a job?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like where?
Usually over by the new renovated Publix area, then over by the Target area.
Okay, where have you applied?
Just all around there. I've applied to GameStop, Target, Dollar Tree, all those places.
Okay. So, how do you, I mean, she just, I don't understand, when did she lock you out of the house?
Like 2 or 3 days ago. I've been staying out on the porch for a while now, though.
You've been staying out on the porch for 2-3 days?
No, I've been locked out there. I've been staying over there for like maybe a couple of weeks.
Okay, so when she keeps you out on the porch, does she let you in after she gets home?
Not anymore. Not in the past 2 or 3 days.
How long has this happened?
It's like 2 or 3 days.
Okay, so for 2 or 3 days you haven't been in your house?
Mm-hmm.
You haven't showered?
No, I haven't gotten to.
Okay, is there a reason that maybe you didn't shower at like Christian's house or something like that?
I just we don't really hang out that much anymore.
No? Okay.
We hung out, I think, the day before yesterday, though, just for a little bit.
Okay. All right. So you've been sleeping outside?
Yeah, out on the porch. I've got 2 fans.
That's kind of bullshit. And is somebody trying to convince your mom to tell you to do that, or?
I don't know.
George pivots and latches onto this conflict, making the first of 3 major appeals, offering Nathan validation and encouraging him to express his resentment. George uses incredulous language to show Nathan they're on the same side, endorsing any anger he may feel towards his mother's absurd behaviour. The angle taken here makes sense. If George can make Nathan feel that his indignation is justified, and therefore that the murder was too, he'll be more easily pushed toward confession, perhaps even offering it freely for another taste of validation. Over the next few minutes, George will insert pauses into the conversation, goading Nathan into filling the silence with bitter complaints.
Did you guys discuss it at all? That's crazy.
She just said, you're not looking for a job, so you're going to be locked up there.
That's really, that's crazy.
Yeah, I guess.
So what do you tell her about that?
I just said, well, I am, but she's like, well, you don't have any proof of that you're going out.
Yeah, but like, I mean, how does she expect you to get a job if you can't go in the house?
I don't know.
Did you ask her that?
I tried to ask, but she just, basically, she's really stubborn, and she just wouldn't give a reason.
Okay. I mean, do you have anybody that you, like, kind of use to, like, I don't want to say use, but, like for example, if I'm arguing with, my dad, I would use my mom or my brother, who has maybe a better relationship with him, and say, can you talk some sense in this guy? No. There's just no talking to your mom?
I try, but she's kind of hard to talk to sometimes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Nathan doesn't bite. The closest he comes to playing along is admitting his mother could be stubborn. George then makes an effort to build rapport, sharing a personal anecdote about how he deals with conflict in his own family. Still, Nathan doesn't reciprocate by venting his own feelings, and this mild view of his mother is at odds with what police would later hear from Nathan's closest friend, Christian Whitaker.
When I first met was, oh, yeah, my mom's a little bit weird, this is my sister, she likes horses, and this is my dad, and became, my mom's a fucking idiot, my dad's abusive, and my sister's a bitch.
Nathan's hostility towards Michelle was no secret to those around them, so it's unclear why he hides the nature of their relationship. Of course he understands that ill will towards his mother could be seen as a motive, so he's not so clueless as to start freely insulting her. Yet, he doesn't fully conceal this animosity, revealing that she's forced him to sleep outside. Acknowledging their strained relationship, while denying its severity, is a strange choice. One is harsh punishment. Keep this confusing attitude towards Michelle in mind moving forward. For now, Nathan isn't giving George the emotional rise he's seeking. Detective George presses on, seeking other triggers.
So, when your mom came home from work today, so she came home, what time?
I wasn't really paying attention at the time, probably around 5.
And you were on the back porch?
The entire day.
Okay. And the house is locked?
I think, as far as I know.
Okay. So you're on the back porch, your mom comes home at 5. Does she talk to you? Does anything?
No.
No conversation at all?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then take me through what happens.
She, left the door locked, locked the cats out, I guess she never
I thought it was locked.
She is, I'm talking about the porch door.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
For the cats. And, before that, she'd taken the dog to go to the bathroom.
Uh-huh.
I thought I heard her scream, and I went out into the living room and, outside.
How did you get to the living room?
The porch door was unlocked, so I opened it up and I went. And I went outside, the door was open. The front door.
Where did you hear the screaming from?
Somewhere in front of the house, either right by the door or outside.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
So you hear some screaming, so you go into the house. Did any part of you think that it was inside the house?
No, it sounded like it was by the front door.
Okay. So it sounded like it was by the front door. So you go through the house. Can you draw roughly your house?
George realizes that verbally describing the logistics of the incident is difficult to follow, so he asks Nathan to draw an outline of what happened. This makes it easier for George to follow what he's being told, to find inconsistencies he can exploit, and to lock him into a story that can be later discredited. This tactic also makes it harder for Nathan to reasonably blame errors on his own awkward wording, and with this new advantage, George begins examining Nathan's account of his mother's murder.
Okay. Front lawn. Where's the road?
Right here is like the driveway, it goes out within the road's like right here.
Which road is that?
That's the one that just goes straight
What's the name of
into
it?
I'm not sure.
What's your address?
47 Woodhull Lane.
So is it Wood Hollow?
Probably, yeah.
Is there another road on the side?
I think Pine Lakes goes off to it, then it's Wood Home, I think, and then it goes off onto Wood Hollow.
Okay, so you've been staying back here? Okay. And how did you, when you heard the scream, what time is this?
I wasn't really paying attention to the time later after she had performed.
How long had she already been home?
Probably like 2 or 3 hours, I guess.
Okay. So 2 hours maybe after she got home. She hasn't communicated with you?
Not really, she just let the dogs out.
Did you know that this door was unlocked? Okay.
She just unlocked it to let the cats out.
Okay. Did she tell you not to come in?
No, but I assumed I should if I heard screaming.
Okay, no problem. I'm just talking about before that.
Oh.
So before that, did she tell you not to come in? Oh, so you just stayed on the back porch? What were you doing on the back porch?
I was on my bed on my computer, my laptop.
Your laptop's on the back porch?
Mm-hmm.
You got a place to plug it in or something? Okay. What do you remember what website you were on?
I was watching something, a video.
Okay.
So,
alright. So you're watching a video here on the back porch, you hear the scream, and you felt it was coming from somewhere in the front? So you went through the house, through the living room? Okay. And then when you went through the living room, you went out the front door? And then when you walked out the front door, what did you see?
I saw him going off on the left, running away.
Show me the left.
Okay. From the house, this left, and then right.
Okay.
On the swale, like, right here is my car, and then him was like, he was past the driveway, so like right about where all the houses are, like about to be past that, so he's like right here.
Okay. So he's here, and where was your mom?
She was on the lawn, like right in the middle by the tree.
Right in the middle by the tree. So, and this guy was wearing what?
He was wearing those ski masks, and that's really LA.
Okay. So he was wearing
the robber masks.
Robber mask.
Yeah.
Okay. And you see her by the tree. How was she laying?
She was like on her back like this. I don't know what her arms are, but she had the knife like right in kind of like the top of her back or something.
In the top of her back? Sticking out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like here's the handle.
Okay. So you see that, and he's
right where all the other houses are. So he was booking it.
He was booking it?
Yeah, he was running.
So you saw which part of him?
Like the back.
The back?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't see the face? Okay. Could you tell if he was white or black or Hispanic or no? Okay.
He was tall and kind of muscular.
George has been asking straightforward, close-ended questions. How was she laying? How far away from her is he? He uncritically accepts each answer Nathan provides, offering little more than okay before moving on to the next question. In turn, Nathan is becoming gradually more engaged, now animated by and offering unrequested details, like the height and the build of the attacker. Focusing on the paper and the physical act of drawing adds a degree of separation between him and the questions, likely contributing to how comfortable he seems at present. But George's shift to questioning Nathan's inner thoughts ushers the spotlight away from the murder scene and back onto Nathan himself, signaling that George is preparing for a confrontation.
So you see this, and what goes through your mind?
I went over to her and I asked if she was okay, and I went to pull the knife out, but I stopped. She didn't say anything.
Uh-huh.
So I went to pull the knife out and I stopped. I don't know if I should do that. And then I got in my car and I went to Christians, and then I called 911.
Okay. So when you got in your car to go to Christians,
yeah.
Why? My main question is why wouldn't you call 911 from your house?
I wanted to make sure I was safe before I did it.
Okay. So what went through? I mean, were you concerned about being safe when you went up to her?
I don't know. I was just in a blind panic.
A blind panic. Yeah. Okay. Did you try to turn her over or no?
No.
No. Was she making any sounds? No.
No.
And what was he doing?
He was running away.
Towards a car or?
I don't know. He was just going around the corner.
Okay. So, I guess I don't understand not calling 911 from that point. I mean, even as you're driving.
George has questioned Nathan's actions when it came to dealing with his parental conflicts, but this is the first time he scrutinizes his logic at the murder scene. Why didn't he call 911 right away? Typically, this would be an immensely helpful question. An innocent person may be identified if they're offended by the topic. They're not guilty after all, so of course they have a good reason, and would be appalled to have their actions questioned. On the other hand, there's no direct accusation, so it's unlikely to undo a detective's work to lower a guilty suspect's guard. In fact, a guilty person anticipates this question, and is more likely to deliver a prepared, needlessly detailed explanation. Let's see if Nathan responds as anticipated.
I don't know. I had to make sure I was able to call while driving because I thought I might crash into something.
Okay. So you called after you got there. How far is it from your house?
It's like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Much to George's dismay, Nathan's reply is both brief and calmly delivered. George fumbles at this roadblock and quickly retreats to the safety of informational questions. With this confrontation a failure, he must preserve Nathan's willingness to talk until another opportunity opens. In the meantime, he'll be looking for any holes in Nathan's story that he can exploit.
So, did you try any type of CPR or anything like that? No. Okay. So, where was there blood in front of your house?
There was blood in before the front door, I think. I thought there was blood outside where she was.
There was blood in front of the front door?
Yeah.
Okay. So you walked through the blood?
I got some off when I got to Christians.
Okay. How did you get it off?
I rinsed it off.
Okay. Using what?
Just water and a towel.
Okay. All right. All right. So when you went up to your mom, what exactly did you do?
I went down the ground and I kind of moved her to see if she was okay. She didn't say anything. I thought I yanked on the knife, but I didn't know if I should pull it out.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't think so. I think during when I was running through by the front door, I think I lost my glasses, but I had an extra pair.
You had an extra pair on you?
Yeah. Well, in my car, yeah.
Okay.
George hasn't found any statements to build a confrontation on yet, so he goes out on a limb, asking Nathan if there's anything else he did when he found Michelle's body. Surprisingly, this actually draws some unprompted details from Nathan. At some point during the incident, his glasses fell off. This provides useful insight into Nathan's capacity to deceive, as it shows an awareness of evidence he's left behind, and the necessity to explain this away. His explanation is flimsy, but unfortunately, George doesn't pick up on the opening that this provides. He fails to confront Nathan about how his glasses fell off while simply running through a door, let alone how he could have seen the flimsy in his clothing and physique.
Okay, so
In my car.
in your car on the way to Christians?
Yeah.
Okay. So, try to take the knife out.
Mhm.
Which hand do you use? Pardon?
I use both, but mostly this one.
Mostly the right hand?
Mm-hmm.
So you're ambidextrous?
Slightly.
Slightly? Okay. Alright, so you went to grab the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Did you grab it like this? You grab it like this?
I think I grabbed it like that.
Okay. Did you pull it out?
Not completely, no.
No? How far out?
A little bit more than halfway, I'm not sure.
Okay. So, was your mom, she wasn't making any sound, was she breathing or anything like
I
that?
don't think so.
Did you check her pulse? Okay. And so when time is of the essence, and this guy's already ran away, I can't get over not calling 911.
I didn't know what to do.
Have you ever called 911 before?
Mm-hmm.
Never?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, alright. Alright. Alright, just give me a second.
He takes the diagram Nathan drew and leaves the interview room. As he regroups with the rest of his team, Nathan is left alone to dwell on the fact that his lies, fixed by his own hand on yellow paper, have now been collected as evidence.
Alright. Can you see the scratches in your arm?
Oh. You move this?
George re-enters the interview room 30 minutes later. His mood and strategy have made a palpable change as stage 2 of this interview commences. Whereas he previously let the door swing shut on its own, he now pushes it closed until it audibly locks. The detective lets his arm fall to his side in a show of exasperation, and his stern persona offers no preamble before confronting Nathan. It's clear that this second phase is intended to scare Nathan, to escalate his anxiety until he cracks. George stands uncomfortably close, physically intimidating Nathan as he asks about scratches on his arm. These scratches are a piece of physical evidence that drags Nathan back to the scene with his mother, and the intense distress he would have felt at that moment. This confrontation is strengthened by George's certainty. Where before his questions seemed random and without conviction, now the detective knows exactly what he wants, and Nathan would be wise to fear whatever plan he seems to have.
When I was laying against the cones, the police car. It was when I was laying against the cones in the police car. I think.
Those are scratches.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
As you might expect of Nathan at this point, he mumbles some vague story about them being marks from a cone he leaned on in the police car. George doesn't yet assert that the scratches came from Michelle, but is quick to call Nathan out for this ridiculous explanation. He won't let his suspect deny that they are indeed scratches, and will go on to shoot down similarly inane excuses each time Nathan offers them. Recounting lies aids the confidence of a guilty person, and with this new tactic to feed into Nathan's anxiety, that isn't something George can permit.
You know what I think is kind of a strange thing? Is that we've been dealing with you for how many hours now? Do you know how many hours it's been? Okay. Do you know how many times you've asked any of us how your mom's doing? No? Are you gonna ask?
George's tone is undeniably aggressive now. This is no longer a conversation to help the police simply understand a timeline. This is the police dealing with an inconvenient liar. He punctuates this dismissive language by removing his tie and tossing it aside, before again confronting Nathan's actions and character. What kind of son wouldn't ask about the well-being of his mother?
Huh? You don't want to know? Why?
Because she might not be okay.
Tell me what you mean by that.
I don't want to know if she's okay, but she might not be.
What makes you say that?
Before Nathan finishes muttering a response, George rudely interjects. This interruption, alongside George's fidgeting, may have made the detective appear disinterested and unprofessional before, but now, this behaviour conveys how little respect he has for Nathan, and how unswayed he is by the suspect's lies. Of course, there's also the bonus effect of distracting Nathan from his train of thought, making it harder for him to keep track of how he should respond to this new barrage of questions.
I saw her, she didn't look okay.
Describe that.
She didn't. There's a lot of blood.
Okay. So a lot of blood, I mean, what does that mean?
There's a lot of blood.
Where was the blood?
All around her.
And you only touched the knife?
I bent down and I touched her to see if she was okay. She didn't say anything.
So rather than call 911, you got in your car.
Yeah.
And you drove how many miles?
Like half a mile, it's not that far.
And then they had to tell you to call 911. Because I've been sitting here and listening to your excuses and whatever you're saying. And it's gotten a little bit aggravating, especially when you haven't asked once how she's doing, which I think is strange. I mean, you're 23 years old, 22 years old. Your mother raised you. And you don't want to know how she's doing?
George is ready to try out this interrogation's second appeal, targeting Nathan's sense of shame. More specifically, George attacks Nathan's apparent lack of emotion and concern for his mother, and his mistake is obvious right away. Autism can impede one's ability to express emotions in a conventional way, so shaming Nathan isn't going to strike a chord if he does, if only inwardly, feel grief over the death of his mother. If there was any doubt that her murder weighed on him, his friend Christian's testimony douses that.
I would bet my life on the fact that he was not emotionless. He was not a robot. I would not call him a sociopath.
Of course, George lacks Christian's understanding of Nathan's past and personality, so as far as he knows, he just needs to apply more pressure to get a reaction from Nathan. To this end, George will adopt the tone of a stern parent or teacher, and through this, he will position himself as an authority figure that one should respect and obey, and whose judgment Nathan should take seriously.
I think you know how she's doing. I think that's the problem. I think you know how she's doing.
Is she okay?
Why don't you tell me?
I don't know. Why would I know?
You don't know? You don't want to know?
No, I don't.
So then why'd you ask me?
Because you said.
Okay. Your mom's dead.
Abruptly and with no sympathy, George announces that Nathan's mother is dead. Hoping has now applied enough pressure to prompt a lapse in Nathan's composure, George pauses, waiting patiently for his suspect to yield.
You already knew that, though.
But Nathan doesn't yield. He murmurs the word she, but after 30 excruciating seconds, George is the one to interrupt this standoff. At the very least, he uses this as an opportunity to reinforce his hostility, accusing Nathan of already knowing that his mother had died.
That's why you don't ask. Do you know how many times everybody else asked me? Everybody else asked me. Except for you. You got nothing to say. I'm not even done telling you the crazy shit. So fucking brace yourself.
After more tense periods of silence, George lets Nathan know that he's not off the hook yet. He may not have conceded, but the detective has an arsenal of emotional triggers and evidence still to throw his way. George must hope that the anticipation of this evidence heightens Nathan's sense of dread.
What?
Do you know what high velocity blood spatter is? You don't? You have high velocity blood spatter on your shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. It means the blood hit your shirt at a high rate of speed.
Why would it?
What?
Why would it do that?
There's only one reason that it would do that. Listen, man. You're making me lose my patience. Okay? There's only one reason that there would be high velocity blood spatter on your shirt. And that's you standing right next to your mother when she got stabbed.
I wasn't.
But you were. But you were. And that's why she scratched you on the arm. And guess what? Your DNA and your skin is going to be under her fingernails. Huh?
Why would it be though?
I just told you because she scratched you.
Was you from the cone in the car though?
That is not from a cone. Those are scratches.
Oh. Don't look like it.
You don't know?
Like a teacher confronting a delinquent student, he asks why Nathan's chest had been sprayed with his mother's blood. By explaining how incriminating this class of blood spatter is, and insisting that Nathan's DNA is under his mother's nails, George entraps him, without directly saying that Nathan killed Michelle. The detective reveals his team has scientific, irrefutable evidence that he is lying about how she died. Tragically, George's suspicions are correct. On the evening of August 23rd, Michelle returned home from her job as a medical assistant to find Nathan playing video games on his laptop. With Nathan unable to show evidence he'd looked for work that day, an argument ensued. The pair stood in the kitchen, mother berating son, shouting at him to look at me when I'm talking to you. Bitter and frenzied, Nathan found himself reaching for a large kitchen knife. At around 7:30 p.m., he stood before his mother as he plunged the knife into her neck, then her chest, and finally her back. Nathan fled to Christian's house, where the family convinced Nathan to call authorities, all while Nathan's mother bled to death in their front yard, the knife still jutting out of her body.
So, I tell you that your mother's dead. Let that sink in for a second.
No.
Yeah?
Oh. Didn't an ambulance pick her up?
No, an ambulance didn't pick her up. Do you know why an ambulance didn't pick her up?
Why?
Because she was dead. Because when you left her, she was dead, and you didn't call anybody. You just got in your fucking car and drove a couple of miles away.
So she could have been.
And you've got high velocity blood spatter all over your shirt. You got scratches on her arms. Tomorrow, her fingernails are gonna have your skin underneath them because you guys got into it. You guys got into it.
The idea that Michelle could have been saved if an ambulance was called causes a shift in Nathan's posture. His awkward movement as he leans on the desk may give the impression he's faking this reaction, or playing it up as part of an innocent facade, but he certainly hasn't bothered with false displays of emotion until now. George appears to credit this change to his tactic of shaming, drawing focus back to Nathan's lack of reaction to his mother's death and his failure to get help. The goal is for the suspect to perceive themselves as morally reprehensible for not only causing the victim's death, but lacking the courage to own up to it. They should feel equally certain their guilt will be found out, and this is a common setup that presents confession as the only positive outcome. A suspect can't deny their guilt, but they can salvage their integrity.
Why would they do that?
I don't know, man. Maybe because you're sleeping on the back porch for the last 3 days.
Well, I thought you'd eventually let me in, though.
Well, maybe she wouldn't.
Throughout this interview, Nathan will continue to ask why he would do what George is accusing him of. Perhaps he's not even sure of the answer himself, but the detective is ready to offer a logical motive. He suggests Michelle's severe punishments could have triggered the fight. There are parts of this conversation that almost feel like a train of thought in Nathan's own head. He figured his mother would eventually let him back inside, but George plays the role of Nathan's pessimism, retorting that maybe she wouldn't. If the detective can correctly infer Nathan's motive, identify his lies, and recount his very thought process, there's no way he can maintain the delusion that he'll get away with his mother's murder.
You've also identified the knife that's in her back.
Yeah.
That you didn't remove but touched.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. That knife doesn't look like it's budged an inch out of her back. Yeah. So, do you want to try again and tell me what happened tonight?
I already told you, though.
Okay. Tell me one more time. Humor me.
From where? When I was on the porch? Or?
Yeah, you were out on the porch and you heard screaming.
I was on the porch on the computer.
Sure.
I heard screaming. The porch was unlocked, so I opened it and I, at some point, lost my glasses while looking. I went out through the front door, which was already open. I went down, or the guy was already making way past the driveway where the turn is.
You're still sticking with the guy?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
George sliding his chair closer to Nathan shows a disconcerting level of attentiveness, one which threatens to find any slip-up or contradiction. As if his disdain could be any clearer, he interjects by asking if Nathan is pressing on with his narrative of a mysterious masked killer, making it abundantly clear he's no longer taking this version of events seriously. George tells him to continue with this story anyway, emphasizing that it doesn't matter how many times Nathan offers this lie, it's not becoming any more believable.
Okay.
Keep going.
I bent down and I asked her if she was okay. She didn't say anything. I tried to bite the knife, but I didn't know whether I should move it or not.
So why touch it?
I don't know. I was scared.
Where'd you recognize the knife from?
It looked like one of ours.
Oh, it looked like one of yours.
Yeah, we have a kitchen knife thing.
So a knife that came out of your house, right, that you walked through, did you walk past it, where the knives are?
Well, the kitchen was over there, so yeah, I don't look at it.
Okay, so you walked out, you walk through the house, you walk out front, and you see her and the mystery man standing at the end of the property, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you are scared of you're scared of the mystery man, right?
Yeah.
But you develop immense courage for several seconds and you run up to your mom, just long enough to get your DNA on her, right? And on the knife.
Well, that to me was already far away.
I get that, man, and that's why your fucking story makes no sense.
As George assaults Nathan with logical inconsistencies in his account of events, all Nathan can do is limply state that he can't explain it. In reality, what he says is reasonable. No one truly knows how they would act in such a horrifying situation, so presenting Nathan's behaviour as wholly unbelievable is a bluff on George's part. But Nathan doesn't know this, and the accusations are becoming more explicit. Even if trauma can account for some of Nathan's unusual behaviour, the simplest explanation is usually the correct one.
He was already far away. You have no reason to not call the police. But yet you told us on a sworn statement, you tell us that you went to your friend's house because you're scared of the masked mystery man.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sure the neighbor's surveillance cameras got a glimpse of this masked mystery man too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? You sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Which neighbor?
I don't know, where is the surveillance camera?
Okay. So, you weren't scared anymore, but then what happened? So you walk up to the knife, you grab it, right?
Yeah.
How do you get high velocity blood spatter on your shirt?
I don't know.
How? Just give me something, man. Don't just give me, I don't know.
I don't know though.
You can't tell me how some of this blood splattered all over your shirt. You do this, and you hit, right? The blood spatters, okay? That's how it works. Do you know what fucking physics is? That's how it works. If you're standing on the back porch and somebody else stabs your mother, that blood doesn't end up on your shirt. So explain to me why your mother's blood is splattered at a high velocity. Are you just trying to piss me off? I don't understand.
George comes dangerously close here to intimidating a suspect, as his threatening demeanour and violent gestures could be interpreted as a threat to Nathan's safety. This outburst isn't just for show. Telling Nathan he's frustrated and angered by his lies serves the disappointed, authoritative persona George maintains. But the detective also seems genuinely taken aback by Nathan's audacity, particularly when he agrees his neighbour's security cameras must have captured the imagined murderer. It's possible this aggression is another attempt to make Nathan have an emotional outburst of his own, but George knows that any confession will be excluded from trial if obtained by intimidating, threatening, or using violent force against a witness. So the detective reins it in, once again pivoting his approach.
You're making up bullshit over and over. You're digging yourself a deeper and deeper hole, man. You're digging yourself a deeper and deeper hole. Every lie you tell is digging you a deeper and deeper hole. If something happens at the spur of the moment, bam, something happens, spur of the moment. You react on impulse. That's different. But once you start lying about something, and once you start making up invisible masked people who don't exist, that's when you get into even deeper trouble. None of that makes any sense to you? Just tell me how the blood gets flung all over your shirt. Tell me. Because nothing in your story explains any of that.
I don't know.
Did you do CPR?
No.
You didn't do CPR.
No.
Do you know how to do CPR?
Mm-mm.
No. Why didn't you run to a neighbor's house?
I don't know.
Why haven't you still reacted since I told you that your mother's dead? You still haven't reacted.
There's no way.
She's dead.
This next angle is a familiar one. George suggests the murder could have been an impulsive, unintentional thing. This kind of an act can be understood, even forgiven, if it's something Nathan didn't have full control over. George wants Nathan to believe he does have control now over the outcome of this interview. Once again, it's the lying, the failure to own up to one's mistakes, that would make him irredeemable. The detective takes another pause, waiting for some sign that he's pushed Nathan closer to confession.
Oh.
Yeah, she is. She's dead. Never coming back. Never gonna say another fucking word to you. But she knows what you did. She knows what you did.
She got me in the hospital.
What?
She got me in the hospital or something.
She's not in the hospital, my man. She's dead.
After getting caught up in Nathan's lack of emotion once more, George seems to realize that before Nathan can stop denying his culpability, he must accept the fact that his mother is dead. It's much easier for him to keep lying if he labours under the delusion that she's still alive, and believing she's okay offers George no leverage. So forcing Nathan to confront this reality becomes a priority as the detective presses onwards. How could he admit to his mother's murder if he can't even accept that she's dead?
Oh.
She's dead. What's her name?
Michelle.
Michelle what?
Schimmel.
Michelle Schimmel.
Yeah.
So you can tell me her name, Michelle Schimmel, and I'm telling you that she's dead, and you don't have any, nothing? Yeah. Why do you think we're doing all this, man? Huh?
I don't know.
Why do you think we're here?
Try to find out who did it.
There's only one person with blood spatter all over their shirts. You know who it isn't? Your dad. Your dad doesn't have anything on his shirt. Your dad doesn't have any crazy stories.
He doesn't have any shirts in his truck or anything?
No. Just you, with blood all over your toes, with scratches on your arm. You lost a pair of glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got a stretch on your V-neck.
That's a V-neck, right?
I know what a V-neck is. You got blood, your mom's blood, your dead mother's blood on your chest. You still got your dead mother's blood on your chest right now.
Jeez.
What do you want to see, pictures?
No.
Huh?
No.
George forces Nathan to say his mother's name. He reminds Nathan that it's not simply his mother's blood on his chest, but his dead mother's blood. Finally, he compounds this assault by offering to show Nathan photos of her bloody body, objective proof that she is indeed deceased. The detective uses every trick at his disposal to strike an emotional trigger, and his efforts to overwhelm Nathan pay off, as a rising sense of dread bleeds into his voice.
If you didn't think she was dead, you wouldn't have left, my man. You would have called 911. If you didn't think she was, you already knew what I told you. You didn't even flinch. I've been doing this shit for 12 years, man. I've dealt with the hardest gangsters in Flagler County. And when these dudes find out that their mother passes away, or their family member, they react. Gangsters who have been killing people, shooting people since they were little. You, though, I'm telling you right now that you got your dead mother's blood on your chest. I'm telling you that you got high velocity blood spatter from your mother on you. Tomorrow, they're going to tell us that your DNA, your skin, is under her fingernails.
Well,
Huh? Did she scratch you earlier in the day?
no.
So you're going to maintain that you got scratches from a human being on your left arm from leaning up against a cone. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
How does that happen? Explain that to me. Because that's just like the fucking science with the blood spatter with you. So explain to me how that happens. Tell me, I'm listening.
So it's just leaning up against the cone in the car.
Do you react to anything?
What do you mean?
You don't react to anything. You're not you're just in here stone cold, like you don't give a fuck about anything I'm telling you.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Would you not say that I'm laying some heavy shit on you right now? Or maybe you deal with harder shit when you're playing World of Warcraft. I don't know. Huh?
I don't play that.
Okay, whatever you play. How did you get the scratch on your face?
Well, what scratch?
There's a scratch on your cheek.
Is there?
Yeah. Is that from the cone too?
No, I wasn't. I don't think I laid my head against it.
Uh-huh. Alright, so let's go through this one more time. You're sitting on the back porch because your mom won't let you in the house. You've been sitting on the back porch basically for 3 days, right? Okay. Do you hear a scream? You hear a scream, right? From the time that you hear the scream until the time that you make it to your mother, how long does it take?
I don't know. It was moving pretty fast.
Fast? Okay. Moving pretty fast?
Yeah.
From the back of the house to the front of the house, what does that take? 7 seconds? 8 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jesus Christ, man. A dead fucking animal is twitching for longer than 10 seconds after it's been shot right in the head. But you're telling me that from the time you went from the back, you heard the scream, you immediately got up, you walked to the front, you walked to where your mother is, while this masked person ran away. But here's the other thing. What was this guy wearing?
I don't know, I have my glasses off. He was just wearing one of those robber masks. What are they called?
Wearing a rubber mask.
The focus on Nathan's stone-cold demeanour remains ineffective, even as George attempts to unsettle his suspect by comparing him to a violent gangster. George returns to pulling apart Nathan's story, seeking ammunition that might increase the threat of his sense of direction. In the middle of discrediting Nathan's timeline, he abruptly switches to asking what the killer was wearing. When Nathan responds, it's as though George forgot the point he intended to make, so the detective shifts again, this time returning to DNA evidence. If he is to get a confession out of Nathan at all, George must get this interrogation back on track.
Okay. But there's not going to be any foreign DNA on that knife. What?
Was he wearing gloves or?
Huh?
Was he wearing gloves or?
He doesn't exist. That person doesn't exist. I just don't know why you keep going with it.
There's surveillance footage though.
Okay, and there was nobody. I said, what is the surveillance footage going to show?
It's gonna show him though.
It's going to show him?
Yeah.
But I'm telling you that there's nobody else.
Who? It's not true.
It is true. There's nobody else. All the evidence points to one person. And that person is sitting in this room with me. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yeah.
What am I telling you?
You said that I did it.
Yeah.
I didn't though.
Okay. But you can't explain all the science that points to you doing it. Do you believe in magic?
No.
No? Well, I mean, that's about the only other way, right?
If George can't get Nathan to admit he killed his mother, or even that she's dead at all, maybe he can start with a smaller admission and steer Nathan towards these larger denials. He attempts to pursue this end, telling Nathan that his DNA will be the only sample found on the murder weapon, but the reason for this isn't that the killer was wearing gloves. It's because the masked attacker doesn't exist. By now, George freely states that he believes Nathan committed the murder, and soon after admits he doesn't know how Nathan stands by such a groundless story. No matter the scientific evidence or emotional appeals the detective throws his way, Nathan continues his monotone bluffing. At this point, all parties would be relieved if this crime could be blamed on magic so that this whole ordeal could be finished and filed away. But of course, reality is never so easy. George will persevere with this battle of attrition for another hour, whittling down his suspect's resolve whilst Nathan remains intently in denial. A notable exception to this strategy is when George tries to lower the gauge of admission. If Nathan isn't going to offer any other explanation, then perhaps George needs to take the initiative and create a new story that his suspect is more comfortable admitting to.
Do you think maybe that something happened and it got taken out of hand? Do you think something went out of hand? Maybe that's what happened. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you and your mom get in an argument and then you try to scare her and it gets carried away. Maybe she hits you. I don't know. Maybe she hits you and you react on instinct.
Oh, she hit me.
Huh?
She wouldn't hit me though.
She wouldn't hit you?
No.
George's wording here, "Do you think maybe something happened?" invites Nathan to imagine some scenario where his mother takes more of the blame, where he was reactive, not malicious. His denial could be stemming from how abhorrent his crime was. So George introduces moral ambiguity, making the pill of confession easier to swallow. But even this bait isn't appealing enough for Nathan to grasp. He refuses another opportunity to vent about his mother, instead going out of his way to assert that she would never hit him. Nathan's confusing relationship with Michelle re-enters the spotlight, and if we look again at Christian's testimony, we see that this isn't the first time Nathan has had to seriously consider his mother's integrity and even her love for him.
I'm going to agree with you on that she cared a lot for him. And it had always been a point of contempt between he and I, just the way he talked about his family. He hated his father, he hated his sister, he hated his mom. And I mean, it was in not so well-formed terms, but just always badmouthed them. They're so stupid, you know how they are. And to a point, you kind of had to agree with them. They were very controlling and you could say unreasonable at times, but they were good people.
When we complain about personal issues, it's easy to slip into hyperbole. It's no stretch to assume Nathan exaggerated when venting to Christian, or didn't present his friend with the whole truth. The two were a source of comfort for each other when it came to struggles with their families, so Christian's understanding of Nathan's family dynamic would no doubt be skewed towards the negative. All of this to say, even if Nathan rejected Christian's advice, refused to acknowledge that his mother was coming from a loving place, deep down he may yet have believed she cared for him. This knowledge, and the guilt that stems from it, seems to be the root of Nathan's denial, and his refusal to lay the blame on Michelle. Of course, this doesn't negate his culpability either. So George wields this information to make his third and most effective appeal. He confronts Nathan with his mother's perspective, her anguish at his betrayal.
Why are you crying?
No,
Why are you crying?
no, she's not dead.
Yeah, she is dead.
No.
She is dead. She's dead. That's the shit that you did. That's what you did to her. She raised you and you killed her. Yeah? That's exactly what happened. You grabbed the kitchen knife and you stabbed your own mother in the fucking back. What kind of person fucking stabs their own mother in the fucking back? Huh?
Nathan has finally cracked. For the first time, he's the one to break the silence with his crying. But earning the emotion he's been seeking won't lessen George's attack on his guilty conscience.
There's blood all over the inside of the house, at the front. Blood all over the inside. She's cut up pretty bad. But you know that. You know that. And you know that because you were there. And you weren't on the back. You were right there. Something happened, and in the spur of the moment, you lashed out. And there's no masked guy. You know how I know that? Because shit like that doesn't happen. She scratched you, man. She scratched you. You probably didn't even notice it. Are you an evil person? I don't know. I don't know. But an evil person would sit here knowing that their mother is watching them from above, desperately trying to understand how a child that she raised and probably sacrificed more than you can imagine killed her. And tomorrow, or the next day on the newspaper, when there's your face and it says that you killed your mother and gave no remorse, barely shed a fucking tear, and, you know, it is what it is.
Nathan, with his head cradled in his hands, has cut off any visual stimulation from George. In order to remind his suspect that he's awaiting a response during each pause, George paces back and forth, each step an audible reminder of passing time and building pressure. When he still doesn't reply, George drags back the image of the betrayed mother watching over him, desperate to know why Nathan quite literally stabbed her in the back. Nathan violently shakes his head when he hears of how the media will depict him, unable to stand the idea that they'll think he didn't love her. But George knows a way for Nathan to redeem his character, and to make his true feelings known, he must convince Nathan that the only path to this redemption is through confession.
Let it out, man. It's gonna eat you alive. It's going to eat you alive. You should be ashamed of yourself, man. Your mother's up there. And you can't even admit to what you did. It's gonna feel a lot better once it comes out. It's gonna feel a lot better. And then we can work. We can work together on on trying to patch things up. I'm listening. I'm just gonna sit here and listen. Nate. Come on. Come on, man. Are you religious? Are you religious? This is a very evil thing that happened today, Nate. If not,
Nathan knows all too well that his guilt is going to eat him alive. He can barely grapple with it now, and it's been just hours since the murder. His mother is watching over him, and if that wasn't enough, George reminds him that God will be just as eager to judge Nathan for his sins. He may not be able to undo his actions, but George has made it clear that coming clean will relieve this remorse. With the ability to salvage his integrity and release his immense guilt, it will take just a small kindness from his interrogator to finally break Nathan's resolve.
tell me. What happened? What happened? What happened? Nate, what happened? What happened, Nate? All you can do, man, is ask God for forgiveness, man. Yeah. Tell me what happened. Let it out, man. What? What happened? It was an accident.
Unable to make visual contact with Nathan, George finally earns his confession with comforting, physical contact. It's usually safer to avoid touching a suspect, as they and their defense may choose to present this as intimidation down the line. The court may see it that way as well, but in this case, the detective's intent is undeniably non-threatening. The softening of George's stern, authoritative demeanour appeals to Nathan's intense regret. He doesn't want to have done this, but the detective has created an environment where he can and must confront his actions.
You didn't mean to. It's okay. Just talk to me. You did the right thing. How did it happen? I figured that, man. I didn't need to. Okay, alright. It's okay.
George goes on to affirm Nathan's grief, assuring him that he's done the right thing, in turn enhancing the relief his confession provides. George promises Nathan that this was the hardest part, and it will take little encouragement from the detective for Nathan to offer up more details and strengthen the prosecution's case. Nathan will be indicted on a charge of first-degree murder. On December 16, 2020, after 3 years of pandemic-related delays, he'll plead no contest to a reduced charge of second-degree murder. He's sentenced to 50 years in prison and a lifetime of probation. Even once eligible for release in 2060, Nathan will be subject to random, warrantless searches for the rest of his days. He'll be prohibited from visiting bars, forced to comply with random drug testing, and liable to pay the costs of his probation supervision. His life will never truly return to normal, but no degree of punishment will bring back Michelle, or heal the wounds of those who loved her and Nathan. Nathan's sister Ilana was just 19 at the time of the murder. Since that night in 2017, she hasn't found the strength to return to her family home, or to speak to her older brother. To honor her mother, Ilana planted a shoe-mud red oak at the Florida Agricultural Museum in Palm Coast. The two used to volunteer there together, and the shrine she's built has become a space where she and others can talk to her mother and remember her.
Being a fan of Gravity Falls while the show was airing was an absolutely unparalleled experience. And in real time, try to figure out the pulsing mystery of the town and how three mysterious universe portal and a dream demon all connect to each other. We all remember the theories that came true, but what has been lost to time are the theories that didn't. From the absurd to the absolutely improbable, here are the Gravity Falls theories that no one really remembers. I'm here with Trinity, a Gravity Falls fan who really only got into the show after it ended and who was not there to witness any of the insane antics on social media between 2012 and 2016. So I'm going to read theories to her of all file straight out of season 2 episode 15, and we're gonna rank them, I guess, on a scale of what, like
1 to 10. Dipper, the cool dipper, Dippy Fresh. 1 out of 10 Dippy Freshes.
Wiggity wiggity, what's up, dude bros?
Dippy Fresh meter.
Dippy Fresh meter.
How many flip a dip dip?
Flip a dip dip.
Our first theory, Trinity, is Tad Strange, Bill Cipher's secret twin brother.
I'm so okay. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of evidence on this one.
Is there? I feel like there's not.
Okay, so let's set the scene. It's March of 2015. Okay. Gravity Falls just saw its biggest plot twist. We learned that the universe portal led to Stan's brother, the author of the journals. And then there was a massive billion-year wait until A Tale of Two Stans. It was 4 entire months. So Gravity Falls fans were just anxious for answers. So anxious for answers that they were making their own questions to find answers for. A few days after the episode dropped, eagle-eyed Gravity Falls fans noticed that actor Cecile Baldwin,
My name is Cecil Baldwin,
added Gravity Falls to his online resume, in which he voiced a character called Tad Strange. We know now that Tad Strange turned out to just be some random guy in Stanchurian Candidate.
Hi guys, Tad's the name, and being normal's my game.
Series creator Alex Hirsch revealed later that Cecile just updated his online resume almost immediately after the recording session, despite being told not to. Alex Hirsch hosted a Reddit Ask Me Anything on April 2nd, 2015, in which he roleplayed as Bill Cipher. When someone asked who Tad Strange was, Hirsch, as Cipher, replied that Tad's a real square, and that is an objectively stupid shape. And that sparked a fire. Oh, also, there's some visuals for you to look at. To pull up the first file, there's quite a lot of evidence here.
The attention you put into it.
We just learned that Stan had a secret brother last week. So obviously, naturally, the show was going to do the exact same plot twist again. Within days, the internet decided that Tad Strange was a purple square demon with a bowler hat, Bill's more evil sibling who'd been pulling the strings all along. I've provided some images for you to look at underneath the screenshots.
Okay.
Multiple fans.
Oh god.
There were hundreds of people
my God.
who decided that Tad Strange
is
a purple square.
Like this is terrifying. These are real? People actually think these things?
Well, they thought them at the time. Now we know who Tad is.
Well, yeah. How did they even come up? They just wanted shapes. They just wanted to do more of the shapes. Yeah.
Triangle.
Where's the circle? Where's the oblong shapes?
There's no dodecahedron demon in Gravity Falls. Well, imagine being Cecile Baldwin.
And not knowing what was going on.
Not knowing what this fandom is like. Now, obviously, this theory was disproved when the Stanchurian Candidate aired 6 months after
Cecil Baldwin's
recording session, and Tad Strange was just some dude with 3 lines.
Oh snap.
Luckily, though, due to the whole Tad Strange kerfuffle, there was enough production lead time to give him a little cameo in the Weirdmageddon finale in response to his unexpected, out-of-nowhere popularity.
This experience will forever scar Tad Strange.
So, that's all the evidence for the Tad Strange theories.
Okay, Tad Strange.
How many flip-a-dip-dips would you give this one?
God. Okay, are we going off of how bogus it is, or how good, like, oh my god, I believe that?
Yeah,
Plausibility. I'm gonna give it 1.25 flip-a-dip-dips.
You're being generous.
I'm being so generous there.
Give it just 1 flip-a-dip for creativity.
There's like a random concert going on over there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear this in our mics here, but there is some concert going on there. People are yelling, and the way it's echoing just sounds like it's a cult ritual. The next one, Robbie is a zombie. Robbie,
echoed.
The punk emo teen, is sometimes surrounded by death imagery. And the journal said that zombies are sometimes mistaken for teenagers.
No, they actually. You're kidding. This is a piece of evidence.
You're dead?
They took that seriously?
Zombies are dead. Okay. This one makes me laugh because how would Robbie hide the fact that he's a rotting corpse?
He's dripping and oozing all around. He's like, oh, sorry.
When he's like, Robbie, you smell like you died. Take a shower.
Oh, sorry. It's just my new cologne.
It's like, I think the journal says they can be mistaken for teenagers at a glance, but we've spent so much time with Robbie, I think we would know if he was a zombie.
I'm pretty sure that's very clear. We're ready for flip-dip-dips on this one? Because I'm already ready.
Okay.
0.
Whoa.
0. Zilch. None. No
Okay.
flip-dip-dips. Not even allowed.
10. 10 flip-a-dip-dips.
You believe Robbie is a
That is
zombie?
flip-a-dip, a 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 flip-a-dip-a-dip-a-dip.
Before I forget, I'd like to say thank you to Confusion Hill for letting us film in front of their Bill Cipher statue in the middle of the night. To clarify, this is not a sponsorship, but I just think it was really nice of them because it's their private property and someone lives there. Confusion Hill is a tourist trap outside of Piercy, California, the likes of which inspired the Mystery Shack. It has been the home of the statue ever since the Cipher Hunt. If you're ever in the area, be sure to check it out. It genuinely feels like you're in the Mystery Shack, and Grumble Stan's gonna walk around.
Mabel's secret clone, LaBam.
God, I knew about this one.
I told you about this one the other day as a palate cleanser. No, the opposite. Whatever,
Like
appetizer.
An appetizer.
An appetizer.
No, you warned me about this one, but I don't think I'm actually prepared for the evidence, because you gave me a little taste. You gave me one taste.
I give you one piece of evidence. There's so many. You're gonna, your jaw's gonna drop, and you're gonna stop laughing at this one. This episode, Mabel is left-hand dominant. In other episodes, Mabel is
Obviously, that's the only option, is there's two.
You can just look at the first two. Pretty convincing.
I mean, looking at these, they're two different people.
Next, Gnomes fell in love with Mabel, specifically. Probably because she had deeper, secret powers.
I hope you have evidence for this one.
That was the evidence. In Mabel's Guide to Romance, which is a little short film made by her, Mabel, she speaks an off-screen word cutout.
I love you much, baby. Why would you let me into your life? You know what you did, Zach!
She's wearing a different sweater.
Yes, this one you showed. Yes, this one. You showed me. This is the one that he prefaced with. And it got me pissed.
Hey, take a chill pill. Those grow on trees here.
How dare children try to be creative?
This could have been shot on a different day.
I know that's the whole joke, is that her short has no production value or consistency because she's Mabel.
She's literally Mabel.
That's not all.
Okay.
In Boys Crazy, Mabel is at the bottom of the stairs as Grenda and Candy run up. But by the time they reach the top, she's already up there. How'd she get there? You might think that this is just a classic cartoon gag that's been in things since the 1960s, but you don't realize this is evidence of a clone. I think that every time the Scooby-Doo characters went through like a door in a hallway and then came out like a different door, they were cloning themselves.
It's the only way it works.
Gravity Falls had the key to figuring out Scooby-Doo, and we got it.
You boos?
What does that mean?
Books.
I don't know what that
would be Scooby-Doo's evil twin. Or Velma,
Almeth and the Chipmunks. A lot of people claimed that LaBam would be the llama on the Bill Cipher wheel, because the first time we see the little llama symbol, Mabel's holding it up in the mirror, therefore, reverse Mabel, LaBam is the llama. Alright, but the true smoking gun here is that in the deep end, Mabel receives bottle messages from Mermando. The first 4 that pop up say Mabel, and the last 2 say LaBam.
I want to know the actual meaning behind LaBam in this.
So Alex Hirsch has said on multiple occasions, LaBam was just an animation error.
Oh.
But that makes me laugh, because how do you accidentally spell a word backwards? Like, it was animated overseas in South Korea, so some people have said, like, maybe it's, it's not their first language, but it's like, when I was learning Spanish, I didn't spell hermanos backwards.
I mean, maybe I can see if it was, like, on the other side and they had to flip it in some sort of way
They
to
didn't
make
flip it horizontally, they just wrote the letters backwards.
This makes no sense to me.
I don't understand how that happened.
I really don't know. That's some that's some intern that just got fired right there. Yikes.
I don't understand how it didn't get fixed either, because you only have a limited budget for retakes. The longer something takes to do, the more expensive the retake is. With that, it's like you literally just retype the word, or even if they're hand-drawn, you just use the lasso and rearrange the letters. I don't understand how that took more than 5 minutes.
More bottles on the way.
That still blows my mind. Someone got fired. That's all.
I don't think anyone got fired.
No, probably
I think
not,
that was evidence of LaBam. An alternate theory also stated that Waddles was Mabel's secret twin from another dimension, but I'm not going to spend more than a second on that because there's no evidence.
No.
Banger.
I mean, well, Seuss become Waddles at one point, so I mean...
Seuss' sister. Figured it out.
Right here, clickbait. Seuss is Mabel's sister.
Transmasculine icon. Seuss. How many bits?
Out of believability, I want to give this 0, but honestly, I'll give this a little bit more credit than a tad strange. So it'll be 3 Flip-A-Dip dips.
I'm gonna give this one 5 Flip-A-Dip dips. This one's not terrible. A gold-based secret society.
Okay.
In Boys Crazy, Stan mentions that he's stocking meat for the apocalypse, doodly-doo, and later he tells Robbie to bury his gold and that the apocalypse is coming. 2 episodes later, in Dreamscaper Earth, Bill tells Gideon to buy gold as well.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, the apocalypse is coming soon. Bury your gold!
Reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
The repetition of this line convinced fans that Bill would bring about an apocalypse, and gold would be the only thing capable of defeating him. And they were half right in that regard, as Bill brought about an apocalypse. Stan's apocalypse prep was meant to just be a gag in the episode. Is just a jab at old paranoid men who experience. I'm not clear if this was intended Armageddon or if it's Steve Armageddon that early in the series.
I listen to a lot of AM radio, so we know what this meant. The plan's to stay until we run out.
Stan, obviously, was getting at this point in the series. But after the line was repeated multiple times, it wasn't unreasonable to assume there was something of significance. Fans began looking at the gold necklaces on select characters, seeing how multiple hidden secret codes hinted at a secret society in Gravity Falls prior to the introduction of the Blind Eye Society. A golden necklace secret society was thought to maybe be the answer. Stan was thought to be a prominent member because a string board in Dipper's Guide to the Unexplained shows Dipper questioning if Stan's tattoo might be a secret society symbol. Even though this was just Dipper's random theorizing in the background, maybe meant to be a red herring, fans were 100% convinced that Stan was a member of whatever secret society Gravity Falls was hiding. Some people also misheard, "Finally, I have them all" in Season 1's finale as "Finally, we have them all."
Finally, we have them all. Finally, we have them all.
And assume that this portal belonged to said secret society and was the key to defeating Bill. Now, why would Bill tell people to buy gold if that was his weakness? Where I'm sitting now, looking back, I feel like a theory that would have made sense is maybe Bill is controlling the gold-based society.
All of these are just old men wearing gold chains, by the way. This is all this
Gold
is.
Chains for Old Men magazine.
Yeah,
That's a good issue.
They're all the exact same one. So I can kind of see where they go with this. I mean, okay, they didn't know about the secret society yet.
I don't think this is a bad theory at all.
Honestly, I think this is as plausible as they can possibly come, because the whole point of Gravity Falls is to try to guess.
Yeah.
You know, so, I mean, it's just a lot of old men wearing gold chains, which, you know, look fresh. Get it.
I'm gonna be generous with this one.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm gonna give this 10 Flip-A-Dip dips.
I'm gonna give it 8 Flip-A-Dip dips, but like an 8.5 in regular dips.
What the hell does that even mean?
Shit, my whole star is coming off. And it's also being held together by duct tape. Right now it has
Not just any duct tape,
but Pride
duct tape. It's like regular duct tape, but it costs more. We got you, gay people. By the time I had the idea to get a maple sweater, there wasn't enough time to buy one in the mail. And so I just got a blank pink shirt from the arts and crafts store, and we made...
This is the wrong color?
I can explain this. Basically, in my defense, I got in the fabric store, and I just remembered I forgot what colors they were, so I just kind of did my best guess. Because basically, I didn't have my phone on me. I was gonna Google it, but I left it in the car. I was not gonna like walk into the store, then walk right back out, and then walk right back in, because there's some lady at the door being like, "Hi, welcome to Joann's," and I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of this lady I was never gonna see again, so I just guessed.
So you make me look like a fool?
Well, I got one out of the color, one of the 3 colors right, and I got the star yellow, so
at least.
Yeah. From the future wrote the journals. It's the next
Okay,
theory.
that would have been so cool. That would have been so cool. Honestly, I was kind of expecting Stanford to be like a Dipper in the future or something like that.
Well, let me lay out the evidence.
Okay, so I'm gonna be disappointed.
Dipper really likes the journals, and there is time travel in the show Gravity Falls. How's that?
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's all.
You didn't finish.
No, that's all.
Kian.
That's all there is.
Kian, there's more, right?
Huh?
is this one clickbait video. It's like, Dipper from the future.
Secrets revealed, confirmed.
Confirmed?
They actually acknowledged this theory in a promo for Society of the Blind Eye. The Disney XD wacky narrator's like, who wrote the journals?
Wrote the journals? Who wrote the journals?
Stan? Something? These guys in robes? Dipper from the future?
Stan, Gideon, McGucket, these guys in robes? Dipper from the future?
So, they acknowledged that fan theory, at least in official promotional material. How many flippy dips?
I want to give it 0, but like honestly, I feel like I don't have an opinion on it because it's just so outlandish.
I'll give it 2 flippers.
I was gonna say like 1 3/4. Yeah, I'll give it some.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Our next theory, Gompers the Goat, is Bill's puppet. People believe that Bill was possessing Gompers the Goat to spy on the Pines family because Gompers' eyes were yellow. He showed up in the first episode, and the geniuses behind Gravity Falls wouldn't introduce a goat if it wasn't the overart of the show. Turns out that the reason Gompers' eyes looked the way they did is because that's what goat's eyes actually look like.
I see that here. You provided a great visual aid here of a very lovely looking goat.
I wish that goat was my child. And that means that Bill Cipher was just like eating random cans in the backyard. He was just eating the license plate of the manager.
But also, Bill Cipher wasn't introduced until the last episode of season 1 or something like that.
Second to last.
Second to last episode of season 1, so he wasn't even brought back into the universe until that point. Like,
he planned ahead.
He decided to be a goat. I watched a little bit of this show when it first came out, and I didn't really get into it until recently, like he said, but, and I think all y'all can agree with me maybe, when Dipper gets possessed by Bill, when Bill changes outfits, you can't tell me that. He's looking good.
You know, he's 12.
I was 12 at the time.
Okay.
You can't tell me I'm wrong. Gretchen.
Camera person. What are your thoughts on Bill Dipper, or Bipper as the kids say, as the Tumblr shippers say?
He's cute, right?
I have to say, the animators did put in their entire diplomacy into that. And I did have my sexual awakening, unfortunately. And I apologize.
As a 12-year-old, you look at that and be like, "Ooh, he's tall now."
Absolutely. He has longer legs.
He looks so tall. Where did his legs go?
Speaking of Bill possessions, I had a theory back in the day about who Bill was possessing. No one else had this theory. I think like my first ever YouTube comments were typing that this was my theory, and no one ever responded or cared. But I'm going to say it here, okay? At the end of Sock Opera, Mabel has a bad dream by her puppet, okay? And then she wakes up, she's and then she turns the puppet away from her. I thought that Bill was possessing her puppet because he's a dream demon and she had a bad dream. And so I believed that so hard that eventually I developed a Mandela effect where I thought that was actually what happened.
Okay, what's weird is that I straight up, because you edited this, you posted it on Instagram and like you did like a little short of it, you know? Straight up, I feel like I remember that happening. Why wasn't that a thing? I feel like that could have been a really good piece of the episode. Like just that little tidbit.
Bill's always watching.
He's
what
always
it show, like he doesn't have to continue being in the sock. It just like
the sock is mutually exclusive to this one episode, but it just feels like that should have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with this. How many Dip-a-Dips?
Oh, Gompers? Yeah, that's right. We were on Gompers. I'll give it 4 Flip-a-Dip-Dips. I'm sure most kids don't know what goats' eyes look like. How many have you like longingly, lustfully stared at a goat trinity?
Yes, Kian. I'm looking at one right now.
Okay, fuck. I mean, like, greatest of all time, or like Survivor Goat, where you're dragged to the final 3 and you get no votes?
I've never watched Survivor.
You're missing out,
I hate
dude.
for that.
Season 43 is coming out soon. Get on board.
Survivor 43 next.
Dude, that's been on longer than I've been alive.
Yeah,
way
me
longer.
too.
That could be my mom, bro.
Wait, it's a year older than you.
Do they do multiple seasons a year?
They do 2 seasons per year.
You're fucking kidding me.
1 in every 7 seasons. It's good. It's my
You're
favorite
kidding.
show. 3 flips.
2. This concert is like really
This
creepy.
concert's going fucking buck wild.
In the middle of nowhere, they decide.
It's fucking scary. Like, I'm like, I don't know if it's a concert, and I don't know if it's just a ritual, because it fucking sounds like one.
Dude, we drove like 8 hours to get here in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, and they were like,
Who's playing?
Who's playing?
T.I.?
Our next theory. In Weirdmageddon 4, somewhere in the woods, we briefly see a live-action video of the statue of Bill Cipher. Some fans speculated that this was a real statue hidden somewhere in the woods. What a sexy man. Do you want to talk to him with a spirit box? Bill. Ooh, I'm gonna fall over. Are you real? Bill, if you're in there, is there anything you'd like to say to us? I'm not hearing anything. We gotta put in the headphones and have an intimate conversation with Bill Cipher. Yo, what up? He said he's gonna kill my wife, my son, and my infant daughter. I don't know what that means. This is probably the most well-known fake theory. Old Man McGucket wrote the journals.
I believed that.
Dude.
It was on message board.
I got
Dude, this makes so much
sense. From the future.
Poor Dipper.
McGucket.
Son won't talk to him.
I mean, at least he's got a dope-ass beard.
Yeah?
Yeah,
He fits a raccoon in there.
Yeah.
About halfway through season 1, the consensus among the fandom was that the author was Stan's secret brother. They pretty much figured it out completely from the foreshadowing. There wasn't any major alternative theory at this time because the show didn't really present any red herrings, but that was about to change. On April 9th, 2013, an anonymous 4chan user posted what appeared to be an image of a younger, six-fingered McGucket writing the journals in the Disney editing suite, which they claimed they saw on a walkthrough tour of the Disney TVA building. It was very clearly the show's art style, and this was swept up across the fandom. The next day, Alex Hirsch tweeted, "Fuming right now," and promptly deleted it after a few hours. McGucket was now the leading theory, and it made a lot of sense. His hand was in a cast. Maybe Bill cut off his finger and drove him insane. Both him and the author were associated with all kinds of eccentric technology. This quickly became the leading theory, and to make it more realistic, a production photo from Gideon Rises had been leaked earlier with the same kind of production codes on it, and that exact shot turned up in the actual episode. Then, Society of the Blind Eye dropped. McGucket wasn't the author, and Alex Hirsch revealed that he made the original post on 4chan as a red herring. He quickly boarded the frame on a sticky note and had episode director Joe Pitt draw it up. They put it on the screen, gave it a time code, and posted it. After the McGucket hoax, Stan became the main theory again, and by that point we were 4 episodes away from the reveal, so it didn't really matter. And it was just deeply satisfying when it happened, because we all guessed it so long ago.
Alex Hirsch, thank you. Thank you.
That was, like, honestly, the McGucket hoax, almost more iconic than anything that happened in the show itself.
Honestly, because I feel like that would have made so much sense if McGucket was the one that did the journals, which he was there to, you know, help him, but like, dude, but also Alex Hirsch, he was like, we're gonna throw him off the trail. We're gonna make these hoax-hungry fans even more hoax-hungry and make a hoax.
So then in the year between season 1 and season 2, no one was talking about the secret brother anymore because we all thought it was McGucket. So that was...
He just wanted us to shut up.
That was a genius play, yeah.
But also this tweet is amazing. 1, make hoax. 2, upload to 4chan. 3, post angry tweet about leak. 4, delete tweet. 5, let internet do rest.
I find it funny that he posted it on 4chan because it seems like the opposite of the show's actual fandom.
Everything.
Like, I feel like Tumblr would be the Gravity Falls fandom. Tumblr is like a bunch of like progressive leftist women, and then 4chan is just like goblins.
Goblins.
Like Tumblr is just like, oh my god, what if these street characters were gay? And 4chan is just like, let's commit genocide, boys. This deserves the full 10.
Dude, I'm seriously giving this 10 and a half.
Shit, 11.
I'm giving it 11.
Bidding war. 12 flip-a-dip dips.
12 flip-a-dip dips for every finger that Stanford has.
Good counting. Good counting there. I had to think about it.
Oh, thanks.
Not gonna lie, young McGucket.
What is your problem?
He was hot!
McGucket?
Young McGucket!
Oh, he's cute, I guess.
Okay, this is a Whopper.
Burger King?
Ew. Robbie's secret clone.
What's with them and clones? What is with them and clones?
Hear me out.
What is with these?
This one slaps.
Okay.
This one goes hard. Many fans of Gravity Falls believe that Robbie had a secret clone, and there were 3 major pieces of evidence. In Double Dipper, Wendy asked Robbie if he remembers Dipper from the convenience store, and Robbie's like, no. So obviously, that was Robbie's clone at the convenience store.
Robbie's also just like an incel, and he doesn't give a crap about anything. So like, he remembers this 12-year-old kid running around and scurrying along. Like, no.
Like, the whole point is the line is he's just a jerk. Like,
He's just a jerk. Like, what?
And then potentially that could be explained by, retroactively, Society of the Blind Eye, because we see he got his Rumble McSkirmish memories erased. So
True.
that could actually be like a retroactive explanation, but I think it was originally just intended to be Robbie's a jerk and doesn't remember. A second piece of evidence was that Robbie appears at the front of the crowd in Gideon Rises to celebrate little Gideon getting the Mystery Shack. But 2 minutes later in the episode, included in which there is a scene change, Robbie's at the back of the crowd.
Thanks for visiting Gideon, my friends! Don't come back. I don't care for y'all.
Take me back, Wendy! My arms are too skinny to keep holding this boombox forever!
So it's presumably this was like a 5-minute period of time in universe, maybe a little more. Robbie moved places within a 5-minute stretch of time.
Man.
Seems a little sus.
I like the idea how the fans didn't know that Robbie has legs and that he's capable of
moving
bilateral mobility.
The smoking gun of this one is a shot in the inconveniencing, which you have there. It's the bottom one. We see the reflections of Wendy and Tambry in the glass, but Robbie isn't properly reflected, if you see. Therefore, that was his clone's reflection.
What do you mean? I mean, he's got a little bit of less of a, he's got like a frown, I guess.
No.
Oh, and his hair is just,
It's his
they
hair.
just copied and pasted that shit.
It's his hair. So first off, it's like, why would his clone have like a different reflection?
It's like he thinks that he's in a different dimension or something.
Yeah.
But like, what does that mean?
That was the leading evidence.
So their animation, I can't. They copied and pasted that.
Well, no, actually, I know the explanation. That was not actually, though, I'm here to explain that shot. That's not an animation error at all. That was animated and drawn completely correctly. Wendy and Tambry are asymmetrical characters. Wendy's drawn so the hanging bangs are always on the left side of her head. Tambry's drawn so her purple streak is always on the right side of her head. Robbie, however, is a symmetrical character. He's drawn exactly the same whether he's facing left or facing right. If you take a left-facing Robbie shot and flip it, it works as a right-facing Robbie shot, and vice versa. So in the mirror, they took Tambry's right view, flipped it horizontal, took Wendy's right view, flipped it horizontal, took Robbie's right view, and flipped it horizontal. So technically the geometry doesn't match, but that's because it's a cartoon, and a lot of cartoon characters don't make complete geometric sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But the fact that they couldn't pick up on that, like the kids that were watching this show. I mean, okay, like you're 12 years old, I get it.
What's funny in going back and watching all of those videos is just how limited these kids' understanding of the world is. Like during Bill's introductory scene, he shows images of John F. Kennedy and he shows images of the moon landing when he says, I know lots of things.
I know lots of things.
And then one of the videos, like, it shows John F. Kennedy. It's like, who is this? Why would they show us this? What does this mean for the show? And then on the moon landing, it's like, does this foreshadow that they're going to space? And it's like, no, it's the Kennedy assassination and the moon landing hoax. It's just like Bill knows things, but like when you're a kid, you don't have the outside perspective of those things, and so you think you're trying to, put the pieces together, but you just don't have like the outside knowledge to know that's not a theory or foreshadowing of anything. That's just the moon landing.
That's just the moon landing, bro. I I feel like at 12 years old I wouldn't have picked that up either.
So let's flip a dip this son of a bitch.
I feel like I can't be generous with that.
We're gonna punish kids for having creativity.
0.5 flip a dip dips.
That's pretty low.
That's really low.
We gave Dipper from the future more and there was no evidence. Okay, fine, I'll give this one 1. Gideon is a demon. It's our next theory.
Okay.
During the time travel in Blendon's game, we see a billboard for a Bud Gleeful just had a baby sale. But the word baby is crossed out and replaced with the word demon. Next, the tended telepathy insignia kind of looks like a pentagram and it has an eye in the middle. So, hear me out.
Okay.
Gideon is actually a star-shaped demon, just like Bill. She's shaped with an eye in the middle.
They're just looking for shapes. Like a triangle. Okay, respectable. A square. Okay, I can get past that. But a fucking star? Come on, dude. They were literally just like grasping at some shapes to make it something.
You're a hater.
I am.
How many flippy dips?
If someone saw this and took it seriously, I'm giving it 0.25. I'm giving it a quarter of a dippy dip.
I'm gonna give it 0.24 because I'm the bad cop here. The Five-Fingered Secret Society. So we knew that there was a secret society, and before the blind eye was revealed, an alternate theory was that there's a secret society of people with 5 fingers. So you see, some Gravity Falls characters had 4 fingers, and some had 5. Alex Hirsch said on social media it was just an artistic choice based on what looked best for the character. But we didn't trust old Alex.
I would be.
Sinner, liar. After the McGucket hoax, no one ever trusted him again. Fans believed that the creators would not do anything without a true purpose behind it. But it turns out, in the end, that the purpose behind it was just a stylistic choice for each character, and that was the end of the story.
The fans always try to give so much credit to, like, the creators, Alex Hirsch, which, geez, man, love him, you know? Too much credit. They'll throw anything in. They don't care.
Breaking Bad fans are the worst. They'll just see like a puddle in one episode and be like, dude, 5 seasons later, someone fell in a puddle. Bravo, Vince Gilligan. Dip this flip.
I mean, I guess I'll give it a 3.
2. I'll give it a 2. I never liked this one. I was a bit of an intellectual child, and I didn't believe most of these.
Well, I mean, there was a secret society, so I guess if they really didn't know what was happening, they could have went that route, but no.
Seuss knows about Stan's portal.
Seuss is too dumb for that.
Hold on though. Actually, this one had like actual evidence. And I'm not joking though, you don't believe me now. It's a boy called Wolf, but this one did. So, in an online flash game on the Disney.com website called Rumble's Revenge, there were a ton of hidden decipherable codes. And almost all of them panned out to be something that actually happened in the show. One code read, "The handyman knows more than you think." So I doubt the Disney interns were typing these up, the Gravity Falls staff and writers wrote the codes. I think that's especially evident seeing as all the other codes in the game actually played out in the show. In Dreamscaperers, Bill tells the group,
You know, I'm impressed with you guys. You're a lot more clever than you look, especially the fat one. He's talking about you.
This raised the question really of whether Seuss's dim-witted nature was just a ruse, and he was kind of shedding suspicion from him by saying it was Mabel. In Dreamscaperers as well, Seuss opens the door in Stan's mind, sees Stan entering the secret vending machine and about to say what's behind it, and he just decides that it's boring and he closes the door. Maybe he finds it boring because he already knows about it.
But then in a later episode, Stan tells him, like, you know that vending machine in the Mystery Shack? Protect it with your life.
No. This was like people theorizing that back in season 1 and early season 2.
So they really don't know what was going on.
No, this was before Not What He Seems. This one made sense. Obviously Seuss is still the naive goofball by the end of the show, which makes me genuinely wonder if they had plans for him that just didn't pan out because they seeded those hints. So maybe they're writing Not What He Seems and they say like, this episode works better if Seuss doesn't know. They change the direction. Maybe they thought like, it's just a flash game. We don't have to adhere to everything we put in a flash game. I think that makes sense. Like, I don't know. I'm introducing a new theory that maybe they originally planned for Seuss to know and they changed their minds later.
I feel like that is kind of a plausible, Seuss could have known anything, but then if we know that the Society of the Blind Eye was around, at any point his memory could be erased of
That's
something.
true, maybe he did know about the portal.
I feel at some point, really honestly, I feel like that is kind of an out for them though, to be like, well, the story didn't really make sense. Their memories were erased.
The blind eye
came after everyone in town except for our 5 main characters who had never been affected by it.
Yeah, right?
Because they didn't erase Lazy Susan's memory of the blind eye itself, they just erased her memories of the gnomes. So I think theoretically everyone in town knows about the Blind Eye Society.
I feel like they would have known, yeah. Like, how did they keep that a secret?
Considering they spray painted their logo all across town.
Yeah, and this dude had, I don't know if he was out and about, but like, he had like tattoos all over his skull and stuff. I feel like it was kind of hard to hide.
For years. For like 7 or 8 years, I was always under the impression there was one more like hidden code in a book that didn't come to fruition. In Dipper and Mabel's Guide to Mystery, Non-Stop Fun, which is a book that's released around Society of the Blind Eye, had a ton of codes for season 2, all of which panned out. There was one code that said the gnomes have a clear view of the northwest, and we just assumed this was like a big plot. I just found out a couple days ago that was relevant to the 3DS game. So they were seeding a hint to that game. So for 7 years, what I thought was just like a forgotten seed actually paid off somewhere, and I had no clue. I'd just been in my head for years. So just knowing about Stan's portal, how many flips?
I kind of feel like, yeah, I think you talked me more into it, because at first I'm like, this is just stupid, no. But like, honestly, he was there for so long, he probably did know at some point something. I'll give it 5.
I'm gonna give this one 10 because they literally put like actual codes in the game that said the handyman knows more than you think. This is something that I just need to outreach to the internet for. I remember this being a thing back in the day. I could find no evidence of it anywhere on the internet. But I remember there was like this supposed fake leaked image of like a super manly Waddles just holding Dipper in his arms. And as like a kid, I thought it looked real, and I thought it was like a real like leak. Kind of like the fake McGucket, and obviously a fan just made it. I can't find it. I want to see this picture again. I haven't seen it in like 10 years. Next theory. Bill and Dipper are from space.
What?
So there was often Starfield imagery masked to Bill when he appeared. Therefore, he's from space. He has all the powers of space. You know, Stan's portal, meanwhile, seems to lead to space. I am quoting the video directly. Stan will use Portal's unimaginable power to get more power than Bill's cipher, ultimately having a duel with Bill in Season 2. Are you shocked? This is most likely what will happen. It makes the most sense.
It doesn't make the most sense. It doesn't. I think the fans thought that Stan had a lot bigger plans with that portal, but it was literally just, he wanted his brother back.
Stan barely even knew what it was.
Yeah, he really didn't know. Like,
he really was like the most oblivious character in the show.
Which is interesting because he knew a lot more than he let on.
Yeah.
But
he still didn't know that much.
Yeah, he really didn't know that much.
Because Ford didn't tell him anything.
So he didn't even know Bill was a thing? Like, he didn't
never
give a
met
shit.
Bill until the end. He didn't even, I don't think he knew Bill existed. Actually, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, like he didn't know.
Dipper's birthmark was a constellation. It's the Big Dipper across his forehead. It's treated as just a one-off joke in Double Dipper to explain his nickname, inspired by Alex Hirsch having a classmate whose forehead acne resembled a constellation, according to him. It's shown prominently in Dipper and Mabel vs. the Future. When I looked in the episode a couple days ago, I realized I've been wrong for 7 years. I thought that the computer display that was taking Ford away showed the Big Dipper, because I guess I just forgot what the Big Dipper looked like when the episode came out. And so I thought that the computer was taking Ford to the Big Dipper, and then Dipper had the Big Dipper. So I thought this was I thought this was gonna like be important. I thought his birthmark was going to be significant to the story. And when the finale happened and then nothing happened, I was like, they left his birthmark as a loose end, but I don't think it was a loose end. I think it was just a birthmark as a joke that they had to keep showing every time his hair lifted.
I can't get over these clickbait videos, these fan videos. Are you shocked?
I watched hundreds of these. How would you rank Bill and Dipper are from space and Stan's gonna use the portal to get power and fight Bill? Are you shocked? It's most likely what will happen. It makes the most sense. I memorized that.
I mean, Bill's from space, technically.
He's from a different dimension.
He's from what you would consider space.
Yeah.
But, like, not at all. I give that... maybe if Stan knew more, but I'm gonna give it a 1. Because maybe Stan knew more than he was leading on, but I don't think so.
For the fucking confidence of, are you shocked? It's most likely what will happen. It makes the most sense. I'm giving this a full 10. we determined is a wax figure. So in Headhunters, Toby has a hole in his shoe. Exactly like the wax figures. Yeah, this was just a storytelling contrivance to make Toby work as a red herring before the wax figure reveal. Like how would you and we notice if he were made of wax? Actually, we're dead naming him. He's actually Bodacious T now.
Bodacious T, excuse me.
We're sorry.
Don't call me Toby anymore. Call me Bodacious T.
No one will ever call you that.
So 0.
Oh yeah, no, this is not even a theory even close. Theory 15. Burger King foot lettuce.
This is the owl-based secret society.
So many secret societies, they couldn't pick one.
So a random block of text on the aforementioned Dipper's Guide to the Unexplained short said the following. All secret societies worship a hyper-intelligent barn owl named Dwayne the Enforcer Roosevelt. Most meetings consist of saying the secret oath, dressing in robes, hooting, gluing owl feathers to their skin, and devouring gophers whole in honor of their beloved barn owl overlord. But not all secret societies worship barn owls. Some of them worship western screeching owls. Also other owl-related jokes. In addition, owls, 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 owls. Despite the fact that this is just a general reference to secret societies' general affiliation with owls, and despite the fact that Society of the Blind Eye was literally mentioned in the same block of text, fans' main takeaway here was that the secret society in Gravity Falls would be owl-based. Obviously, Stan was a key member of the secret society, and the goal was to defeat Bill, so probably owls were going to be the key to defeating Bill. Pretty good.
Rock solid.
I'm gonna give this 0.
I appreciate the sentiment for them, but I as well am gonna give this 0 dippity dips. Okay, next theory?
Stan and McGucket have a secret connection.
I mean, maybe?
In the Gravity Falls Season 2 poster, Stan's hat and McGucket's hat appear on the ground. According to a fan video, the connection is confirmed in all caps. The presence of the Blind Eye members on the same poster also confirms that McGucket and Stan belong to that society. Stan's hat and McGucket's hat simply being on the ground without them also confirms that they will go missing in Season 2. This is basic visual symbolism 101. So you think it's laughable?
The last sentence of this clickbait. Do you guys know what this means? It's confirmed that Grunkle, Stan, and McGucket have some connection with each other. What? It's confirmed.
Did Stan even know that McGucket had worked for his brother?
No,
I don't
way.
think he would have ever known that because McGucket had lost his mind by that point.
Well, and also, Stan and Ford hadn't been, like, friends for a long time.
Stan and Ford saw each other for, like, an hour. I'll give it 0. Let's be brutal today.
Okay, well, 10 because, yes, it's confirmed they know each other, but other than that, fuck 0. 0.
McGucket will free the shapeshifter. This one came exclusively from me. This was my theory as a kid. During Not What He Seems, McGucket runs away and he says,
When that machine activates, I gotta get out of town!
Canonically, during that time, he goes into the bunker because we had Old Man McGucket's Conspiracy Corner shorts that I think they aired as advertisements or put online. And then Alex Hirsch also confirmed on Twitter that he went into the bunker during that time. So I thought that was going to factor into the show, I assumed. He showed up in a crowd, like by accident, in Stan Shurian candidate. I can't find the tweet, but I remember Alex replied to someone, and he was like, McGucket came out for snacks, basically. That's his explanation. You know who else is in the bunker where McGucket went? The shapeshifter, who McGucket wouldn't know was in there. Okay, also, in Journal 3, it claims that Ford and McGucket sealed the shapeshifter down there themselves, but that doesn't line up with the actual continuity presented in the show, because when Ford was down in the bunker, he was paranoid as hell. He was stocking emergency supplies for 30 years, and the shapeshifter knew he was paranoid because he said that six-figured nerd hasn't been himself in 30 years. Ford didn't become paranoid until after McGucket went through the portal. So McGucket could not have been there for sealing the shapeshifter down there because he had already left before Ford got deeply paranoid and insane. So anyways, the journal is like straight up wrong about that. So within the context of the show, McGucket cannot logically know the shapeshifter's trapped down there. So at the end of the last Mabelcorn, Bill says he needs a puppet outside the shack. I don't know why he waited until the 6th to last episode of the show to think of that. He had other things on his mind, I guess. Like, Dipper's the only person he thought to possess across all 42 episodes before he was like, oh hey, other people exist. So Billy's a puppet outside the shack. I thought the McGucket was gonna go down there. There's gonna be an episode where he accidentally frees the shapeshifter, and then like Bill possesses the shapeshifter because he didn't literally be everyone, and then that would bring full circle the trust no one, like Ford's paranoia, would pay off. And I can see why they didn't do that, because the whole central message of the show is that trust no one is wrong. If Bill had possessed the shapeshifter in like the final stretch of the show, it'd be a little bit hard to have that message because it would just be blatantly false. Like you could not trust anyone in that. So that's probably why they didn't do it, or they just didn't have the idea. Anyway, that's what I thought was going to happen. Banger, 20 out of 10. Flip a dip dip. Whoever came up with this is a genius. It's a really good, really good.
I would give it like a 7 out of 10, but also I don't think McGucket would have went into the bunker, but I don't see why anyone didn't go in the bunker. Like, that was 30 years worth of food and no one went down there.
The Nolans were hungry throughout the show. They could have just gone down there. Like, as a little kid, my theories were so much better than everyone else's. I was so intelligent, yo.
Yo.
New theory. Mabel will get erased from the timeline. In the movie Back to the Future, Marty meets Doc at the Twin Pines Mall. Then he travels back to 1955 and runs over a pine tree, knocking it down. When he returns to the present 1985 at the end of the movie, he's at the Lone Pine Mall. Mabel and Dipper's last names are Pines. Dipper has a lone pine tree on his hat.
I see no evidence here.
Well, see, the thing is, Alex Hirsch was so fucking smart that he foreshadowed the plot of Gravity Falls in Back to the Future from 1985, the year he was born. Like, he planned ahead. Bravo, Vince. Bravo, Alex.
No.
Not bad. Pretty good.
How could she have possibly been deleted from anything?
Well, it was going to happen, eventually.
They had 2 seasons. What?
Well, we didn't know it was only going to be 2 seasons at a time. See, we had no clue how long the show was going to last.
Only 2 seasons. This is honestly a war crime.
It made me sad, but I think it's good that it was short and sweet.
Yeah, it honestly...
Because if it had gone on to season 3, we would have had more episodes like Roadside Attraction.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Can we talk about that real quick?
You know what's sick, though? Is that on the Redwood Highway here, we drove past all of the roadside attractions that the Gravity Falls riders drove to between seasons 1 and 2 that then retroactively inspired Roadside Attraction. So it's like, yo, there's the Paul Bunyan that shows up at the Mystery Mountain there. There's the Gravity House is here, which inspired the Upside Down House. So we've been seeing like the full inspiration for the worst episode of the show right here. It's been pretty cool.
Yeah, we live, luckily, in the west side of the country.
Don't dox us.
Huh?
How many Dippy flips are we giving Mabel will be erased from the timeline?
Is this even a question?
Can we give this one a negative number?
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a -2.
-2, yeah. Not very good. This one was strongly believed for a long time. Bill and Stan have history.
Okay, this one actually, I feel like they could have added something in there, but also, no.
Fans thought that Bill and Stan had a hidden history due to Bill's cipher imagery throughout the Mystery Shack, and Bill's reaction when he hears Stanford Pines' name from Gideon, hinting at a deeper familiarity.
Ah, wait! Stan Pines! You know what, kid? You've convinced me.
In Carpet Diem, an episode which had a lot of foreshadowing and clues, Stan's randomly outside at night and he gets hit with a golf ball. We just hear him yell like, why am I even out here at night?
Why am I even out here at night?
So maybe Bill was controlling him and making him walk outside at night. That's why Stan was so oblivious to the paranormal in season 1, is because Bill was taking over his body.
Do you think Stan would be hot if Bill took over him?
Eventually, we learned that Bill's connection with Stanford was with Stanford Pines. I don't think that clicked. I think the reveal was supposed to be, oh, that's who Bill has history with. But fans still fully expected Stanley and Bill to have like this connection between them going all the way to the end of the show, because I don't think they processed the subversion there. And I guess in the end, Stan wound up defeating Bill, which ultimately satisfied fans, although I don't know if that was intentionally foreshadowed from the beginning. I don't think it actually was. I think we just accidentally thought it was foreshadowed. Also, you know what's a goddamn plot hole?
What?
Season 2 establishes that Bill can't enter someone's mind unless they make a deal.
You know the rules, Bill. You may be able to haunt my dreams, but you can't enter my mind unless I shake your hand and let you in.
But Bill literally entered Stan's mind in Dreamscapers because Gideon just told him to. So it's like, couldn't Bill have just gotten one of his henchmaniacs to just tell him to enter Ford's mind? Well, according to the show's own logic.
Back in sock opera, the handshake was to take over Dipper's body, not to enter his mind. So they were changing the rules for Bill as the show went along.
Bill had plot holes surrounding him, man.
I feel like they didn't know that they were going to do that at the very end.
He only showed up like 3 times per season to keep him, a threat, because if he was defeated all the time, that'd make him pathetic. But the unintended consequence of that is that he's just like, there's 100 billion trillion things he could have done to, like, break Weirdmageddon, break the riff. He just didn't do any of them.
Yeah.
Like, he could have just made a deal with a shapeshifter during Into the Bunker. His whole goal is for Stan to activate the portal. But in sock opera, he's like, Dipper, you've been coming way too close to finding real answers. And then he's trying to burn the journal so Dipper doesn't find out about the portal, but wouldn't he want Dipper to find out about the portal? Why didn't he help Stanley build the portal during that 30 years? Like, he could have told Stanley where the other journals are, because Gideon and Dipper didn't find theirs until way later. The other two were just buried in the forest for 28, 30 years, I guess, and Stanley never looked for them or something. But Dipper found it by accident on the first day. Bill could have appeared in Stanley's dreams and been like, yo, Stanley, I'll help you find your brother, I'll help you find the journals. Because he was trying to be all nice and friendly to trick Ford, but then he made no attempt to be nice to anyone else. Like, when he's just talking to Dipper and Mabel, he's just like, yeah, I'm a villain, whatever. He made no attempt to pretend to be the nice guy to get the portal, opened.
But wasn't the whole point that Bill wasn't introduced until Gideon brought him there? So how could he just show up in dreams?
Gideon summons him in Dreamscapers, and maybe, I guess the explanation is that, he's back in Gravity Falls for the first time.
Oh, Gravity Falls, it is good to be back!
But why did he leave? Because he was talking to Stanford 30 years ago, perfectly fine, appearing in his dreams as his muse or whatever. Stanford goes through the portal. How did that cut off Bill's connection to Gravity Falls? Bill is a chaotic genius, but his story actually makes no sense. Like, they perfectly catered the story to support Dipper and Mabel and Stan and Wendy's and Seuss's emotions. They did not really work on making Bill a consistent or logical character.
No. So, I would give this a couple dippity dips, maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, I'll give it 3. Next one. Gideon is Bill Cipher. Gideon and Bill both get mad when they don't get what they want. They both get defeated by having weaknesses. They're both evil. The writers of Gravity Falls wouldn't write 2 characters with similar traits without a greater purpose. Does Gideon become Bill later in the timeline?
Bill is literally like a thing.
He's a fucking triangle.
Gideon
just got in a triangle-shaped car presser, just like crushed, and then he was just like, yo, I'm yellow now, bitches.
Bill is the universe. Like, he helped create that. Like, he isn't a human. He's not like...
Maybe he used to be. Can you prove he didn't used to be?
Well, he's been alive since the beginning of time, so...
Well, there's time travel.
What do you mean they have similar traits? Stanford and Stanley have similar traits.
I think we're just gonna rip off the Band-Aid. I'm afraid this one has -5.
Yeah.
It's just not very good.
Yeah, no. I'm going with him on this.
Gideon's mom is Carla McCorkle. In Boys Crazy, Stan tells a story about a woman he loved in the 70s, only for her to be stolen away by a hippie. In The Hand That Rocks the Mabel, Bud Gleeful says on an infomercial, Carla, I've always loved you, but I've never had the guts to say it. This scrolls by rapidly.
Yeah.
The theory posits that Ms. Gleeful is Carla. Bud is the hippie who stole Carla McCorkle from Stan. Then both of them completely and fundamentally changed in appearance, settled in Gravity Falls, and then Bud told his own wife for the first time that he loved her via a commercial 10 years after they had their son. A follow-up theory posits that Miss Gleeful has gone insane due to the mystery of the town, and she'd be important to the overall narrative. However, believing this theory requires completely missing the joke because she's just traumatized because Gideon is her son. That's the whole point of her character. One bone I will throw is that a vial of Miss Gleeful's memories appears in Society of the Blind Eye, which means that Bud erased his own wife's memories at some point.
Yeah, this has no balance to it at all. But, like, I have no words for this one because that's really grasping at straws. Literally, the scenes where Miss Gleeful is shown, she's, like, traumatized, like you said. Like, she's literally,
yeah, it's so mean to her.
Yeah.
Just keep vacuuming. Just keep vacuuming. I think that's her only line.
Yeah, that's her only line. Like, what? I feel like they're just grasping to try to find semblance in something. Something. And this little... Carla, I've always loved you, but never had the guts to say it. I'm sure that was just a joke that, like...
They just happened to use the name Carla twice.
Yeah, like knowing, you know, or maybe that was one of the director's wives or something.
One of the director's wives. He had multiple.
0 out of 10.
I never believed it. I'll give it 3 out of 10 for creativity.
Yeah, they're quite creative with this, and I'm not taking away the creative aspect of it.
It's just, they should be ashamed by the fact that they used to be younger than they currently are. Stan will die. Gravity Falls fans believe that there were several elements foreshadowing Stan's death. Almost every replica of him gets destroyed in some form. His wax figure is murdered, a table of Stanyatas are smashed, we get a prolonged shot of his sock puppet on fire, we get a prolonged shot of the I Eat Kids balloon. In Land Before Swine, the geyser blasts everyone up into the church, and Stan lands in a coffin. In Dipper and Mabel versus the Future, there's a skull in a box with an arrow in the background which is pointing up at Stan. The theory posits these are all very intentional elements of foreshadowing to Stan's eventual fate. I think this is the most reasonable theory of everything.
I actually believe that.
Because look at this shit.
I know,
like,
yeah, no, I was
there's a
looking
skull
at
in a box with an arrow pointing directly at Stan. It's like...
Like him in a coffin? Okay.
Yeah, like he lands in a coffin.
Yeah, like, okay, I can see how it's just a comedic effect, but...
These seem like foreshadowing to me, honestly.
I agree, but also, I honestly thought that Stan was gonna die, or Stanford was gonna die, or something. I thought a main character was gonna die in some sort of way, but they didn't end up making that way. But they could have done that.
It kind of happened because he lost his memory, but then he got them back like 3 minutes of screen time later.
Yeah, right.
I'll give this one honestly a 10 because those are absolutely things that you would use in a narrative to foreshadow someone's fate.
I was gonna say
landing in a coffin, just everything on fire, the skull in the box.
I also think that like part of the thing is like they don't like Stan, or Stan's just kind of like that guy. Anything of him, his semblance is gonna be burned.
Just bullying Stan.
No!
Bill!
I'm sorry.
The journal fell on a rock for like a second earlier, and I picked it up and it was just sticky. So I don't know what's on the rocks over here. Oh, don't even. Anyway, Gideon is a vampire. In Tourist Trapped, Mabel says she'd like to date a vampire next. Then her next on-screen date is with Gideon in episode 4. He's pale, his hair is white, which means he's old. You know who else is old? Vampires. Boom.
You know what else is?
This is the Whittlest Vampire as like a little TV show they watched in Into the Bunker, so...
Yeah, no. You know what else is old? Dude, this little kid, isn't Gideon like 10?
He's 10,000. It is weird that they gave him like dyed hair. It's so funny.
I think he wears a wig or something like that. He's got to. 8-year-old wearing this big Victorian wig. Looks like our founding father. 0. Actually, I'm gonna give it a 0.1 for creativity.
0.1 for creativity.
I do agree. There was something you were connecting there, but not today.
The Bill Cipher wheel is how we're gonna wrap this up, alright? So at the end of the show's theme song, a mysterious wheel would always flash for 1 frame. Bill Cipher, surrounded by a ring of symbols. So what really happened is that Alex Hirsch and the team just collected some random art assets and threw them together in a way that looked vaguely mysterious. There were no plans for the wheel to factor into the story. However, fans began speculating that each symbol on the wheel corresponded to a specific character, which is fair because 7 of them clearly did. But there was also a bag of ice, a pair of glasses, and a llama from one of Mabel's sweaters. So maybe the ice represented Wendy because she was cool and had personality, and Dipper was getting ice for her both times the bag showed up. Maybe it was Blended because Dipper ran into him while carrying ice and time travel was maybe cold or something. The glasses were probably Stan's secret brother because he wore them in the flashback from Time Traveler's Pig and Stan Lee kind of cradled them. Mabel held up a llama sweater in the mirror, so it was probably a mirror to Mabel, a Pacifica, or LaBam. And all of these were just so flimsy and meaningless and just grasping at straws. There was no theory on the Bill Cipher wheel that I ever believed because I thought they were all stupid. So the Gravity Falls team still didn't know what it was for a long time, and the Stanturian candidate, Gideon, uses the wheel to summon Bill, which really is at odds with what it's supposed to be, which is, as is introduced in Weird Again Part 3, his ancient weakness that Ford apparently found in a cave. So that despite the fact that Ford's glasses were literally on the wheel, Ford has to be the 6-fingered hand, and so then they say the glasses just have to be someone scholarly, and it gets to be McGucket. Pacifica happens to wear that random llama jacket, just the post-credit tag of episode 3, and then she gets to stand on the wheel. Ford says that the ice bag is just someone cool under the face of pressure, and Wendy gets to step up. It was just complete nothing logic, and at the time I was like, really? This is what they're going with? But looking back at it, I'm so happy that they did that because that was like the embodiment of Gravity Falls theorization. So it's like the final mystery of the show was just solved by the random nonsense kids on YouTube came up with. And it's like the ultimate nod to the random guessing that happened in the many years before the show.
Honestly, that was always my favorite thing to theorize about. In my head, I never like made the YouTube videos or Tumblr or anything like that, but like just thinking about, you know, at the end of every episode that showed up, and I always thought like, there's gotta be more to that. If I ever paused and like looked at it, there's gotta be more to that.
What I appreciate is that basically the fans of the show came up with the answer themselves for its final mystery, the Bill Cipher wheel. Like that's just so sweet, you know? Like I like that. It was the ultimate way to end this. And that was the ultimate way to end this YouTube video. And I think
10 out of 10.
Oh yeah.
Just quickly, the last episode was one of the best I've ever seen of a TV show. Like, the 2 seasons that they gave us was probably some of the best.
It's really good, man.
It's really good.
It's such a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Compared to average showrunners, Alex Hirsch had like no experience. He was just thrown into it, and it turned out so goddamn well.
So good.
10 years since the show came out, there's still such a massive fandom. There are still, like, just in the time we were setting up during evening, there's probably 5 different cars that drove past to see this statue.
Yeah. And...
Oh yeah!
And some kid, I don't know,
some adult.
Someone
literally
left
just
this
left
thing
a note
and just said, "This show means the world to me, and I'm happy I could go see Bill Cipher in real life. Hee hee." And a bunch of people signed their ads on Twitter, and it just said, "If you're here, send me a picture." And I think that's so sweet, and all of these people did that.
It's just such a lightning in a bottle show, dude. I love Gravity Falls. Bill, I'm gonna give you one last chance if you want to say anything. Is there anything you want us to say to the internet at large? Just let us know, man. Shit! It sounded like Bill. Bitch.
There are countless mysteries in the Pacific Northwest. At least 9. The question of whether or not Bill Cipher is real, or simply a fictional character created by Alex Hirsch and Disney for the show Gravity Falls, will remain unsolved.
I've wanted to do a BuzzFeed Unsolved homage for so long. Back in high school, my friend and I, we were gonna do like a paranormal investigation into our high school's auditorium. We were gonna call it Spooky Spooky Ghost Time Unsolved. Okay, we interviewed our theater teacher who said she saw a ghost. We interviewed some like crackhead pathological liar who said that like a demon threw a Bible at him. I believe him. Just as we were getting up and amping up our investigation, the whole world shut down. Do you know what I think happened? The ghosts caused COVID because we were gonna be onto them. We were gonna expose them. Dude, on the final episode of BuzzFeed Unsolved, I commented, finally, I can unsubscribe from BuzzFeed. And then the comment just disappeared, like someone removed it, and you know what I think happened? The ghosts took it.
A portion of this video is sponsored by Bespoke Post. This is a real Minecraft minecart which I designed and built specifically for the giant miniature train tracks at the Little America amusement park. The tracks here are incredibly close in size to the actual tracks in Minecraft, and there are miles of them passing through beautiful and wild scenery. Which is why I had to design a near game-perfect minecart that just might be capable of reaching actual minecart top speed on actual iron wheels. But maybe you've never heard of Minecraft. I mean, you probably have. But for the sake of those few who haven't, let's all take a moment to try and convey the magic. The moment the loading screen finished on my first world, I finally got why it was so popular. The endless landscapes, adventurous caverns, architectural sandbox, overarching heroic adventure, and all suspended in an ether of haunting melodic melancholy. It was beautiful and difficult all at the same time. I was lost in a sea of possibility and overwhelmed by the sheer scale of it, until I built my first minecart track. Maybe it's because I've always loved trains. Well, not exactly the trains, but the idea of riding down a track. You see, when you're on rails, no matter what you encounter along the way, all you have to do is hold on and enjoy the ride. My first minecart tracks made me feel like I was finally getting a handle on the crazy wilderness of Minecraft, and there were times when I never wanted to leave that little iron box. And that's why I had to try and bring that magic to life. Figuring out the mechanical portion of the minecart was a combination of repurposing materials, careful measurement, and a lot of trial and error. If you want to know more about that part of the build process, I made a separate video detailing the crazy journey, and you should definitely check it out. But once I had the mechanical part tested and solidified the last little details to ensure the wheels wouldn't fall off again, it was finally time to make it look just like a real minecart. The structure of the minecart is a plywood box, but in case you hadn't noticed, the walls of a minecart are quite, thick. Building this entirely out of iron would make it incredibly expensive and heavy. And even using only wood would still be less than ideal. But thankfully, I have a ton of 2-inch thick foamular boards. This foam was already painted to look like metal because I used leftover pieces from the underground bunker movie set I built for the film Infinitus. So it was sort of like I was mining iron. I had my CNC machine score the outline of the pixels onto the foam so that each pixel would be perfectly square. After cutting them, I cleaned them up and then gave them to my wife to hand paint each pixel to match the picture from the game. The foam gets sandwiched around the wood frame, creating the perfect thickness. With the minecart painted, it was finally time to take it to Little America for our day of testing. But to get it there, I'd need the help of my friend Damien.
Alright, you ready to see what we're doing today? So you know the game Minecraft?
Oh, yeah. Oh, those are like legit Minecraft moves.
They're actually brake drums.
What?
How fast does it go? The max speed of the game is like 25 volts. Is it 25? I'm gonna try and get it up to 25, but it's a little scary because, like, if anything goes wrong at that speed. Did you bring your helmet? That's what I forgot.
The rest of my team assembled on site. We've got my wife Kirsten on camera, my friend Graydon on drone, and of course, Frank. Wait, who's Frank?
Frank is just a guy I met on like Craigslist. So he's like selling his services building lithium-ion battery packs. And then basically he told me he had this pack, and he's like, yeah, you can use it. So we're just borrowing it.
We also randomly met a guy who worked there named Trevor, but we'll talk more about him later.
It actually has a key. Yeah. Minecart.
So I got the battery hooked up and got it onto the tracks and lined it up properly, and I couldn't believe the moment was finally here. Now, just like any new vehicle, there are some tips and tricks that make driving the minecart a breeze. So here's what I figured out during the first few minutes on mine. For one, switch tracks are no problem if they're switched in the right direction. Unlike last time. Whoa! Number 2, minecarts run best when all of your electrical connectors are fully connected. Number 3, minecarts don't actually have a speedometer, so if you want to know how fast you're going, it's best to download an app to your phone. Number 4, and this is a big one, don't run over sticks. Whoa, that was rough. Did we run over a stick? Is that what did that? Couldn't have done. Did that do this? Oh, and number 5, is anyone missing some Tylenol?
Hey, look, some Tylenol. So what I've learned is, if there's a stick on the tracks, you definitely don't want to go over it. On a big train, you know, you can just crush the stick. Because big trains weigh a lot. But my car only weighs like 300 pounds with me on it, maybe. So we can't really crush everything. Oh my gosh, this is incredible.
After realizing that my minecart actually activated the railroad crossing, it was finally starting to sink in.
This is gotta be one of the coolest things I've ever done in my life. This is so much fun.
I was on a real minecart, on real tracks. And not just any tracks, but really cool tracks that were surrounded by incredible scenery. And to think, a few short weeks ago, this was all just an idea in my head. Now that I was starting to get the hang of things, I was ready to link up with my crew so that we could all go discover more of this incredible track together and find a nice long stretch to see if I could hit the top speed. But not before we address some important business.
Building a real minecart is not cheap, but thankfully we have a sponsor, Bespoke Post.
Bespoke Post is a membership club that sends awesome stuff to you every month, like this sweet-looking Japanese Nada from their Slashbox. In the wintertime, my furnace gets hungry, and a versatile tool like this can help me make kindling to feed it, strip down branches, and of course, be prepared for the occasional zombie. And when I'm ready to leave my base for supplies, this old-school weekender bag is the perfect real-life inventory bar. I love that 90% of Bespoke's products come from small businesses. Many of them are based in the US, like Barebones, who made the Nada and is based in Salt Lake City. With Bespoke, you'll get around $70 of value for $45 a box. And you only pay for what you want. They base your boxes off of the quiz that you take when signing up, but even before they send it, you get the option to preview what's inside, and then you can either keep it, swap it for something else, or skip the month entirely for no charge. So if your inventory could use some of Bespoke's ever-changing lineup of awesome tools, kits, and even food, and you want 20% off your first box, then click the link in the description below and enter code JoelCreates20 at checkout, or go to bspk.me/JoelCreates20. Help support my projects by supporting the people who keep my resources stocked. Thanks, Bespoke. Meanwhile, back at camp.
That was, I had derailed once. It turns out a stick can derail you.
Like a stick like this, right?
No, like a twig.
So you gotta hand it up while it was like a tree trunk.
The stick had it out for me. I'm pretty sure he said something about my mother.
Dude, that was so cool. Whenever we were driving along the road and you were going by, I was like, holy shit, that looks like a real minecart.
I bet it looks awesome. Well, I'm just gonna keep going this way, so why don't you guys go position yourself somewhere in the trees?
Kirsten and Damien scouted ahead for interesting locations and potential speedrun areas.
Like a spider.
Oh, shit. You scared me at first.
You want a lift, G?
Right?
Yeah.
I gave Graydon a ride and then lined up for some flyby shots. Ready? Now that I knew that a branch could derail me, it was important to test any section of track at a lower speed before pushing it faster, just in case I ran into anything that might cause the same problem.
And nothing reverses, that's awesome.
It does. Not full speed, but it does. I kind of want to come down that stretch even faster. Alright, here we go. More speed, more power. This section was beautiful, and I got it up to 18 miles an hour. But I still wasn't ready to take it up to the top speed just yet. I got it up to almost 20. What'd you say, holy cow?
I can't believe how far the track is. I filmed for like 45 seconds and I still didn't see the other side.
Graydon was right. This track was just massive, and I couldn't wait to discover even more. Like our first bridge. We were quickly starting to realize that, even when it's freezing cold outside, everything is just more fun when you've got a minecart. Alright, Damien, you go hike up ahead and I'll drop her off. Yeah, not really. You expect it to be so wobbly? Oh yeah, no, it's fun, right? Alright, I'll go get Damien. Wanna ride?
Keep this thing and like bring it out here again for fun.
I know, right? You're hopping on it.
Okay, check out.
Yeah. Every night in my dreams, I see you. I'm gonna come down here pretty quick. I'm gonna see if I can hit top speed. Alright, here we go. Now, I don't know if you can really tell on camera, but the closer that I got to 25, the more that this thing bounced back and forth and the sketchier it became. But I was just not ready to give up. That was 24. Now I know I can push it a little further, so one more.
Think you can get it? 25?
I think I can hit it. Oh yeah, I can go 30, it's just it might crash. Let's just make sure that everything is nice and aligned. Everything seems tight. Everything seems good. Okay, let's go. Top speed time. It's cold, this thing.
You got 25.
It was incredible to reach the top speed of a real Minecraft minecart, but we still had so much more to do. For instance, you may have noticed that I make YouTube videos for a living. One of the things I've been trying to do lately is to expand my presence on other social media platforms, which is why occasionally I have to say things like, I want you to film a TikTok with Damien. And then I'm gonna pull up and say something Minecrafty, but what? I don't know what.
Hey, do you know what the next stream is? Oh, I think I see it. Never mind.
There are endless possibilities when you've got your own mini train station and a real minecart. What would you do? Let me know in the comments. Let's see it one more time. Now, at this moment, I had no idea, but things were about to get really crazy thanks to that guy Trevor that I mentioned earlier. This is a Minecraft minecart, and it's one of, well, one... Oh! Watch out! Wow! I'm sure you have better things to do, but on the off chance you don't, it'd be pretty cool to go on these parallel tracks and have them sit and kind of film me while you go along.
Keep all arms, hands, legs, small children, selfie sticks inside the tree.
This was the coolest. I mean, how often do you and your buddies get to chase each other down your own private railroad track? I'll go around and then I'll follow you guys. Riding around the amusement park again, I couldn't help but feel that same giddiness from earlier. And I realized that it wasn't just because I was riding on a minecart, but that my friends and my wife were here sharing the experience with me, and that we were even making new friends in the process. And behind me was a massive trail of unlikely what-ifs. What if I had never reached out to Daryl at Little America? And what if he had said no to me coming out here with my contraptions? What if I had never run into that genius battery builder Frank? And what if we never said hello to Trevor? What if he hadn't gone over and above to make our time here so special? What if I didn't have friends and family who were willing to give their time to help me on projects like this? What if I listened to that little thought at the beginning of this project that said, it's just too hard, do something easier? That's what I love about this project, and really any worthwhile adventure. Just like a good minecart ride, if you keep your head up, stay on track, hang on and enjoy the ride, you just might end up smiling in absolute bewilderment at your good fortune. If you want to experience the beautiful track you saw in this video on one of their awesome steam trains, then go check out Little America in Marshall, Wisconsin. I've included a link to their website in the description below. Again, a seriously huge thanks to Daryl, Alex, and Trevor for all of their help. I could not have done this without them. If you want to see more content like this, please consider liking and subscribing, as it helps a ton.
Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time.
On November 15, 1926, the National Broadcasting Company hit the airwaves for the first time. At this point, broadcast networks were still relatively new, and while impressive, the process was not without its issues. NBC's programming was broadcast from New York City, transmitted via telephone wire to 19 affiliate stations, and then sent via radio into the homes of listeners. A major difficulty was communication between the network headquarters and the affiliate stations. Some networks utilized two lines between parties, a telephone line that transmitted the programming, and a telegraph line that transmitted memos between employees. NBC did not have the latter, so when it came time for the affiliate stations to manually switch between programs, they were often unsure when the programming block was going to end, resulting in a clumsy operation that affected the listening experience. Almost immediately after its debut, NBC was looking for a way to solve this issue. Rather than spend time and money running telegraph lines to all of its affiliates, NBC needed to send the message that programming was going to conclude through the programming itself. This message needed to be clear enough that the affiliate stations would know to make the switch, but not disruptive to those listening to the programming. An NBC announcer, Phillips Carlin, had previously been the announcer of the B.F. Goodrich Silvertown Orchestra program, which was introduced by a series of chimes. Carlin suggested that a short series of notes be played at the end of programming, signaling to the affiliate stations to make switches while offering a pleasant melody to listeners. The original NBC melody consisted of 7 notes, which would be played by the announcer at the end of the program. This sequence proved too complicated for many announcers, and after a few years of experimenting, the melody would be simplified to just 3 notes: G, E, C. While not the first musical network identifier put in place, the NBC chimes was the first to be recognized nationwide and was the first iconic sound signature in the United States. As more radio and eventually television networks entered the media landscape throughout the 20th century, many would try to create sound signatures of their own. Most often, the branding would only last a few years before being refreshed, and the sound signatures with the most longevity would often not be themes representing the network as a whole, but rather a specific programming block, such as a theme for news or sports. Still, there were a few network themes that became permanent. The NBC chimes are still used today, 90 years after being introduced. In 1984, Nickelodeon debuted a theme sung by jazz musician Eugene Pitt and produced by roots musician Tom Pompisello. Nickelodeon! This sound signature remains the network's theme and has been remixed countless times in the 40 years since being introduced. In 1993, HBO debuted the HBO Static Angel. The branding was created by a team led by HBO's head of production, Bruce Richmond, and the logo and short music cues still appear with HBO original programming nearly 3 decades later. The NBC chimes, the Nickelodeon mnemonic, and the HBO Static Angel are all iconic sound signatures, recognizable to generations of viewers. However, there is another network theme that fits this description, a theme that has been playing for 2 decades and has achieved an iconic status for generations as well. This is the Disney Channel theme. The theme comprises 4 notes. 4 notes that debuted in the early 2000s. 4 notes that dominated through the network's rise and peak in popularity. 4 notes that are still being used on the channel today. The Disney Channel theme was created by The Disney Channel theme was created by The Disney Channel theme was created by I have no idea. Should be good. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great.
Okay, great. Andrew Barth Feldman, Sis, Damian Haas, you are a star on stage and screen, and you have appeared in a Disney television production.
That's right.
You are a star of stage.
Am.
And screen.
Am.
You are a Disney Channel fan.
Some would say.
You have been on Disney Channel.
I have been on Disney Channel, yes.
I invited you here to ask you one question. So here we go. This is my question. Do you know the Disney Channel theme?
I feel like I do.
Do you know the Disney Channel theme song?
It makes me think like a Hillary Duff, like, hi, I'm Hillary Duff, and you're watching the Disney Channel, and then it'd be like,
it's hi, you're watching Disney Channel. That's the theme. But
that's not the theme. That is something, and the theme is in there.
It is there? There is one?
Yes, there is a theme.
Oh my god.
Don't.
That's right, you got it.
I know.
Or is it like, or something like that?
That is really close.
Okay, yeah.
It's actually...
Yeah, of course.
Isn't it weird that we don't know who wrote that theme?
No.
Okay.
We don't know who wrote.
Yes, we do. But you could know if you wanted.
Sure, and I'm sure we could know if we wanted to know who wrote
But
the
we
Disney
can't.
Channel.
Nobody
Well, there you
knows. So what I'm going to try to do is a legitimate investigation.
Okay.
Where I try to figure out who wrote this theme.
Great.
I'm catching you at such a crazy time in this journey that you're on. I can't wait to see where it goes.
I've always been fascinated with television programming, specifically programming breaks. The content before, after, and in between shows. Not the commercials, but the bumpers, network identifications, and interstitial programming. It is a fascinating liminal space, full of subtle reassurances. Here's where you are, here is what you've been watching, and here's what's next. Don't leave. Don't go anywhere. Don't worry. We'll be right back. At the peak of television's popularity, these breaks even acted as extensions of the main content, to the point that, absent of this material, context is lost. You can watch an episode of Full House or Family Matters on DVD, but without the TGIF branding and interstitials, there's a key component to the viewing experience that is missing. You can watch All of That or Clarissa Explains It All on streaming, but it is a fundamentally different experience removed from the SNCC branding. There is no channel where this symbiosis is more apparent than Disney Channel. Unlike its rivals Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, Disney Channel does not have traditional commercial breaks with content produced by third-party advertisers. Instead, the channel uses this time in a variety of creative ways. This programming, which has been watched by millions of people for over 2 decades, is surrounded and accented by 4 simple notes. But how do you trace back their origins? Where do you even begin? Alright, let's establish our timeline. On April 18th, 1983, the Disney Channel debuted in the United States. As we've discussed a lot on Defunct TV, the Disney Channel was originally a premium cable service, following the successful model created by HBO a decade earlier. Subscribers of the Disney Channel were treated to reruns of classic Disney films, shows, and shorts, along with a selection of original programming and some cool bumpers. The Disney Channel logo featured Mickey's silhouette in front of a television with scan lines. This would often be accompanied by a Mickey-shaped satellite that became an icon of the channel in its early years. The channel did not have a dedicated theme when it debuted, so various instrumentals of Zippity Doo-Dah were used in the bumpers.
The Disney Channel.
In 1986, just 3 years after debuting, the Disney Channel was given its first big refresh. While the logo stayed the same, the tone of the channel was changed significantly, transitioning from its original dramatic, cinematic approach to one that was more lighthearted and Disney. This came with a new series of channel identifications that featured the disembodied hands of Mickey Mouse performing some sort of task or activity that resulted in the creation of the Disney Channel logo. These bumpers were brilliantly shot, visually stunning, and also a bit unsettling. There's something disturbing about only seeing Mickey's hands in puppet form and never hearing his voice. In one of these bumpers, Mickey goes into a photo booth, and you think surely this will be the one where we see his face, but no, the photos just come out smudged and blurred. Scary stuff. This bumper is also terrifying, but it's definitely on purpose this time. Mickey is having a nightmare in which his hand is being chased by a ghost, and then the Disney Channel logo itself. The hand then runs down a hallway made of the other bumpers, and all of those bumpers' hands begin to attack this bumper's hand. And one of the attacking bumpers is the bumper we're watching. The bumper ends with Mickey's alarm waking him up, which is a total cliche. But otherwise, the bumper is the best bumper. It bumps. Many of the musical cues in these channel IDs are similar, but the Disney Channel still lacked a distinct theme. However, an original song was created to promote the channel, and they did not hold back on the energy. This rather long musical number culminated in families and Disney characters singing "Disney's Our Channel," and among the choir was everyone's favorite Disney character.
Our channel. Disney's our channel.
This song often ended with one of the most violent logo reveals in the history of television. A few years later, in the early 90s, more channel IDs in the POV style were created, except rather than puppetry, these new ones used claymation, and instead of featuring Mickey's hands, this batch was from the perspective of Donald. In 1995, the Disney Channel began to phase out the scanline portion of its logo, opting to just use the text to represent the channel. This would not last long though, as 2 years later in 1997, the channel would have its most significant change yet, transitioning from a premium cable service to a basic cable channel. Disney would drop the in the channel's name, becoming simply Disney Channel. A new logo was created with a Mickey-shaped television that various characters would be composited into. This refresh also gave Disney Channel its most distinct musical theme yet. These branding changes were just part of a massive transition for Disney Channel. Up to this point, most of the Disney Channel's original programming was 27 minutes. But after the switch to basic cable, the channel would transition to television standard 22-minute programs. This meant that Disney Channel's 27-minute programming would be phased out and replaced with new content. And also, that for every 30 minutes of airtime, the channel would need 8 minutes of programming breaks. Disney Channel assured its longtime viewers that they would not be filling this time with commercials, which was somewhat true. Disney Channel would take on very few sponsorships from outside companies, instead opting to advertise the countless products being sold throughout the Disney company. This turned Disney Channel into a synergy machine, seamlessly promoting its films, TV shows, products, and theme parks. However, it would be a disservice to call these tie-ins simply commercials, as they were formatted in such a way that they could be viewed as original programming. For instance, within a year of the transition to basic cable, Disney Channel began airing a program called Movie Surfers. Movie Surfers gave viewers an inside look at the newest Disney feature film, with child actors serving as entertainment reporters. Ideas such as these were brilliant and a sign of what was to come, but at this point in the late 90s, Disney Channel was still very much in a period of transition and experimentation, and not every idea stuck. Coming out of the switch to basic cable, Disney Channel created 3 distinct programming blocks. First, Playhouse Disney was created as a morning block with programming aimed at preschoolers. Second, Vault Disney was created to air classic films, television programs, and shorts. Vault Disney would air at night and throughout the early morning. Finally, over a year after the rebrand, a third programming block was introduced to Disney Channel, an afternoon block aimed at tweens and teens named Zoog Disney. Zoog Disney had its own theme, its own characters, and even its own world. The Zoogs were a group of robots that lived inside of the bits and bytes between the television and computer screen. Their entire backstory is explained in their theme song, including the odd detail that they've been alive since the birth of fire. And since it was released in 1998, each character was introduced in a rap.
My name's Joe. I'm a Zoog. Got a place just for you.
The Zoog Disney programming block was an attempt to appeal to the tweens and teens of the late 90s that were becoming more and more interested in this thing called the interweb. It also served the dual purpose of promoting the tie-in website. The lineup for Zoog Disney was initially pretty sparse, with Disney needing to syndicate shows such as Growing Pains while it built its own tween programming. Though Disney really only needed to syndicate the 7th season of Growing Pains, because this was the one that featured a young Leonardo DiCaprio, which allowed the channel to brand an entire week of programming as Leonardo Week.
Yeah.
In 2000, Disney Channel introduced a new variant of the 1997 logo, removing the characters in the middle and giving it a more modern, hip look. The Zoogs were also given a CG redesign with more human-looking characters, and Disney Channel even created Zoog video games and action figures. A new sound signature was also circulated around this time, but it was less of a musical mnemonic and more two melodic shouts. With the premieres of Even Stevens in 2000 and Lizzie McGuire in 2001, Disney Channel was on its way to establishing itself as a major competitor in the preteen demographic, which at the time was dominated by Nickelodeon. By 2002, Disney Channel was ready for another refresh. The 3 programming block model might have helped with the transition from premium cable, but it was no longer needed. The block with the most successful branding, Playhouse Disney, would remain. The Vault Disney block would be retired entirely, as Disney Channel was going all in on tween programming. The Zoog Disney branding would also be dropped, while most of its content would remain. Movie Surfers would continue to produce more episodes, and more interstitial programs in a similar vein were created. The previous movie block branding, Zoog Movie, would become Disney Channel Movie, with a brand new song that would become iconic for viewers of the channel. Perhaps most significantly, the rebranding would bring a new logo and a new channel theme. These additions first appeared at some point in late 2002. So I figure the first step in finding out who wrote the Disney Channel theme is finding when the theme first appeared. The Disney Channel Wikia said this came about sometime in September of 2002, so let's watch some ads from September of 2002.
Kids like you express themselves every day on Disney Channel.
It does help to talk about September 11th, because, you know, you get it out of you and you get to be heard. It was such a traumatic event that, I mean, how could you forget?
If you had heard me last year, that's all I would have been talking about.
It's definitely a healing process.
Disney Channel. Express yourself.
Oh, thank God. I really thought that was going to be the first appearance of the theme. This segment, this Express Yourself segment, I feel like I've seen something like this before, where the teen stars of the channel do these sit-downs, but usually it's about friends or the homework they pretend to do, but it's not about 9/11, usually. So after a bit more research, I found a lot more of these 9/11 PSAs, most of which were from right after the September 11th attacks in 2001, and these have been recirculated recently. About a year ago, there was a bunch of news stories looking back on these PSAs. But none of those look back on the ones that were a year later, which visually are a lot less patriotic, which makes the transition into talking about 9/11 far more jarring. Anyways.
When you give, you get back a lot more. Check out Disney Adventures Magazine for all the details.
You can make a difference. Kids can make a big difference.
So this is still the old logo, and I haven't heard the new theme yet, but I also haven't seen any Zoog Disney branding. So in the timeline here, it seems this is after Zoog Disney was retired, but before the new assets went into circulation. I'll watch a few more from this batch just to make sure.
Kids like you express themselves every day on Disney Channel.
One of the positive sides of September 11th.
Alright, that's enough of that. I don't think the theme is in this batch, so let's move on. One comment does say, it's awesome you got a September 2002 Disney Channel airing from before the retool/logo change. So that makes me optimistic that the Wikia is right and that September 2002 is when we get the new logo. Not sure if that's when the theme's going to show up, though. Also, huge thank you to archivists that upload programming breaks. These are specifically from Southpaw Frizzle. I view it as legitimately important historical work. These are time capsules that could have easily been lost. That's the old theme. So this is still before the retool. Gosh darn it. Let's see if there's any of those Express Yourself ads in here.
I think that kids should just be friends with their friends for who they are and not worry about where they came from or who their parents are.
I agree.
Someone differently just because of what someone else has done.
A lot of my friends, they're treated differently because of the whole September 11th situation.
Oh my gosh, I thought this was going to be a normal one. This was before Disney Channel's logo changed a few days later on October 7th, 2002 by CA Square. And then Evans Media Archive says, nope, they changed it on September 30th, 2002. There's no way somebody uploaded something from September 30th, 2002, is there? Oh my gosh. This is September 30th, 2002, and that's the new Playhouse Disney logo down there. We're so close.
Boy Meets World.
Wait.
After that, it's a twin thing.
Wait.
Sister.
On Disney Channel.
That was it. That was the 4-note mnemonic. We found it. So the new logo and 4-note theme debuted the week of September 30th, 2002, but we're still missing a key feature of the rebrand. I don't see any of the wand IDs. I don't see them drawing anything. The Disney Channel channel identification, or wand IDs as they are most often referred to, are a series of bumpers that feature a star of the channel stating their name and the program in which they appear, before uttering the classic line,
And you're watching Disney Channel.
It's almost unnecessary to describe these bumpers, because they are by far the most iconic and recognizable aspect of Disney Channel that exists outside of the programming, and they are one of the most famous channel identifications in the history of television. For broadcast networks, channel IDs such as these are actually mandatory. Stations must air an identification during sign-on and sign-off, as well as every hour on the hour.
This is station KMBC, Channel 9, Kansas City.
This is because broadcast television uses public airwaves and is subject to the identification standards set by the Federal Communications Commission. Cable channels, on the other hand, are private, and instead of using airwaves, cable uses cables and satellites. So while cable channels such as Disney Channel don't legally have to air channel identifications, there are still many reasons why programmers might create these types of bumpers. For children's television, the FCC mandates that there's a clear separation between the programming and the commercials. This is due to the fact that children have child brains that can't always tell when Max and Ruby has ended and a commercial for Floam has begun. This is what initially led to some of the most famous bumpers in children's television, including the famous After These Messages bumpers from ABC. A channel identification after the commercials and before the programming can also qualify as a reasonable separation of the two. Another common use for channel IDs and bumpers in general is that they provide a buffer before and after the commercial block. This way, if the beginning or end of the commercial block is cut off due to a glitch or an error, it will only cut into the bumper and not the commercial. This prevents the channel from losing any revenue from its advertisers. Another, more obvious reason for a channel ID is the benefit to the viewer. While today it is almost entirely irrelevant, before the advent of modern television interfaces, viewers often had no way of knowing what network they were watching as they surfed through channels. So having someone say it out loud was actually pretty helpful. Perhaps the most important aspect of a channel ID, though, is branding. And this is the true genius of the Disney Channel wand IDs. In the course of just a few seconds, the channel was able to present one of their stars, one of their programs, the channel's name, and the channel's logo as one unified product. After comparing this to the chaos and randomness of Zoog Disney, it is no wonder why these idents were so successful in rebranding the channel, which is why it's so surprising that there are no wand IDs from late 2002, or I should say, almost no wand IDs. Who is this kid? This nobody was the first person to draw the Disney Channel logo. He's also really good. He is a pro. Look at those circles. It seems that this kid, whose bumper aired throughout late 2002, was the first person to appear in a wand identification, even if only technically. The first batch of wand IDs with the channel stars would not air until June of 2003, 8 months after the rebrand. Prior to their debut, Disney Channel would rely on a different set of channel IDs that were far more elaborate in scope, and used an impressive amount of visual effects for the time. Each bumper featured children using their imaginations to make an ordinary situation magical, before returning back to reality as the Disney Channel logo was revealed. Like the other bumpers from this refresh, these idents also ended with the 4-note theme. Watching these back to back, it's interesting to note how different the music cues are. They all have different tones, instrumentation, and progressions. Often, the only common element is the final 4 notes, which also vary slightly in key and rhythm. These imagination IDs would continue to air on the channel, albeit less often, after the introduction of the wand IDs. The initial batch of wand IDs featured such stars as Hilary Duff for Lizzie McGuire, Raven Simone for That's So Raven, and America Ferrera for the Disney Channel original movie Gotta Kick It Up. This batch also included 2 animated wand IDs, one for animated Lizzie and another for Kim Possible, Ron Stoppable, and Rufus. It is hard to properly explain just how popular these bumpers were. It seemed that every child that watched the channel desperately wanted to do one.
Me and my friend have glow sticks one day, and on the commercials you can see where they have those little glow sticks and they're going. And me and my friend like to play around. So like, I'm Selena, but we're watching Disney Channel. We like to draw it all the time.
They never had you do a wand ID, despite you being on the channel.
No, and I could talk about my disappointment with that all day. That's all I wanted to do. That was all I wanted to do, because if I ever flipped the channel, odds are I would see like, what's up? I'm Juggy Brodelteen, and you're watching the Disney Channel, and do the little doots. The closest I ever got was they had my zombie character host like, it's Disney Halloween special week, and you know.
Oh, so you had a bumper.
I had a bumper, but it was with my character that was a zombie and was co-hosted by someone who did all the talking. So we never did the Mickey. It was just always like, you know, coming up next is whatever, and I'd be like, and they'd be like, that's right, it is a new episode.
These bumpers have remained relevant with Disney Channel fans old and new. In 2019, the Disney Now app debuted a feature that allowed users to make their own wand IDs. And at the 2022 D23 Disney Fan Convention, there was even a photo op where you could pretend to do one. The wand IDs have even found a broader legacy outside of just those that watch the channel, reaching the true indicator of cultural notability: memes. The original badge constantly circulates online, with fans editing the footage to display the stars' drawings more realistically, showcasing just how bad these actors are at drawing what appears to be a fairly simple logo. Returning to the initial batch that was aired on the channel, the clever editing around these awful drawings is evident. I think the worst one has to be Spencer Breslin, who even in the edited version is still noticeably off. But to be fair, he probably had other things on his mind.
If you had heard me last year, that's all I would have been talking about.
I had seen these edited versions a few times, but I just thought of something while revisiting them. Where did this footage come from? These are obviously outtakes and not taken from the original idents. Sure enough, I was able to find a few of these outtakes, and there are a few things that stood out to me. First, this line from Hilary Duff.
Oh, it's mouse ears.
Yes.
Oh.
There you go.
It seems that the stars were not sure what they were even supposed to be drawing, which makes you wonder what instructions they were given. Most likely, they were told they were drawing the new logo, and this was just her noticing that they were mouse ears for the first time. Hilary Duff is one of the first to ever see the new logo and the first to ever do a wand ID, and she has no point of reference for what the final version will look like, and has no concept of just how iconic these bumpers will become. This is the burden of the trailblazer and the solitude of the trendsetter.
They made us do it like 900 times. I think I had like lost all personality at that point. Plus I was like pubescent teen. I was like, what are they making me do? This is invisible. This is possible.
Another thing I noticed is that these outfits are the same ones used in the Express Yourself bumpers / 9/11 PSAs. This either means that the channel had a wardrobe for the stars whenever they were appearing as themselves, or that these were filmed on the same day or days. Both are likely. Finally, and most importantly, I noticed this. That is a slate. It is used for sound synchronization and shot organization. Clapperboards typically feature the scene, shot, and take, as well as the name of the director of photography and the director. It's difficult to make out, but the top name is labeled DIR, and the bottom is labeled CAM. This means that someone named G. Owen directed at least the production of the first batch of wand IDs. Despite not airing until June of 2003, it is safe to assume that these wand IDs were actually shot with the Express Yourself segments in 2002. The actors' clothes are the same, they look the same age, and they were all part of the same massive refresh. The Disney Channel Wikia claims that the wand IDs were filmed along with the Express Yourself ads, specifically in August of 2002. If true, this makes perfect sense within the timeline. The channel probably set October as the month the refresh would kick in. As we discovered, many of these changes actually debuted on September 30th, but that was the Monday of the first week of October, so this still tracks. The only part of the August shoot that was time-sensitive was the 9/11 PSAs, which were designed to debut before the refresh during the one-year anniversary of the attacks that September. The post-production of these segments was likely expedited to meet the deadline, and the channel made sure that these all ended with the old logo. This is almost too perfect. These 9/11 PSAs were designed to only air in September of 2002, as all of the stars are referencing the one-year anniversary specifically. These would never air again, so only these would retain the old logo and would never need an updated version. The other Express Yourself ads were definitely shot at the same time, were designed to air at any time and in perpetuity, all end with the new logo, and for the record, have a very different tone than the 9/11 ones.
Ooh, I love food.
Express yourself.
Assuming G. Owen directed the Wand IDs from pre to post-production, then they must know who wrote the music, and therefore the theme. This is the most solid lead I have, but there's just one problem. I don't know their first name, and searching for G. Owen or any variation of did not return solid results. I assume that the voice in the outtakes is the director, and it sounds masculine, so I looked for Gregory, Gary, George, Gerald, Gabriel, Gavin, Grant, Jerry, before eventually trying Glenda, Gabby, Grace, Gretel, Gwen, and Gertrude before giving up. I still feel like this is a key to the puzzle. I just cannot find the answer right now, so I'm going to have to go in a different direction.
Thank you for calling the Defunctland tip line. If you have any leads on who might have written the Disney Channel theme, please leave a message after the beep.
Hey, Kevin. Yeah, actually, I know who wrote the Disney Channel theme song. It was, this guy, it was Joe. Yeah, it was Joe Mama. Joe Mama wrote the Disney Channel theme song. So, yeah, hope that helps.
Hey, I've got a tip. Why don't you start calling these YouTube videos documentaries, you pretentious...
Yo, Kevin, what's up, man? Hey, I heard you were researching the Disney Channel theme. Have you ever heard of the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones?
The Mighty Mighty Bosstones are a ska band that was formed in Boston, Massachusetts in 1983. The band was originally started by blah 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 blah. All you need to know is that in 1997, the band released the hit single, The Impression That I Get. This is by far the most popular Mighty Mighty Bosstones song, and for our purposes, its relevance is found in the repeated horn riff heard throughout the track. Let me know if you hear anything familiar. Yes, The Impression That I Get by the Mighty Mighty Bosstones seemingly features what would become the Disney Channel theme 5 years later. The riff does include the same notes, and the rhythm is similar, but this is only the first half of this riff. The reason that I mention this is not because I think the composer of the theme stole from the Mighty Mighty Bosstones. It is also not because I think the theme was written by a Bostonian. I mention this because there is almost no information on the Disney Channel theme online, and everywhere I seem to go, if there is discussion on these 4 notes, someone will bring up this song. So while I don't think this is part of the mystery, the Mighty Mighty Bosstones have made the board, although I am going to put them way over here. With that out of the way, let's see if we can find some more promising leads. There are 2 major music licensing organizations that composers and artists join, and that's ASCAP and BMI, and they have a shared database. So if you want to license something, all you have to do is go to this search engine and search for the song, and it'll tell you who owns it, who wrote it, who has the ability to license it. Now, I'm not sure that the composer that wrote the theme would have submitted to ASCAP and BMI, as Disney Channel owns it 100%, but it's the best lead I have right now, so let's search. You can search by title, you can search by composer, you can search by publisher, but I'm just going to type in Disney Channel and see what happens. Whoa. There are 4 pages. There are so many compositions. There are 77 results. I thought we'd have no results. Now I'm thinking we have too many. Okay, let's see what they give us. Arnheider Theodore Linkfield. That's a great name. It just says Disney Channel. It doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't say the year. The composition is just titled Disney Channel. Okay, here's another one called Disney Channel. We have at least publishers this time. Disney Luft Raus. Is that German? Air Out. Air Out. Like Disney Channel. Is that what like a bumper's called? Like an air out? Okay, that's German Disney Channel. Okay, this is Japanese Disney Channel. Japan Central Music Limited. It's not Disney Channel 10th anniversary because that would have been 93 or something like that. David Norland is credited for writing at least half of these results. I mean, look at how many he made. But how do we verify that he wrote the theme? Because these don't give much away. Okay, so these alternate titles are actually what the announcer is saying. So, and now back to, yes, it says, and now back to, right here. Sweet Niblets, Hannah Montana. I bet you I can find the one that says Sweet Niblets. And if it ends with the theme, David Norland wrote the theme. Okay, we got this. Let's do it.
Rock stardom? No biggie. New boy crushes? Whoa, stop the presses! Catch the drama of Hannah Montana on Disney Channel.
Waiting for Sweet Niblets.
Hannah Miley? Well, I know. Hang out with Hannah and Miley on Hannah Montana right here on Disney Channel. Stick around. Hannah Montana will be right back on Disney Channel. Let's get back to Hannah Montana on
Say Sweet Niblets.
Hannah Montana's next, part of Disney Channel's Summer of Stars. Don't go away. Hannah Montana will be right back. Disney Channel's Summer of Stars. Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana.
Hannah Montana.
Hannah Montana. All part of That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana. Sweet Niblets. Hannah Montana.
Yes, we got it. But is the theme there?
Hannah Montana will be right back on Disney Channel.
It is. It's there. Sweet Niblets. Hannah Montana Disney promo. David Richard Christopher Norland. Now I just gotta figure out how to get in touch with this guy. His website does not mention working for Disney Channel. I'm 95% sure this is the David Norland that wrote for Disney Channel. And I found a way to contact him. I really hope he responds. Good news. David Norland responded. Bad news, he did not write the Disney Channel theme. He started writing for the channel in 2007, so the mnemonic predated his involvement. However, I still asked if he would be willing to do an interview, because he wrote many instrumentals using the 4-note theme and he very well might know who wrote it. Another reason I'd love to speak with him is because he started writing for the channel in 2007. When I saw that year, 2 words immediately came to mind. Ribbon Era. A common practice among those who study and teach history is to separate long spans of time and large amounts of information into smaller, more digestible eras. But how does one go about breaking apart history? Sometimes it's more obvious than others. For instance, the history of China is most often told through its dynasties, and it is very clear when each dynasty begins and ends. Disney's film history has also famously been separated into eras, such as the Golden Age, Silver Age, and the most well-known, the Disney Renaissance. While most breakdowns of the Disney animation eras explain the historical reason for the change, I find that these eras are separated less by history and more by the quality of the films. Sometimes there is a historical reason for a dip in quality, such as the wartime era. But by the time you get to the post-Renaissance, the general reasoning for the distinction is, these are the less good ones. Except for the one that you love. That's my favorite too. So what about Disney Channel? How is its history separated by the fans that study it like the great epic that it is? Is it separated by TV shows, or what about the DCOMs? Surprisingly, the general consensus among fans is that Disney Channel history should be separated by the bumpers. This is not ahistorical, as each change in bumper design typically coincided with other significant changes to the channel in terms of branding and strategy. Still, the nomenclature is most often related to the style of the bumpers. The era from 1983 to 1997 is typically labeled Early Beginnings, because most Disney Channel fans consider the channel's 1997 rebranding as the true start to the channel as they know it. 1997 to 2002 is an obvious era, and is sometimes labeled the 3-block era, the Zoog Disney era, or the Mickey TV era. 2002 to 2007 is often referred to as the Bounce era, for the way the logo bounces around the screen during the bumpers. In 2007, the channel was given another refresh, retaining many elements from the Bounce era, with the main difference being updated music cues and bumpers that featured a ribbon twirling around the screen before forming the Disney Channel logo. This era is thus referred to as the Ribbon Era. In 2010, the bumpers were refreshed once again, now placing the classic logo inside of a rounded square. This was just after Disney Channel began the switch to high definition, allowing viewers to watch in a 16:9 aspect ratio. The original digital on-screen channel graphic, that little watermark in the corner of the screen, referred to as a network bug, was designed with the 4:3 aspect ratio in mind, and probably looked a bit awkward moved out to the far corner while still being attached to the bottom. The same could be said for pretty much all of the bumpers since 2002, as the classic logo hugs the left side of the screen in a way that would leave far too much empty space in a widescreen format. The new rounded square look was a compromise, maintaining the design of the old logo, but placing it in a square that could be centered on the screen or placed equidistant from the corner. I imagine this entire era of television was annoying for those making bumpers, because consumers were still making the transition to HD, and channels were simulcasting in standard definition and high definition. This meant that you would need to make your bumper in 16:9, but none of the critical elements could be pushed to the side. This resulted in a product that when viewed in widescreen feels too centered, because rather than this box being the area for all of your titles, you actually had to put them in this box. This also made the wand IDs look a bit awkward in this era when broadcast in HD, but we did get to see the dog with a blog wand ID, and he drew that logo way better than those kids. Good boy. In 2014, the rounded square era ended, and Disney Channel fans lost the logo that had been a staple of the channel since 2002. The new logo removed the iconic Mickey ears, instead choosing to put ears on the dot of the eye in Disney. The wand IDs remained, with some major alterations. Instead of holding a giant glowing stick, the stars now held a wizard's wand. Instead of drawing the classic logo, the stars only drew the ears on the eye, and instead of being on a white background, the stars were placed in front of a generic location. In 2017, this changed to a colored background, and in 2018, the white background returned, as did the glow stick. These newer eras of Disney Channel have been separated into the glass or family era, the social media era, and most recently, the item age. Because there's items in the bumpers. We can work on that name, there's still time. So this leads to the obvious question. Which era is best? The answer is whichever era you watched as a kid. But if you looked at just pure popularity, then the Disney Channel peaked during the Ribbon era in 2007. This was helped in large part by the premiere of High School Musical 2, which was watched by 17.24 million people. This broke the record not only for the most watched premiere of a Disney Channel original movie, but also the record for the most watched program premiere on cable ever. That's all of cable, ever. It broke the record set the previous year by a Monday Night Football game, which itself broke a record set by the Al Gore-Ross Perot debate over NAFTA in 1993. It is obvious why High School Musical 2 was able to achieve this feat. The debate over NAFTA was an intense and important argument between two powerful political rivals, and Monday Night Football is consistently popular as it broadcasts the intensity and suspense of athletics. High School Musical 2 was able to combine these two ratings winners by showcasing both the drama of sports as well as a tantalizing debate. Rather than the pros and cons to controversial trade legislation, with Perot on the side of anti-NAFTA and Gore on the side of pro-NAFTA, High School Musical 2 showcases a debate as to whether high schooler Chad Danforth can or cannot dance, with Chad squarely on the side of anti-dance, or as he says, I don't dance, and with theater kid Ryan Evans firmly on the side of pro-dance, or in his words, I know you can. This back and forth captured America in a way that neither the NAFTA debate or Monday Night Football could do on their own. When Chad replies to Ryan's assertion that he knows that he can dance, Chad, like a bullwhip, retorts, not a chance. 17 million people watched this premiere. If you clicked on this video, you were probably one of them. It impacted some more than others. In 2007, Disney Channel had an average of 2.694 million viewers, which at the time was the largest audience in the history of cable. This was the peak in the channel's popularity. As more television viewers, especially children, moved away from cable and to the internet, Disney Channel's viewership fell dramatically, and in 2021, the channel saw an average of only 233,000 viewers, a 90% loss from its peak in 2007. 2007, the year that the Disney Channel peaked in viewership, the year that Disney Channel entered the Ribbon era, the year that Disney Channel hired a new composer to write music for their bumpers, a composer that just agreed to an interview.
Hi, my name's David Norland. I'm a composer. I worked on the Disney Channel bumpers and IDs from around 2007 to around 2014. I've never been anything but a musician. I was educated classically up to the age of 11 or 12 when I discovered the electric guitar and took a hard left turn. I started doing work for various animation companies and production companies, I guess through word of mouth. I got a call from this guy one day who was, at the time, the creative director for a channel that doesn't exist anymore. It's a channel called SoapNet.
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 New way to watch soaps.
He got me into do the music, and we developed this relationship, and he moved on from there to become the creative director for Disney Channel. And when he went there in 2007, the very first thing he did was this big rebrand, and he hired me to do that, which was great. I'd made records for Disney artists before, and it was at a time when pop music, like in its purest, sugariest form, was really having another heyday. And suddenly Disney was sort of dominating. I guess what I was trying to do was to channel what I'd done for them in pop records and what was happening pop-wise at the time into the bumpers, so that it was really consistent with everything that Disney was doing at that point.
What goes into a composition like that? What are you trying to do psychologically when writing, and what do you want the effect of it to have?
First of all, you have to ask the question, what is a bumper for? We've got the commercial break coming up, or whatever the break is in the programming, and we do not want people to go away. I'm trying to create, and I think the people making the visuals as well, it's just a sense of ongoing excitement that this is not the end, that there's more to come, and it's going to be even more exciting. The actual 4-note mnemonic, the dun 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 dun, predated me. I inherited that when I was brought on board. In a musical sense, I've got to have made something that rhythmically and melodically leads to the mnemonic as the logical culmination of it.
So with those 4 notes, did you compose all in the same key? Is it the same 4 notes, or is it the same steps?
It's the same steps. It's the same intervals. So whether it's bum 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 or bum 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 bum, and so I composed in a lot of different keys. They're not particularly exotic keys. They're the kinds of keys that you would find pop music written in. I wonder if I could sit at the piano and illustrate this. Yeah, you can go bum 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 bum. To me, I would automatically think of that as bum 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 bum. Right, so F G C, 4-5-1. But you could also do it the other way around. You could do bum 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 bum, right, and do it 5-4-1, or you could do bum 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 bum. So you could do an E dominant 7th to an F to a C, or you could do bum 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 bum, which is a little more kind of jazzy and old school and kind of music hall. The basic rhythm is bum 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 bum, right? But I think that I probably messed the rhythm around a little, moved it around a little bit in some circumstances as well, and probably went bump 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 bum, which is just rhythmically a slightly different way of voicing it. It's still the same intervals, but it says something ever so slightly different rhythmically.
I want to ask you about some of the compositions specifically. I'll tell you my favorite. It was this wild, like,
that one was originally scored to one which had a particular ribbon movement around it, and the string runs reflected precisely the ribbon movement.
You were hired to do this. Do they say to you, hey, we're keeping this mnemonic, go nuts, but have it end with this?
Actually, it would have been an informal conversation between me and Ron, the executive, and that conversation probably would have been, you know what the mnemonic is, don't you? Yeah, just make sure, obviously everything's got to end with that. I don't even know that he would have even had to have said everything's got to end with that, because I would have known that. Seems very unlikely that it would even have been considered that they would change the mnemonic. It's such a successful piece of branding.
They don't hand you sheet music with 4 notes on it.
I don't think they did, no. I think at a certain point with the Disney Junior one, which I had actually written, I think I did have to submit a piece of sheet music with these 4 notes on a stage. But I never received that for the Disney Channel thing. No, it was all very much just, well, you know what the mnemonic is, isn't it? And I have no idea who originally came up with it. As to your quest to find out who was the originator of it, I'd be quite interested to know as well, because in this sort of very narrow specialist realm of making music, you have to figure that that's one of the more successful things of all time in that realm.
I was obviously disappointed that David did not know who wrote the Disney Channel theme. But while I was researching the history of the eras of the channel, I stumbled across the strongest lead I've had yet. Everyone knows Wikipedia, but there are countless other online encyclopedias that are created by fans, and these often skew more niche and specific. While researching the different eras, I stumbled across the Audio-Visual Identity Database. It is Bumper Wikipedia, and it is the most detailed source for Disney Channel idents that I've found. The people that contributed to this database left no stone unturned. They even go as far as to list the fonts that Disney Channel started using at this time. Not only that, but they also have an entire section dedicated to the music from this era. They describe it as several drum beats which segue into a ska punk theme with electric guitars and a horn section, the last 4 notes of which become Disney Channel's signature jingle. And then, you see this. Composed by Tonal Sound and Elias Associates. I don't know how they know this. I don't know if it's right, but this is the most solid lead I've had yet. Alright, let's find Tonal Sound Elias Associates. Here's Elias. Audio Identity. A pioneer in the discipline of audio branding. Alright, they have a reel. Let's watch the reel. Oh, the MTV Moon Man. That's famous.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
And that annoying Liberty one.
Yahoo!
They made Yahoo? And Intel? And Honda?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Man, you got to be kidding me. I didn't see Disney Channel, but I just saw pretty much everything else. That is every sound I have ever heard. Okay, here's an article about them. Elias Music is known as the leader in sonic branding and for its ability to bring stories to life through the power of music. Mercedes-Benz, Nike, American Express, Liberty Mutual, Honda, Google, Farmers Insurance, Apple. There is probably a better than not chance that whoever wrote the Disney Channel theme worked for Elias. Elias just happens to be the most popular music company for jingles and sonic branding in the world. This company has to have at least 10, maybe 20 composers at a time, maybe 100 composers. Well, it's not a good sign when I Google Elias Music Disney Channel jingle and the first thing to come up with any sort of relevance is the audiovisual identity database. What is Elias Tonal? Again, first relevant result, the audiovisual identity database, where we found the information in the first place. Okay, here we go. Alex Osarenko, a composer, founded Tonal Sound in New York City in 2002, and one of Tonal's clients was the Disney Channel. And here's a link to their website. Okay, Tonal Sound does not exist anymore. Let's search for Tonal Sound Alex Osarenko. Oh no, I think that's an obituary. Yeah, he passed away 2 years ago. Man. Alex Osarenko was my creative director for over 10 years during our shared time at Elias Arts. So it seems that Alex Osarenko moved from Elias to Tonal in 2002 when the Disney Channel stuff was being written, which might be why both companies are credited here. And I just keep seeing the tonalsound.com. Gosh darn it. Oh wait, the Wayback Machine. We don't have anything from 2002, but we do have stuff from 2003. Look at this old website. Andy Solomon, Eric Perlmutter, Michelle King. Andy Solomon is the VP of Operations at Definition 6, and he worked for Elias Arts and Tonal Sound. Andy's a producer. Let's look for Eric Perlmutter. Type in Eric Perlmutter Disney Channel. Oh my god. Disney Channel movie open intro 2002 old version. It can't be. It is! Oh my gosh. And this is Eric's company. He's crediting himself for writing it. This doesn't mean he wrote the theme, but the fact that we know that he at least wrote Let's Watch a Disney Channel Movie, that's a win. I needed that. So our initial lead from the audiovisual identity database was Elias Associates and Tonal Sound. Through our research, we found that Alex Osarenko was a creative director at both, started at Elias, and then founded Tonal. We also found that he has unfortunately passed away. We know this because another composer, Fritz Dottie, wrote a tribute to Alex, in which he claims that both Alex and him worked at Elias at the same time. This means that Fritz is also on the suspect list. Through the archived Tonal website, we found mention of Andy Solomon and Eric Perlmutter. Andy was a producer, but Eric was definitely a composer, because through Eric's own website, we learned that he wrote the classic Let's Watch a Disney Channel Movie opening song. After digesting all of this evidence, I am now confident that Eric Perlmutter, while working at Tonal Sound, wrote the Disney Channel theme in 2002. Did you write the Disney Channel theme?
Didn't, no.
Do you know who wrote the Disney Channel theme?
No, I don't. I still don't.
Okay, what did you do for Disney Channel?
So for the Disney Channel, I wrote a whole bunch of little bumpers, and then I actually did the music for Disney Channel movie, which was sort of separate from all that identity stuff. And yeah, it turns out that people loved that.
Were you given the lyrics, or did you write those lyrics?
Let's start a Disney Channel movie. Is there any other lyrics? Well, let's watch it. Let's watch a Disney Channel movie.
We're gonna watch.
And that's it. That's it. I don't know where I found the lyrics.
They just came to you.
To put that into the world, but yeah, it happened.
Wait, so you didn't write the theme, but you wrote with the theme?
Yes, so we would have the theme, mostly for those. We just had so much fun with them that I think it was easy in that respect because they're so short. There's not really much time to make a statement. So the challenge was always find the essence of that 5-second little bit. And because you don't have long to tell a story, but you still need to tell that story of, I'm trying to think of one where the girl's jumping on her bed and it's a pillow fight and feathers are flying everywhere and it's over. Like you don't even have time to sort of set up an idea before it's done.
I just sent you a compilation of these idents.
Okay.
Did you write any of these?
Let's see. Okay, I did that. I did this one with the freezer. This is me. The bug. Yeah, I did this one too. Pillow fight. I did this one with the dog.
How'd you get the dog to bark like that?
That was me. Orf, 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 orf.
Wait, no, really?
Yeah, oh yeah. Those are the
So
most
that wasn't it. I thought you just pitch corrected
Oh,
a
no.
dog.
Nope, that
was you.
me barking. I think it's a misconception oftentimes with people who hear composer and you think about a guy with a feathered pencil writing, sheet music out of his mind, but most of the time it's just somebody on a keyboard coming up and recording in real time as they're creating and putting it all together at the same time. But when it came to these notes, it was pretty straight ahead.
And what was the name of the music house you did these with?
Elias Associates or Elias Arts.
So from my research, it seems like Elias is a really big company, probably the biggest music house for jingles and sound signatures. Is that right?
Absolutely. That was my understanding, that they were the country's biggest, probably the world's biggest music house, bi-coastal at the time.
So that's probably why I'm having a difficult time trying to find who wrote that theme.
Yes.
It could have been probably dozens of people at the time.
Yes. And I think the company tried to harness this idea of there are no individuals here, a little bit of a nameless face. You weren't sort of allowed to be known.
Okay, thanks so much for doing this. My last question, did you work with a G. Owen?
Didn't, no.
Okay. I'm actually having a lot of trouble finding who wrote this.
When you create for Disney, it's Disney's. So Disney wrote the Disney Channel theme.
So I just got a response from Fritz Dottie. He also did not write the theme. He said that if anybody were to know, it would be Alex Lazarenko. We unfortunately cannot ask him. It's been a few weeks now of no progress, so I think it's time to admit that the trail has gone cold. I've reached out to as many relevant people as I can find, most of whom did not respond, and those that did told me that they did not write the theme and have no idea who did. There is one more thing I can try, a last resort, and that is releasing the video. I've always known this was my break glass in case of emergency. If I stop the video here and release it, someone out there watching must know who wrote this theme, or know someone who knows, or at the very least know who G. Owen is. I know it's anticlimactic, but I'm out of options. This is officially a cold case, which means there's only one thing left to do. It's really not surprising that I've come up short. Bumpers, idents, interstitials, they are designed to be seamless. They are not meant to stand out. Why would their creators be any different? Maybe I'm just making excuses. From the moment I started this investigation, I had an ending in mind. I thought it would be under more triumphant circumstances, but I hope it still plays well in defeat. And if I'm being honest, I just really want to do this, so please indulge me. I'm Kevin Perjurer, and you're watching Disney Channel. Huh. That doesn't look right. Okay, let's try this again. Dang it. No, that's Zoo Pals. Okay, I feel bad for making fun of those kids earlier. I also cannot draw the logo. Yes, it's funny to see how off they were, but they look tired and confused in those outtakes. I can't believe Disney would even release those. Oh my god. I know how to find the composer. Okay, so I just had a revelation. Who released the footage of the kids doing the wand IDs? Because these are not funny bloopers. This is not a gag reel that would be included on a DVD. I don't know when Disney would have released this in any official capacity. So I'm thinking that someone else did. That someone would need to have access to the footage. So maybe it was someone internally, but more likely it was some company that worked on the project. Okay, this is a news organization that released the footage. Hillary Duff and Raven awkwardly do wand IDs and unearth Disney Channel promo BTS footage. This article does not mention where they got the footage, it just mentions that it was unearthed somehow. So this BuzzFeed article credits a Twitter account for uploading them, but then it also embeds YouTube links that are no longer available. Here's a Pop Crush article. Update, the playlist has been removed from public viewing. Who uploaded the playlist? What if I YouTube the playlist? Nothing. What if I Google the playlist? Nothing. What if I just do this? We're getting somewhere. Oh my gosh. Last month, Atlanta Edit Boutique Guillotine Post released some exclusive throwback videos on YouTube from some post-production work they did on the iconic Disney Channel wand IDs in 2002. Here's Guillotine Post. They don't credit themselves for doing any Disney Channel stuff. This is Guillotine is a digital boutique in Midtown Atlanta. Oh my god. Glenn Owen. No, go back. Glenn Owen. That's G. Owen. That has to be G. Owen. State Line Films. Glenn Owen worked for Disney Channel. What is this? It's one of the 9/11 PSAs! The editor worked for director Glenn Owen. That is G. Owen. For Andrea Taylor at Disney Channel. Here's Andrea Taylor, Senior Vice President on Air, Disney Channel, Toon Disney, and SoapNet. Hey, that's the new way to watch soaps. January 2000 to January 2003 overhauled the network's image as a channel for sweet 6-year-old girls into a powerhouse that was cool for all kids. Responsible for all aspects of on-air promotion, packaging, stunting, marketing, advertising, sales tapes, synergy projects, online activity, and short-form programming. Everything except the shows. That's what this video's about. She has to know who wrote the theme. I really hope she responds to her inbox. So my first question is, what did you do at Disney Channel?
My job was to create personalities for networks. change them around or make them different and then go on to the next one. When I went to Lifetime, it was not a network for women. There was a lot of variety of program, including medical programming. And when the head of programming and my group said, we're going to call this television for women, the head of ad sales said, oh my God, we're going to lose so much money. This is terrible. My job was to say, okay, here's what you got to do.
Early in my career, I've been the associate creative director for sports promotion at TNT, and Andrea was the creative director there. And so when she started working at Disney, she continued to use me to direct and produce their promotional work. She used Patrick McDonough a lot. He was amazing.
Patrick is great. I mean, he's designed so many networks.
I had been working mostly in sports. Andrea Taylor, who we did a redesign for Comedy Central. She then went to TNT. We did a redesign for TNT. Andrea went to Disney. That's how we started to get involved with the Disney brand and the Disney Channel movies, the Wand IDs.
I was recruited from TNT to go to Disney to turn it from a network that was two things. They had a younger section that was like Bear in the Big Blue House. And then there was 6-year-old girly stuff. The goal was to turn it into a tween sensation. We knew that that's where Disney Channel could fit in and win and be amazing. It meant changing the programming, but that would take a little longer. But as you know, Disney didn't have commercials. So you had 40 minutes an hour of programming, and then I had 20 minutes an hour to fill.
And a lot of that was really clever synergy programming. Were you told by someone higher up what you needed to promote?
There was a meeting every week where there was a big, humongous conference room table where everyone would announce what they were doing that week, like to cross-promote. Like, I wish I had video from these meetings. When the Lizzie McGuire movie was coming out, there was a meeting where someone would go, we're making napkins. The next group would go, we've got the lunch boxes. And this started at least a year before the movie came out. I started selling you stuff about Finding Nemo a year and a half before Nemo came out. I think we called them fishy facts. And it was all stuff to get kids interested in fish so that when it came out, you liked fish.
And these kids were like, this is perfect because I'm already into fish coincidentally.
Uh-huh.
But it was not a coincidence.
No.
Okay, that's a little sinister.
Mm-hmm.
What is a network personality?
It's the feeling that you get that relates to that channel or that brand, and whether that's based on pacing or tempo or instrumentation or color or typography, animation. So all these different elements come together to create this vibe, feeling, essence.
The psychology of branding a network, it's the same as creating a fan for anything. You want you to be their first choice when they're going to look at stuff like, oh, that's my channel. So the competition was Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network. So Cartoon Network was much more in your face, looked at more for boys because it was more loud. The philosophy at Nickelodeon was us versus them, kids versus the rest of the world, whereas Disney was never an us versus them. Parents always felt better about Disney.
What do you remember about Zoog Disney?
Zoog was a weird thing. That was like a foray into the online world and the gaming world and creating sort of this existential world for kids. Technology wasn't necessarily where we needed it to be. It turned into a different thing.
Do you remember Zoog?
Oh yeah. I think we did the Zoog.
There was a Zoog programming block. I think, do you remember Zoog movie?
I think we did. We do Zoog? We did Zoog movie.
Yes, you did, because it's the same kids jumping on that trampoline.
Exactly. I don't even know. I think Disney Channel movie came first, and then all of a sudden, I don't know. Andrew probably called and said, "All right, they want me to do this Zoog movie, but it should be just like this." Yeah, I forgot all that.
We always would say, like the jumping movie open. Those kids are probably all like parents and decrepit old people now at this point. We worked on what we called the promises. I'm trying to remember what they were. Like one was express yourself. But when I was growing up, we had magazines that told you what these stars loved, which, I'm sure somebody else wrote. And I thought that was great. Let's do that for now. I had them talk about their own personal lives so that kids would feel comfortable and feel like they could relate to the people on the channel. It looked like these kids all lived in the same house and they all knew each other, or they all did things together.
Yes.
Believe me, none of these kids lived together. None of these kids did anything. Like a few of them did stuff together, but not that many. The only times they ever really got together was when I said, okay, there's going to be a shoot. You're all going to be here. You're all going to do this. And here's what you're going to say. They would watch Lizzie McGuire, and they didn't watch Tom Cruise and think he was amazing. They did think that she was more of a big thing to them. So the fact that they could get an insight into what all these stars felt about their mother or their brother was a bigger deal. That was their only path to that info.
And the weirdest thing that happened was then they became the most famous people in the world. Was that weird to see? Were you like, whoops?
I know, it's pretty funny.
What was the vibe? I mean, it was poppy. Like, what was it? What could you describe it for Disney Channel? Fun.
Fun, and kind of magic. I mean, it makes me think about what the scenario of the kids in the cafeteria line, grays and neutrals and drab, to in comes the Disney logo, and it's glitter and candy and pink and everything, delicious and syrupy. They were just these fun, funny little stories that were incredibly complicated and time consuming to produce.
Elio Hensley and I had come up with the wand idea because we loved Tinkerbell. The wand thing came during lunch or something, because we had the Disney Channel logo, so that's where the wand came from. It was very hard for the stars to understand what the hell we were doing, because remember, they were literally holding a stick.
Some were way, way off. You'd have to do it again. And then I would always say, okay, one more, which was a lie. We'd do 10 more. Very good. One more.
Ooh, none of that.
They got tired of me fast, I'm sure. It's another annoying thing we're having them do on their day off.
What were the wand IDs shot around the same production of some of the Express Yourself?
It would be like a Lazy Susan. We would do the interview, then we'd have different B-roll sets. We'd have that B-roll set where we'd have the strands of different colored plastic. So we would bounce them around and get B-roll on these different sets. And that would be one of the stops through their little, promo journey.
Okay, so all these iconic, classic, recognizable things for generations of children were in the same room.
Correct.
Not only were they shot at the same time or the same production, they were probably shot within 30 minutes of each other.
100%.
So the big question I've been asking throughout all of this research, and the question that I really hope you have an answer to, is who wrote the Disney Channel theme, that 4-note mnemonic that started appearing when you were redesigning the channel? Do you have any idea who could have written that?
I worked with a guy, Alex Lazarenko, who is not alive anymore. He worked at a company called Tonal. He created that sound. I had worked with him for a long time. I'd worked with him at TNT. I'd worked with him at Comedy Central.
So that 4-note mnemonic, that was definitely Alex Lazarenko.
Yeah, it was Alex.
Do you remember anything from the production when he was writing the theme?
He probably did it in a day or two. It's things came to him. He's amazing. I mean, he probably wouldn't have said he wrote it in a day. He probably would have said, oh, I struggled over it for months.
Do you know anyone else that would have known Alex or that would have been around for the production of these tracks specifically?
I'm sure, I could probably get you to the producer. I'm trying to think of the name. Now I can't remember his name, who was the producer on it.
Andy Solomon?
Andy Solomon, that's who produced it.
Hi, I'm Andy Solomon, VP of Operations for Definition 6, formerly for Elias Arts and Tonal.
So when you started at Elias, is that when you met Alex?
Yeah, right away when I started at Elias. I started as a producer. So he was the creative director on all the jobs.
I assumed it wasn't Alex because he was always listed as creative director, executive
Right.
owner, eventually with Tonal. Through talking to people, he was also composing regularly.
Oh, absolutely. He's like a classically trained musician, done a million different things, but had a knack for memorable melodies. It was almost like you could say the words to his melody, like whether it was Disney Channel. And I forget, we did work for Encore years ago, and it was 2 notes, and we'd always go Encore, and that was the melody. So, half joking, but I also think that was part of his process as well.
Do you know anyone else that I could speak to about Alex?
His sister Lisa. Do you know Lisa Lesarenko?
If you ever spent time around Alex, you would notice even when he was just casually sitting still, his right hand was almost like he had an invisible pen in his hand writing music. His right hand was always writing. I think in his mind, he was always thinking of things in a musical perspective.
I noticed towards the end of his life he was credited alongside a David Little. Do you have his information?
My name's David Little. I worked at Tonal for, I would estimate, 12 years. I continued to work with Alex after that. I've never seen anybody that can do something as complex, almost seems like effortless. He would just turn around and just like knock out like an amazing piece. I'm like, all right, what's next?
He's an amazing musician, and he was also in this business world, in the music for television and film and stuff. He was like fast.
He could literally write music in a couple hours and be done with it. I mean, it really came to him super fast.
The thing that I'm struggling with most right now is lack of photos of Alex. I found only one. Do you have any? Do you know of any?
I knew him for probably about close to 20 years or whatever, and I had 0 photos of him. He was one of those guys. He was like, if a camera came out, he was like, I'm out of here.
So Andrea Taylor told me that the theme was written by Alex Lazarenko.
How not surprised am I about that? A genius composer and a good friend. He's no longer with us, but he was really the sort of ringleader of all of our composers at Elias. It's tough when you have a boss who's a genius and who's just an absolute music prodigy, and you're just a dumb rock bass player trying to, live in the same, breathe the same air as him as a young person. It was incredibly intimidating, but hugely inspiring, and he was a great leader and boss as well.
He was wonderful, loving, funny, so talented, so incredibly talented that it just was like nothing to him. He could, in being in his presence, especially while he was working, I can remember, I'm gonna get I feel like I'm getting a little emotional right now, but those sessions where you would just show up at his studio and Alex would sit at the piano and just kind of go up. For TNT, we conducted orchestras to do things, and it was just amazing to watch him work. And then for this, here he's doing pop music, like the same head.
I love what I do. I get to make videos for a living on subjects that I'm passionate about, that people watch. I am so lucky, and I am eternally grateful for every second that I am able to do this. But I'd be lying if there wasn't a small part of me that hates that this is called a video and not a documentary or a film, and that I am referred to as a YouTuber or a content creator, and not a filmmaker or a documentarian or an artist. Because the truth is that I could do this, make videos on this platform every day until I die, and I would be happy every day. But that small part of me, that selfish, arrogant, pretentious, miserable part of me would not be happy if that were my legacy when I'm gone. Because living my dream looks a lot different than I imagined as a kid, or even 10 years ago. I didn't know Alex Lazarenko. And unfortunately, I never will. I made this video 2 years too late, and I missed my chance to interview him. I can't ask him what it was like composing for commercials and networks. I can't ask him how he came up with the Disney Channel theme. But I think the first question that I would ask would be, are you okay with this? Do you even want to be credited with writing this theme? Because this was his most popular work. He composed for other networks and shows and commercials and films, some of which some people may recognize. But nothing comes close to these 4 notes. How could you compete with something that has been playing non-stop for millions of people for 20 years? And according to everyone I've spoken with, he probably wrote it in a day. And he might not have thought about it again after that. It was just another job. Alex is well remembered by his friends and family and coworkers, but on a broader public and cultural scale, he does not have a well-defined legacy. There's the tribute that Fritz Dottie wrote, the IMDb page, the archived website, and one single photo. But when I release this video and credit him for composing this theme, it will likely become the thing that he is known for. And I'm hesitant to do that. I'm hesitant to condemn someone else to the fate that I fear for myself. And worse, in this case, it's just 4 notes. There is an obvious solution to this, and that is to expose you to some of Alex's other work while I have your attention, to give you a broader sense of his talents and artistry outside of this 4-note mnemonic. I could play a few clips from his other compositions. I could link to some of his work and encourage you to go listen to it on your own. But I don't have to, because you've already listened to his music. In fact, you're listening to it right now, and you have been the whole time. Since the beginning, you've been listening to the music of the late Alex Lazarenko. Do you ever think about your legacy as an artist at all?
I have lots of thoughts on the subject. I asked my wife, there's a gentleman who's got in touch with me who's interested in the Disney work that I did. And is that what I would like to go on the record speaking about, when I have these other parts of my work and all of this kind of, and then I thought, well, I brought to it everything that I bring to everything that I do. Perhaps there's a sort of a grandiosity in the artist, in all of, and probably in every artist that wants to be the person who is remembered as, the great, the serious, the world changing. Maybe humility is accepting that we're not going to be in charge of how we're seen by posterity, and actually it doesn't matter, and that the work will speak for itself. Aliens coming from outer space without our preconceptions of what makes great art, or what our preconceptions of what our best work is, may have a completely different idea of what's valuable in terms of human creativity. A 4-note mnemonic that, in its beautiful minimal simplicity, completely encaptures an entire world of feeling and associations for millions of people across generations and around the world. I think that's a pretty outstanding legacy.
He was just good at understanding the big picture of a lot of things. So when he wrote the music, I think he knew in his mind that something as simple as that 4-note mnemonic
could have a shelf life of 20 years. I really do.
I have always been fascinated with programming breaks, bumpers, network identifications, and interstitial programming. Their existence is so practical, often necessary, and yet there is so much creativity and artistry put into them. It's confounding. There is a part of me that wants to believe that the truest art, the most worthy, the most important, is the art which is created purely out of love for the form, the art that takes the longest to create, and the art that has the most to say. That the music played in concert halls must be better than the music written for commercials. That the films that play in theaters must be more important than those uploaded to the internet. That the programming must have more merit than the programming breaks. But I've never fully believed this. In truth, I am more drawn to the unsung artists, those whose work often goes overlooked. Whenever I have the opportunity to speak to these people, there is no shortage of passion, intent, or pride in what they do. It doesn't matter if it was just a job, or if they completed it in a day. It doesn't matter what platform it ended up on, or what they are referred to as. These are artists. They brought everything they had to whatever they were doing, and it showed. In the end, the production of a work is only half of the process, and maybe all that matters is that someone, somewhere, got something from whatever you created. And in the case of the Disney Channel mnemonic, that is indisputable. In the minds of thousands, if not millions of people, this music evokes feelings and memories, often long lost. This sound has the ability to bring back anything from the feel of carpet to the color of walls. It could return one's mind to a happy childhood, or represent a safe reprieve from a difficult one. It could be a symbol of a relationship with a sibling, or a parent, or a friend. It could even inspire future artists. All from a sound. Any one of us, artist or otherwise, would be fortunate, blessed even, to be remembered for a single note. So what a monumental achievement it is to be remembered for 4.
Me Blah is a game that was released at some point in time. Could have fooled me. M is the sequel to We. Remember that game that everybody bought for a television remote? And Tanks. Well, everybody purchased Motio for the hemorrhoid that clings onto said remote. Bless. I'm playing on PC. I'm gonna need an IV drip after this one. But you know what they say. YOLO! I ain't heard that phrase in about 10 years. Press X and Y. Yeah, I'll be sure to do that on my Wiimote. Yeah, okay. Just hop right in. She's sucking her ass. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tit Corner Zone. Some non-believers may try to convince you that it's supposed to just be Corn Zone, the corn referring to the bottom half of an ice cream. Don't listen to that. This is canon. I don't think that's where you're supposed to put the corn. Where is it? Oh no. Oh, he sat on it. Oh, that can't be good. It's disappeared. Disappearing trick. It's gone all the way up there. Ice cream corn enema. Look at the size of those ice creams. Minuscule. It's too heavy. He can't handle it. Oh, he's gone upside down. Hey guys, I'm having fun down here. I'm trying to balance this sort of... Oh my god, what's happened to his face? Penis has had a stroke. No. Why? Why has he got an ice cream corn shaped tumor in his chin? I'm listening to the corn like it's a seashell. What sounds can we get? Sounds like a flock of birds. I'm sorry for the noise. It's a plague. Right, I want it to break. What happens? You alright there? You okay? Ice cream peen. Now he's capturing the ice cream in his hands, you see. That's how you do it. It's a bit cold. There's an extra mode for this minigame. Let's give it a swirl. Whirl. Whatever. Right in my eye. Go on, give it. He's blind after this one. We're just having an eye test. This is extreme eye drops. Everyone's rushing around the Christmas stalls to buy their presents. And I'm just stood here, trying to figure out how to use a toilet plunger. What if I just... What? It's got a boner. Whoa! It's erect. It's not erect. What is happening? There we go. Erectus. Oh god, what am I, a Fall Guys developer? Erectus. Erectus Sextus. It's me, Fall Guys. Well, I think it's time to finish that minigame. Veggie Garden. I do enjoy standing outside of hospital wards with a sword and shield, but that's a different game. In this one, there are moles, and you whack 'em. Sound familiar? Like a great philosopher once said, it is hammer or clock. Pancake hammer. Where's my power-up thing? That is disgusting. It's a barrel. And what perspective is this? Flat. The handle. The absolute girth on this boy. It's alive! This isn't really a hammer, is it? It's a tennis racket or something. A fly swatter. Dumbbell. Goes back to normal for some reason. What the fuck is that? Someone's like took a steaming iron and put a handle on it. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Cock and balls!
Well, this is the hammer now. Oh, it's changed form. Wanna see? Oh dear. Oh, yeah. Yeah, alright. Big boy. He's massive. This one's upside down. Let's smack his ass. They just said, I'm out of here. I don't think they're gonna turn up. They just quicksanded. They've gone on strike. There he is! Look at that crazy boy. He's jogging on the spot. He's not gonna stop. Everyone else can get to work, but he's running. He's having a good old run. Oh, now they're copying him. He set the trend though. Rest in peace he is. Sounds like alien diarrhea. I don't know if you can tell, but I can't really control this one. He is performing the Y pose. It's the sequel to the T pose. Look at the background. They are forming a squadron. They are creating a totem pole. They are stacking. Oh my, is it slowing the game down? It is. The me in the middle. He's got 4 arms. Oh dear, okay. And he's a mole man. Oh god. Oh Jesus. The abominations. With the moles are dabbing. After copious amounts of animal abuse, you're faced with the final boss. A grape with facial hair. I've amputated the boss. That was my strategy here. I thought I'd take away his arms and legs. To make up for the amputation, I have given him immense style.
These super glasses actually improve vision.
Now his glasses are going through the wall. That's how wide these are. Just take them off completely. Look at his weird face. Why is it upside down? Wait there. He's placing it on the ceiling. Big boss. I have made him significantly more scary. Huge, muscle-bound king. The glasses don't really fit properly. He hat too big for he goddamn head. Oh, he's got no hat. I have dethroned him. He's no longer a king. Recall mode. In this Veggie Garden spin-off, moles with variously coloured kippers pop up in sequence, and you have to copy this in the same order. It's Simon Says. Now repeat that! Okay, recall mode. In this Veggie Garden spin-off, moles with variously... Skib squibble. That sounds like a furry trying to say squirrel. It's actually skip skimmer, because you skip skims. You chuck pebbles in the water. Right, we go for the throw. Things don't always have to be flaccid. It's all in the technique. Right, I'm ready. I'm ready to throw. Got the force of 1,000 suns behind this one. I threw it so hard that I went blind. This is gonna break world records. Now this is the optimal position for pebble skipping. Face down, ass up. That's the way we like to chuck. Brilliant positioning. Absolutely beautiful stance. Now if you thought the last positioning was irresponsible or not very sensible, the Diglett maneuver, I think it works. Doesn't work. Upside down, inside of the ground. I kinda look like a microphone. Pebble POV. We are the pebble. I look like a bag of golf clubs. Short man, big dreams. Fuck. This maneuver is called the Airborne Game of Twister. Yeah, didn't need any of my joints or cartilage anywhere. Oh my god, look at that face. Oh, we got a phone call. Hey, maybe it's not the technique. Maybe it's the equipment. Just the right size of pebble. Fucking slab of rock. This one is the Starstorm, because it escapes the Earth's atmosphere.
You've heard of pebbles. You've heard of dual wield. Why not glue some stones to your hand and triple wield? Well, if you're gonna do that, you might want to try chucking more than one of them. Dweeld and tweeld. The game is laughing at me. Ha! Ha 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 ha. This is what a chicken sounds like. What the fuck? I've summoned a demon! Oh! The majestic iceberg collapse across the ocean. Gorgeous. The effects of global warming. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant, I've got minus 909,200 points and then 55,696, 22,489 and 51,872. The numbers, Mason! What do they mean? That's right. I've got minus 90 billion, 1 billion, 2, 100, 167,521,628. Is this someone's phone number? Score mode. It's a skip skimmer side quest. How do you play this? What's the mission briefing? Ah, there's no text. That's a great tutorial. Thanks for this tutorial. I am now more knowledgeable. You chuck the pebbles through rings. But you know what they say. Think outside of the box. Circle. Goodbye, my friend. It's running away on the surface. It's gone forever. I was joking. Is it actually forever? Jesus. Oh, there it goes. 0 points. Thanks. It just doesn't want to touch the water. It's gone backwards. This is a PSA. Please take care of your pet rocks. They might run away. Holy shit! I'm out! My home planet needs me! I then came to the genius realization that I could combine the POV camera corruption with this one. Oh, shit. It's flying! It's flying! Holy shit. It works. Let's see where he's taking us. The GoPro Stone drone. The Void! The military-industrial complex have really done it this time. They've give birth to helicopters that can swim. There you go. Swimming helicopter. We had it before, but this one's properly swimming-ish. Kind of. I don't think the pilot knows what he's doing. This is too dangerous to go any further. Take the helicopter down!
Good job, team. Get ready for the next round.
Pause Me Plus is a minigame for Wii Play Motion, which is a sequel to Pause Me for Wii Play, and you use the Wii Motion Plus. Are you following? I'm not. My wife left me. Basically, it's a virtual version of those Japanese game shows where people desperately try to transform themselves into a Tetris block to avoid excruciating death. What, you want me to fit inside there, do you? Right, watch this pro gamer move. Upside down. Doesn't matter how small the crevice is. My humongous frame can fit inside. My life is pain. Now that is flat. In theory, I should fit through every single one. Let's try. There we go. It's rigged. Big baby. And then there's this creature, legs and arms stuck to his head. Straight out of the SCP Foundation. There's his crutch in his nose. Why let other people sit on your face when he can sit on his own? Shrek! People have been asking for a new Star Fox game. Here it is. There we go, that looks like an aeroplane. Here we go. Jet fuel doesn't melt through Nintendium. How am I actually surviving? No, not all of the passengers are dead. Rest in peace. Picking a lock. We'll break into this house any moment. That's what it looks like. I don't have any limbs. There we go.
What's that? You lack a neck? Is your head not quite connected to your neck? That's fine. Doesn't matter if you don't have limbs. Doesn't matter if you don't have a head. I managed to get not just headless, but bodiless. It doesn't even go to the head part. Straight through the chest. This one I called Playmobil looking ass. He does look like Playmobil. Look, he's even got things in his feet. I think they're his legs. He's probably in great pain. He's an upside down man. With a head for an ass and crotch. Look, different people have different body types, guys, alright? Some people have their mouth where their dick is. There it is, baby. He fits perfectly the wrong way around. His neck is coming out of his chin. Do you like my position here? I think it's quite professional. My hand has the consistency of an oven glove. I want to see the other one again. There was one of the positions looked pretty good. That one, the feet up to my face technique. He is licking his own feet. That is not appropriate for Twitch. He is absolutely hung. Ladies, schmeat. It's also coming out of his arse. So, oh my god, no, that's an upskirt.
Trigger twist. It's like the sequel to Shooting Range from the original Wii Play, except you can do this. Wow. Technology.
What's my opinion on this minigame? They've got turbo capacitors, but they don't know what direction they're going in. the balloons. Egg. Here we go. There you go, they abducted themselves. Ice! Why did he freeze? Wait. Zawaldo! This is gonna how is this not crashed? Look at them all on all missiles. Is it gonna hit me? Oh, they've gone straight past me actually. Where have they gone? Just straight into the grass.
The grass consumes.
Oh, who's there? It's going backwards. They're really fast. They really are ninjas. I can barely see him. He's too quick for the naked eye. So fast he just had to go back for a shuriken. He left it behind. I'm no match for his fast. I can't speak. Ah, this is the secret ninja pose. They've been decapitated. He's got the snowman camo. He's prepared for the winter. He is well hidden in the snow. It's a shame we're in grass. It's fucking massive. He wasn't even touching his head. Now the me's massive, and he's just grabbing his legs. Oh! Now he's running towards him, running away from him. There he is. He's facing the wrong way. My whirlwind jutsu. He didn't see this coming, did he? My tornado technique. See if I can kill him. I'm dead.
RXD.
Crikey, mates! I found myself in some quicksand. What's the weather forecast today? Scales. Little known fact about dinosaurs, guys. Their favourite food is Pez dispensers. As you can see, this specimen. It's the hunchback dino. It's actually the hunch tail. Quite a rare sight indeed. The Slidysaurus Rex. There he is. The Treadmillosaurus Rex. A beautiful sight. He's just vibing. Teleported him. It's another rare species, mate. The Umbrellasaurus. Remember, no lurching. There he is, the boss. He's waiting. There he is. When a T-Rex goes on a diet, gets stick-bugged, got an upside-down head. I've accidentally shot the top of his head into two. He looks like a Venus flytrap. You've heard of T-posing. Get ready for T-Rex posing. The T-pose combined with the T-Rex. Too strong for this mortal realm. Bullets will not work. Gonna be honest, I really think they jumped the park on this one. You bounce around collecting gems. That's it. That's what it is. Send help. Oh. He has merged within himself. He has become his own Siamese twin. Look at the roller coasters, yeah. Look at the background. Look at the... Oh, there they are. Good. They didn't test the safety regulations for the roller coaster. He is dead. Ah, yes. It's tiny. I got some sort of item, I guess. I can't even see. Magnifying glass. Gonna need I almost said stethoscope. Gonna need a stethoscope to see this one. He has bounced a few too many times. And he has broken his spine. Broke neck mountain. There we go. Hold on to ledges. Grab the monkey bars, boys. Oh, he's stuck. Oh god. No. That's like when you're on a skateboard and you get crotch shotted between the rail. You might be thinking, what the hell? This is normal. What are you doing? No, it's not. I've frozen in mid-air. I have defied gravity. I think I'm stuck. By the force of 1,000 suns, I can summon a star right now. Whoosh! Maybe some of you have heard of Big Yoshi. Yoshi! So basically, it's clear that for the me noises, some adult who's in like his mid-40s or something went and then pitched it up, and that's how you get the me noises that are like, which means this has pitched it down. So this is what it's supposed to sound like. Green screen. Oh no. Matt from Wii Sports wants revenge. It sounds like 1,000 slot machines. Music to my ears. I want to hear the piano again. Yeah, alright.
Break the targets!
Wait, no, that's not right, sorry. Titty targets! I think there might be a problem here. I'm not touching it! Can I reach? Am I too short? Let me touch the ball. Oh. Let me touch it, please. Ender pearl. Just... Where's it gone? That's not fair. I'm trying to actually do it, but I am struggling. It's trolling me. There's quite a bit of bounce physics here. Well, there we go, we got bouncy balls. Whoa! Okay! Calm down. That's a bit... There we go. Tiny ball. Wait, there you go, lads. Size don't matter. Forget everything I said about size not mattering. Big fucking balls. Fuck. They look like Unknown from Pokemon. What is that noise? Why is there a little demon screaming? It's like an angry chihuahua. What the fuck? The Wiimote not required, alright? We don't even need to touch the game. We're gonna speedrun the entire game. Watch. Boom! Boom! There's a 1 in 7.5 million chance that I get this lucky. Boom. Done. Yeah. Let us see the mod folder. Come on now. I'm innocent, I promise. Achoo! Achoo! That was so badly timed. And it's easy. Boom! I'll just play the game normally this time. I'm pulling your leg. I'm just really good though! What's that? It's the sound of a record. Now, according to my mathematical equations, I'm really good at this game. I'm not dream, ladies and gentlemen. I am reality. Whoosh. Oh! Wapow! Dead. Wait. Where is it? There it is. One target. Don't make me laugh. Goodbye. Oh! Whoa! We're really gonna have to sit down, put some thought into how we're gonna beat this one. So what I think is I'm done. Okay, everyone. This is the tactic. On your marks, get set, shoot. What? Start. Finish. The final stage, everyone. Stage 30. Now we have to take this one quite seriously. That's it. Do I get a platinum medal? Oh! I deserve that, 100%. That's legitimate. Spooky search! Who you gonna call? Hopefully not this group of individuals. Now they're supposed to tell you where the bad guys are. Is it left? Is it up? Aye. Oh! That doesn't help! I thought this was the ghost mode, not the snake mode. PT! It's a much better horror game! Holy shit! Oh no! The wind has taken them away, brought them back, and then taken them away again, and then brought them back, and taken them away again. I have transformed the goats. Goats? The ghosts have transformed into cowboy hats. He has transformed into a water droplet. You've transformed into pairs of gloves. Did you know Master Hand had triplets? He's looking at him very suspiciously. I wonder what he's looking at. Perhaps it's his dump truck arse. Jesus, look at that thing! We've got a giant spider on the loose. But that's not the scariest thing here, alright? The scariest thing is not the lack of head. It's the time zone. What is this time zone? Imp! In my opinion, Immel, Immick, Imj, Immy, Img. Time's gone crazy. There's no control on it. Wind Runner. It should really just be called Wind, since it does all the work. You're just stood there with an umbrella open, collecting Twitch bits. What the fuck? It gave up. You might have to start, but the start line is finished. Is he not there at all? Is he not turned up? Where are you? There he is. He's inside of there. What is he doing? Let's turn around for the action replay. He's inside of the finishing line. I think this is normal. Yep. Oh, no, 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 it's not normal. Stop it. Stop bullying me. Okay. Alright then. You are not worthy of the ramp. See you later, everyone. To lat E. Incomplete. Incomplete. The front ground is the background. Except it's also not. Because he's in front of me. This is some trippy illusion. The front ground is the background of the foreground. I'm almost kissing myself. We've been doing it wrong the whole time. We've been opening the umbrella. You don't need to. Molding. I've turned him into a 40-year-old man. Ugh. All these years of holding on to an umbrella, it takes a toll on your hairline. Yahoo! He still has the voice of a baby. Now this man has balded so hard that his hair has become his scarf. Now this is quite the haircut, it's gotta be said actually. He's not actually bald. He's decided to shave into an egg except for the back, where he's went, I'll have some handlebars. How about the dickhead look? He can't even contain this erection inside of the umbrella. It's too big. Jesus. It's a shame it's on his head. I'm done with all this umbrella shit. I'm just gonna stare into space. Treasure twirl. You Scooby-Dooby dive into the water and then twirl. Congratulations, now you have carpal tunnel. Oh, and treasure. Ah, my scuba tube isn't attached. I don't know how I'm gonna get pulled back up again, to be honest. I think I'm just gonna jump down there and drown. Goodbye. Quick, pull him back up. Who needs a scuba diver, right? Let's just send down a straw. There's just some cocaine at the bottom of the sea and some absolute madhead wants to snort it. What? That jellyfish. Imagine if jellyfish in real life had the power to slap. How am I gonna dodge anything? I'm sorry. Well then. Physically impossible to avoid anything. He is sad. I'm not a dentist, alright? It looks like a shoe. His entire jaw, so might need some braces for that one. Then there's this worm, who decided to not show up. He is diagonal. Why? He's just impaled his friend. This is how you swim. You have to tuck your legs in and let yourself just drown to the ocean bed, and then pick up chests with your ass. A chinless shark. I don't think there's anything I can do about your dental problems. Your entire mouth is the wrong way around. It's inside of your body. That's a medical emergency. You've heard of the hammerhead shark. This is the not a head shark. This is what happens when a shark is malnourished and doesn't eat properly. But guess what? What happens if you do eat properly and exercise? Women want him. Bodybuilders hate him. Find out how he did it with these exercise tips. Flutterfly, not the fictional horse that your basement-bound brother wants to inseminate.
Oh god, no, please, not the code jar.
It's a mini-game where you flap a leaf at some balloons through rings. This is what it feels like to be a child and accidentally let go of your balloons. It feels like this. Nice haircut. Nice face cut. Crikey. There it is, mates. The fabled Biclops.
Welcome to WatchMojo.com, and today we'll be counting down our picks for the top 10 scary video game bosses.
I've got the birds. The birds! Oh. Sounds like being ran over with a train. Oh god! You see him just assassinate me! Super Leaf! Fuck it! It's gone crazy! It's turned into a turbine! It's not very tactical. This isn't meta. It doesn't actually work. This is a cool camera though. It'd be cool if I could see anything. This is like the camera angle in porn where they just film from behind and all you get is 20 minutes of a guy's ballsack. So it turns out that a lot of the corruption results for Flutterfly actually affected the music, which is good, because if I had to listen to on a loop for hours upon hours, I may have ended up in a hetero jacket. So let's sit back, relax, and enjoy. Oh! It's someone bashing his head off the wall. Someone's running down the stairs really quickly. Star Shuttle. Shuttle parts to the space base by pivoting your ship and firing your thrusters. This roughly translates to... I got a platinum medal when I was preparing to break this mod. It wasn't worth it. Who's responsible for this? No. No. It can't... Ah! Flashbacks! Ah, what's this? Bone! Oh. Bone meat! Bone meat on...
That's impossible!
This can't be real. The world is piss. NASA lied. The Earth isn't flat. Sure. But they didn't tell you that it spins at 24 days per hour divided by minute. My brain! Alright, so that's all of the miniature games for... There's a few menu screen toys like the Kaleidoscope and Famous Video Game Emulator. Unfortunately, I couldn't be bothered. Minus 911-746-721-21343126040p. That's the quality of my videos.